We need entries 4 and 6 and AOBs, please. Entries 4 and 6 to the scales, AOBs. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's 8 o'clock. It's showtime. We welcome you to the 2016 North American International Livestock Exposition Junior Heifer Show. Before we begin our activities today, let's all stand, remove our headgear, and salute and honor the flag of our country as Bernie plays our national anthem. We need Simmental entry number 9. Simmental entry number 9 to the scales, please. Matilda Graham, we need your Simmental entry number 9 to the scales, please.
Good morning.
Judging our AOB show here at the 2016 North American International Livestock Exposition Junior Heifer Show is Dr. Blake Bloomberg from Stillwater, Oklahoma. Dr. Bloomberg is the assistant professor and livestock judging coach at Oklahoma State University. He's judged livestock events in 42 states and 3 foreign countries. His wife, Rowena, and he have 3 children, daughter Brecklin and twin boys, Brenham and Borwick, and we're pleased to have Dr. Bloomberg placing our junior heifers here at the 2016 North American. Judging our Simmentals today is Kyle Collier. Kyle is from Bruno, Idaho. He's Grand Kansas State University 2000. He's exhibited at 1990, or he is the livestock judging team, currently manager of the farmer family farm owned Hereford and Angus operation. He was he exhibited the grand champion at the Kansas State University in 2000, and he is currently working on a ranch with his grandfather and his grandfather Ray and his father Guy and their son Cruz. He's currently operating the fourth generation farm there. Pleased to have Kyle Collier from Bruno, Idaho, judging our Simmentals here today.
Good morning, and certainly a privilege to be with you here at the North American Junior Heifer Show. A nice way to start off our AOBs, the two good heifers, a May and a June. The black heifer, to me, fits together a little nicer in terms of her smoothness as you study her from the profile. I like the elegance she has up front, and I like the muscle system, the way it's draped over her skeleton. A little smoother in the way that she goes in terms of her movement off either end of her framework. Nice look, a nice pattern of that heifer, and again, I still think gets out and travels with some flexibility. A bit more bulk and mass perhaps in this next heifer, one that's a little bigger down her top, a little bolder in the upper shape of her body. She gets a little tangled up when you ask her to get out and travel, a little straighter off the edge of her shoulder, doesn't utilize her hind leg quite as nicely, but got some power and some punch in her for just a young heifer calf. Two nice females here to start off our show.
Last call for Scimitar entry number 9. Scimitar entry number 9. Last call.
Good morning. Over here in the Simmental show, we got a nice class to begin the day with, and really nice complete animal to win the class. This heifer is really smooth from end to end, and where she beats the heifer here in second is just simply in terms of her structure. I like the way that she goes better off of her front end. She sets down a little nicer on her hind leg and able to have a little bit more cushion on the pastern area. Heifer here in second, certainly the next stoutest female in the class. She's turned, got a lot of shape over her hip and down through her lower rib cage. Where she gets into problems for me versus the heifer that wins is in terms of her soundness. She just wants to get a little tighter in her movement, a little rounder out of her hip, but a really nice stout made sort of female that comes in here in second. Heifer that's going to complete the class, real nice made up in through her front end. You like that about her. She's real green in terms of her condition. She just runs into some cattle here with quite a bit more power here today.
Placings in the AOB first class. First is entry number 2, Baker's Miss Miley, exhibited by Cassidy Baker, Kearney, Missouri. And second in the class, entry number 1, MNH Maxine, exhibited by Hannah Winters, Algonquin, Illinois. Congratulations. And over on our Simmental side, and Kyle, I apologize for having butchered your pedigree so terribly. I want to correct that now. Kyle Collier is from Bruno, Idaho. He's a graduate of Kansas State University in 2000, 1999 member of the livestock judging team, and he's currently manager of the family-owned farming operation where they raise Hereford and Angus. They currently have 4 generations working on the ranch with his grandfather Ray, his father Guy, and his son Cruz. Again, we're pleased to have Kyle Collier placing our Simmentals. And the results of Class 1 Simmentals, first in the class was entry number 1, DLCC Desire, exhibited by Tanner Hope, Patoka, Indiana. Second in the class and best bred and owned was entry number 4, KTMR Bella, exhibited by Michael Poole, Kemar, Maryland. Third, entry number 32, exhibited by Clara Ellis, Delphi, Indiana. Congratulations.
Our second class of AOBs, I think, presents some challenge. I think there's 3 different kinds in here, and you decide where you want to be amongst these 3, and I sure would listen to you. You know, it's never my intent to measure out cattle or performance them out, but in this class we end up using the heifer that's captured the most weight per day of age because I think she puts the most good together into one package. She's bold sprung, she's big hipped, she moves well. As you ask her to get out and travel, I think she's comfortable in terms of her skeletal design. She want to creep up in her top just a little bit, and part of that's the fact I think she's fighting it out here a little more. As you study her in terms of her running gear, I think that female gets around the ring with some coordination and some reach. She's not the most attractive up front. I think certainly good enough for a female. She's got some power and some substance in her. We'll find her to lead off this class. I like this black heifer. You know, I never get comfortable with where she's going to be in terms of maturity. She's a little quicker in terms of her look. I like to set her tail head down in the corner of her rump a little smoother, but she's going to be real moderate sized, real easy keeping. I like the fleshing ability that she shows us. You get right behind her and watch her go away. She'll gather up in her hock just a bit more. I'd like to spread her at her base just a notch, and I'd like to maybe give her just a little more internal dimension as we compare her to the heifer that leads off the class. Now, I like this one from the side. She's really, really attractive, really sleek, and she's made up front. She's probably the most juvenile heifer in terms of condition of any of the females you got in here. Got to ask yourself, to me, does she have just enough bulk and just enough rib shape? I know she's green, but as you get up on top of her, she's the flattest in the upper part of her cage and wants to get shallower back into her flank. She wants to get a little crisscross there on her back legs as well and like to spread her apart. No doubt you can sure tie to her look, her extension from the profile, beautiful in terms of her balance.
Placings in Class 2 in the AOB breed is first is entry number 6, Miss Daisy, exhibited by Taylor Carr, Athens, Ohio. Second in the class, entry number 5, Pick AVA 166D, exhibited by Kyle Pickard, Hastings, Michigan. And third in the class, entry number 4, exhibited by Nick McConnell, Mount Vernon, Ohio. Congratulations. And entry number 5 was the best bred known in that class.
Here's an interesting class, and one that's not real easy to place. And again, I could see this go a number of ways, especially with these top 3. They're all different, and they're all in different stages of their life. I'm going to go with the heifer that I see just has the most future and puts the most good things together today in one package. Here's the female that's the boldest in terms of her rib shape. She's got the most shape up in her top and back into her hip. I like the way that she's structured in terms of her makeup, and just her overall design in this particular class propels her to the top. We got a heifer here in second that's ultra complete, and at first I really like this female, and I still do. I love the way this heifer's made. She's very sound in terms of her structure. You get her out here and you compare her to the heifer that wins the class, she is giving up some performance. In fact, she's given up some performance to a few of the heifers behind her, but still a female that's just made very nice. I like the softness and the shape that she has, and where she beats the heifer that comes here in 3 is just her overall mass and design in terms of what she has. This female that comes here in 3rd is an eye-catching one, and one that when I first looked at her, I thought, okay, this one's either going to be really good, or she'll probably end up kind of sifting down towards the middle of the class. And for me, that's what she does. As I studied this one, I just wish she had a little bit more to her in relationship to her overall frame. And I like cattle that are a bit bigger like this heifer, but she comes to us with a few concerns. My main concern is how much is that heifer going to have to her when she reaches maturity, and that's why she's there. But I like the elegance, the eye appeal, the overall design of that female. She's really good. She wants to get a little high on her tail head today too, and that's why she's there. Here comes a heifer that's really nice, balanced in relation to her frame size. She's probably got a bit more to her than the heifer that just left the ring. I just don't see her as sound in terms of her structure. She kind of wants to get a little bit twisted up on her front end there a little bit and doesn't go quite as well off her hind leg. Then we have a heifer that completes the class, certainly maternal in her look. She's got enough to her, just doesn't have the balance and overall eye appeal that we see in the cattle just ahead of her.
Placings in Class 2 in the Junior Simmental Show. First is entry number 9, BF Steal My Heart, exhibited by Matilda Graham, Rosebush, Michigan. Second in the class, entry number 5, J&J Miss Burt, exhibited by Justin Fraser, Winnemac, Indiana. Third in the class, number 7, exhibited by Sidney Roberts, Nineveh, Indiana. Placing fourth and best bred and owned in the class is entry number 155, exhibited by Michael Myerscough, Champaign, Illinois. Fifth in the class, entry number 6, exhibited by Gibson Priest, Cartersville, Georgia. Congratulations. We need it, Simmental entry 29, Simmental entry 29. That's Madison McDaniel, Jefferson, Georgia. We need your Simmental entry 29 to the scales, please.
Some variation in type and kind in this class, but still some good females all the way through. But I found one to me that I think finds herself to the front relatively easy. Love the shape of her body. I like the attractiveness and elegance she has up front. Female that's good down her top and out through her hip, and I like her in her underpinning. Female that sure has a striking look as you get off to her from the side. Good in terms of this belly sweep that she's got, but not too fat in terms of condition. You want to nitpick on her, I would change her from her hock down to the ground and give her a little bit bigger foot. But I think that female still needs to find her way to the front of this class because of balance and symmetry and kind. Then I think you have some discussion between both the gray heifers. This heifer to me is a little fresher in terms of her condition. I like the leanness that she comes to us at this stage in. I like this female. Watch her get out and travel. Great set to her hind leg. Good squish down there to her feet. I like the way that heifer motors off either end of her framework. Now she'll close up a little more on you in through her chest and down in through her base, and you got to ask yourself, does she have enough power? And I think she does. I think that'll come with time. The fact she's a little greener probably helps her, to me, be a little more limber as you ask her to get out and go. This heifer's got more body. She's got more dimension. She's a female that I really like the cowiness that she's got. Wants to shoot her tail head up and just gets a little awkward there on her pastern, and I'd just like to set her down, make her a little smoother down there in her hock joint down to the ground. A big-bodied, very capacious kind of a female, real cowy in her look, maybe just a touch plainer than the two heifers that precede her in the class. This heifer, I think, has got a chance to be really nice. She's just a little more juvenile in her look, real long-bodied and real attractive. I'd like to just open her up and make her a little more dense in the center part of her body. Real powerful heifer that the young man has to close the class, a lot of dimension, a lot of shape in that female. With all that extra power, she gets just a little more restricted in terms of movement. I like to change the way she drives off of her hind leg and make her a little more comfortable at the surface.
Placings in Class 3 in the Junior AOBs is number 14, first. MSCL Wavadine T2, exhibited by Maggie Reed, Eaton Rapids, Michigan. Second in the class, DDMS Cindy's Carmelo, exhibited by Maynard, Danville, Indiana. Third in the class, entry number 12, exhibited by Haley Pulsifer, Perry, Georgia. Placing fourth was entry number 10 and was exhibited by Maynard of Danville, Indiana. Fifth in the class, entry number 7, exhibited by Carson Bernard of Wabash, Indiana. Congratulations. We need Scimitar entry number 29. Scimitar entry number 29. That's Madison McDaniel of Jefferson, Georgia. Scimitar entry 29. Last call.
Over here in the Simmental show, we got a lot of quality in this class. I mean, this is a really, really good class in terms of just good cattle all the way through. And it's nice because you can sort and find the things that you exactly want. And that's what we find in this heifer that wins this class. She's ideal. I mean, you know, when she first hit the ring, I really like this one a lot. She moves good. She's got a lot of shape to her. She's good fronted. She's feminine. She's still stout. Got a lot to her, and a heifer that wins this class for me very easy. The decisions come later for me, and that's here in second and third, and I think you could flop these heifers both ways. On the move, I like the heifer in second better. On the standstill, I like the heifer in third better. This heifer that's here in second is probably one of the soundest females we've seen yet today. You really like the way that she's got the angles up in her shoulder and the way that she goes around the ring. This heifer's about ideal on her hind legs. She reaches out and goes. At the same time, when you really study this one, she doesn't have a lot of extra condition, a lot of extra hair on her to make her really good, and she doesn't want to show extremely well either. But you talk about one that's really made right, and when you really get to studying that heifer, she's really good, and that's why she ends up here in second. The one at the standstill and one of the most eye-appealing heifers in the class is the heifer here in third, and she's one that I like a lot when she's standing. You look at her over her top and the way that she's shaped, she's probably the widest heifer up over her pins and up over her top of any heifer in the class. The problem for me is when we put this heifer in move, she just wants to get too stiff for me, especially off that rear quarter and down in through her stifle. Wants to get just a little bit twisted up on her front end too. Heifer that just doesn't want to loosen up and go quite as well. She's also just a touch tubey in her design when you look at her lower rib cage in relationship to the heifers on either side of her. Real Cowie made one here that comes in 4. Now this heifer from her shoulders back I like a lot. In fact, I like her just a hair better than the heifer that just left the ring. In terms of her depth of rib and her sweep, I just love that female and the way that she's made from her shoulders back. When you get up in the front end of this heifer, she's got a little extra skin, takes away from her eye appeal and her balance, but certainly a real Cowie sort of female. It's very sound in terms of her structure. Again, then here's some give and take because you come with a heifer that's a little nicer up in through her front end. She's laid in way better up in through her shoulder. She's got a lot less skin and a lot more eye appeal up in through her head and neck. Here's a female that's very long in terms of her line. She's long and level in her hip. She just wants to get a little flatter in her in terms of her overall makeup for me as I study her from behind and over her top. Real complete one that comes here next, and on the standstill, I like the way this heifer's shaped a tremendous amount. This female, again, is one that when we put her in motion, she wants to get a little tighter in her lower ankles and just doesn't move and flex quite as nice. Real cowy, good weight per day of age female here that completes the class. This heifer's got a ton of shape and a lot of rib to her. Female that just gives up quite a bit of structure and overall balance and eye appeal in comparison to the rest of the class.
Certainly have a heifer to gravitate towards in this class. Built like I like them at the ground. Got a great set of her hind leg. Really functional in terms of the way that she goes. Got a nice look. Very sleek in her design. She's a little fast out here, but I think that doesn't bother me in terms of the way that heifer moves and looks. I think there's a lot of quality in that heifer, and she's going to be a tremendous yearling as well. I like this yellow heifer. A little bigger in size maybe for some, but a good big one that sure doesn't bother me. She ran into a heifer to me that's just got a little more presence about her. This female's good. She's strong in her top. She's nice out through her hip. Probably has more dimension even than what our class winner does. Not as good from her hock to the ground as the female that leads off the class, but I like the extra length and extension that female shows us. Again, nice down her top in terms of the shape of her upper body and out through her hip. A little more moderate-sized heifer that comes in third, perhaps a little plainer from the profile. Some may prefer where she's at in terms of maintenance requirements as we compare her to even the top two cattle. She gets a little jumbled up on the move and wants to creep up in her top. Probably doesn't, to me, handle herself quite as good on the move as what we find in those top two heifers. But nice female in terms of moderation, softness of flank, just needs to utilize her hind leg a little better. You know, some would love this heifer. She's just not really my speed, and she's just a little more terminal perhaps in her look. Like the power, I like the substance that she has, nice up and through her front end. Gets a little outside of herself as you watch her go away and a little straighter off the edge of her shoulder. But there's some things to breed off of in that heifer, certainly in terms of her bone, her punch, and her power. She's just not really my kind of heifer, but there'd be some that would like that one better than what I do. I appreciate her kind. She's just not really my speed in terms of the way her muscle system's draped over her skeleton and the extra stoutness that she's got. Yellow heifer I like, and I toyed with her because I like her refinement, her femininity, the cow-like look that she's got. She's just a little too plain, though, as you study her from the side. Doesn't have quite the mass and dimension we find in some of the other cattle on up the line. A nice white heifer to close the class. It certainly has some width at her pins, stoutness at the ground. She wants to get up on her toes, doesn't use her ankle quite as nice. I'd like to redesign her in terms of her skeleton.
Placings in Class 3 in the Junior Simmental Show. First is entry number 16, Miss Sugarshake 84D, exhibited by Olivia Caldwell, Elmwood, Illinois. Second in the class, entry number 13, JR She's a Scandal, exhibited by Morgan Cook, Reed City, Michigan. Third in the class is entry number 20 and is exhibited by Rebecca Riggs, Rushville, Indiana. Fourth, entry number 17, exhibited by Claire Dorsey, Morrow, Illinois. Fifth in the class is entry number 18 and is exhibited by Bella Swain, Murray, Kentucky. Placing sixth, entry number 14, shown by Kyle Pickard, Hastings, Michigan. Seventh in the class, entry number 21, exhibited by Allison Stevens, West Salem, Illinois. Congratulations. Placings in Class 4 in the AOB is entry first is entry number 20, JPV Purple That Girl, exhibited by Veda Ann Vickland of Longmont, Colorado. Second, entry number 15, Dice Sandra D, exhibited by Kathy Kirkpatrick, Avelia, Indiana. Third in the class, entry number 18, shown by Ramsey Nagel and Ramsey Crown Show Cattle, Fountain City, Indiana. Placing fourth is entry number 22, exhibited by Cody Manning, Union City, Ohio. Fifth in the class, entry number 23, exhibited by Rick Williams, Brennan, Alabama. Sixth place, entry number 16, shown by Kyle Slavic of Ashley, Michigan. Congratulations. Class 7 Scimitars to the scales, please. Class 7 Scimitars to the scales.
trio of late fall-born heifers here in the AOB show, and I think a yellow heifer that finds herself again to the front pretty quickly for me. This is a combination heifer in terms of having some width, some internal capacity, some doability to her, but still with a structural base that we sure could like in terms of the slope of her shoulder, the set of her hind leg, and the way she gets out and goes. Nice shape to her feet as well. Female that I think gets out and travels nicely and has good balance and symmetry. I think she finds herself to the front of this class pretty quickly. Then you have a call to make on what you want to do. The second heifer probably needs to have more to her, I would agree. But I like her extra femininity or attractiveness up and through her front end. I think she moves just a bit more agile than the heifer we have that comes in 3. She's a little too one-dimensional as you get up on top of her. I'd like to spread her apart all the way through. Gives you a nice look from the side, though, a female that balances well. We just need to see a little more lead in her pencil as you get up on top of her. And the heifer that comes in 3rd, big and stout and robust up high, like the upper rib shape this female has. A little coarser in the way that she's designed, wants to get a little tighter out of her hip and her hock and doesn't travel quite as comfortably as the 2 heifers we have ahead of her. But nice trio of females here in this class.
Placings in Class 5 in the junior AOBs. At first is entry number 27, YSC Miss Montgomery, exhibited by Madison Abbs of Commerce, Georgia. Second in the class, entry number 25, LBSC Lizzie Bess Paisley, exhibited by Lene Bowman, Germantown, North Carolina, and that was the best bred and owned in the class. Third place, entry number 26, exhibited by Josh Bukima of Belmont, Michigan. Congratulations.
Here's a good class and one that you can sort through and do a number of ways too. The 2 heifers that come to me at the top of this class are just the most complete and have the most quality. Both these heifers are really nice in terms of their makeup, and they're a bit different in terms of their design. As you look at the heifer in second from the side and the profile, she strikes a really nice eye-appealing package, but when it comes right down to it and you really get to sorting things out here, she just doesn't have enough power to get over this heifer that wins the class. This female's ready in terms of her condition, and she's just ready to compete here today. She's got a lot of shape to her, a lot of pop to her. You look at the way that she's designed up over her hip and down through her lower rib, just a female that's got a lot to her, and certainly nice in terms of her structure and balance as well. Here's a heifer that's really long-topped and really laid in nice in her shoulder. She's very feminine. She comes to us in really nice condition. She's still not quite ready. I could see this heifer being a little bit more competitive, maybe on down the line towards January or on into the spring. This heifer could get relatively tough. Today, she just doesn't have quite enough on her and quite enough to her to compete with the heifer that wins the class, but one that's designed really nice and a heifer that I really like. This heifer that comes here in third gives up a little bit of performance and a little bit of extra size and scale as you compare to the 2 heifers that just left the ring. But I like the way this one's made. She travels really well. She's got a lot of shape to her by nature. I just like to see that heifer have a little bit more performance and a little bit more gas into her as you compare to the 2 heifers that just left the ring. Heifer that comes here next is one she's a show heifer in every sense of the word. I mean, this heifer, when she's on the standstill, she strikes a really nice pose. She's laid in nice in her shoulder. She's really nice up in through her neck. heifer for me wants to get a little higher in her tail head, just maybe doesn't go quite as nice off of her hind leg as you compare to the other cattle. I'd like to see that heifer have a little bit more depth of rib and just a bit more body by nature as you compare to the other cattle. And that's what this heifer has that comes next. Here's one that's got a lot of depth and sweep and shape to her rib, just probably not the eye appeal and overall balance that you see in the heifer just above her. Good heifer here from her shoulders back. You like her depth, the rib, and her overall volume. She's fairly sound in terms of her structure. She just gives up the balance and overall makeup and design. She doesn't strike quite as nice a pose when you view this heifer from beside. Here's a heifer that comes in next that can give a guy a lot of trouble. For me, she's just not my kind here today. But here's a heifer that certainly got the boldness, the depth, the rib. She's just a bit too mature and a touch too far along for me here today. I'd like to trim that heifer up in terms of her condition, maybe just restart that one if I could. I think she's advancing pretty fast for this time of the year for sure. Here's a heifer that's a bit more right in terms of her condition right now for sure. Heifer that's certainly got some balance and eye appeal. She just gives up some volume and overall dimension, as well as the heifers do that complete the class. These females that are down here just not quite ready for a show yet today, but heifers that certainly got a really nice future ahead of them.
We need AOB entry 38 to the scales, please. AOB entry 38 to the scales.
Another nice class of these AOBs, and some variation in terms of breed composition in this particular group, but I think this pair of heifers that comes up to the front are really both nice females. I like the hip construction better of the red heifer. I think when you get up on top of the cattle, a little bolder in the upper part of her body. I like the shape of her rib. I think this heifer moves very good off both ends of her framework. I like her better in her top line and the way she goes from hooks to pins on the move as we compare her to the heifer that comes in second. And with that, I think she's a little fresher in terms of her condition as well. As you study her up through her head and her neck and her chest there, I think this female reads to me to be just a little more honest in her breeding condition. The Hereford appearing heifer's really got a lot of utility. I like the softness of flank. She's an easy traveling heifer as well. She slopes off just a bit more from hooks to pins, and when you get right behind her, she funnels just a notch more there from her hooks back as we compare to the heifer that starts off the class. But I like her in terms of her softness. I like the way she gets out and travels. I like to just pry her apart a little wider at her base, make her just a little stronger there out of her hip when you ask her to get out and go. Next heifer's big and stout, and lots of performance in this female, lots of power. Doesn't handle herself quite as good off the edge of her shoulder. Just doesn't move quite as comfortably as what we find in our top two cattle. But she sure gives you a nice look on the stand, up fronted. They've done a good job of keeping that heifer fresh in terms of condition. Just got to make her a little more mobile out of her hip and her hock. I like the extra length and extension of this female. I like the fact that she's really smooth in terms of her makeup and her muscle system. She wants to open up a little more up in there behind her shoulder, wants to get just a little more caved in right behind her shoulder. Doesn't piece together quite as good as she junctures into her heart, but I like her length of top. I like her extension. She's a female that's got the right kind of build, I think, to make a good cow, but just need to change her right there behind her shoulder. And a real moderate framed heifer to close the class. Going to be an easy keeping kind of a cow. One that's got some depth of body. She's got a little more condition on her. With that, she's a little shorter coupled heifer as well. I'd like to just stretch her out a bit, but sure like her softness of flank. I still think she's adequate in terms of her movement. Just like to stretch that female out from end to end.
Placings in Class 4 in the Junior Simmental Show. First is entry number 25, SVJ Darling 1D 551, exhibited by Kelsey Jergowitz of Norfolk, Connecticut. Second in the class, number 34, DHSC Miss Bailey 316D, exhibited by Derek Humphrey, Dixon, Illinois. Placing third, entry number 27, exhibited by Michael Meyerskoff, Champaign, Illinois. Fourth, entry 31, exhibited by Kylan McEwen of Rockville, Indiana. Placing fifth was number 33 and was exhibited by Will Havener of Pearl, Illinois. Sixth in the class, entry number 32, shown by Reed Hedrick of Shirley, Indiana. 7th, entry number 28, exhibited by Colin Frederick of Napoleon, Ohio. 8th in the class, entry number 29, exhibited by Madison McDaniel, Jefferson, Georgia. 9th, entry number 23, exhibited by Lily Swain, Murray, Kentucky. 10th place in the class, entry number 22, exhibited by Bella Swain, Murray, Kentucky. Congratulations. Now showing for Division I champion in the Simmental side.
This young lady brought a nice August heifer to us, a single entry in this class. But she doesn't have to tell anybody she was the only one in here. She's going to get the blue ribbon. And it's a nice heifer, deep-bodied. I think she's really practical in terms of her makeup, really cow-like as you study her about her facial features and back into her body. Female that moves well. We've seen some that were maybe a titch more attractive today, but I think that one, in terms of having some ability to make a good cow, will do that for this young lady. A nice female here in a single entry in this class.
Simmental entry 41. Simmental entry 41 to the scales, please.
It's a nice division of cattle, and we get them back out here. They're quite a bit alike in terms of their type and kind and the condition that they're in today. Obviously, the heifers that are on this side are a bit older and a bit more ready here today in comparison to the two that are down here on this other end. But when it comes right down to it, you know, these two heifers that won these last two classes are the two that are in contention to win this division. And between the two, you could go back and forth a number of ways. I like this heifer that won this class. A young lady in the orange shirt has, here's a female that balances up nice. She's right in terms of her condition. I really like her up in her chest and the way that she's shaped underneath. I think where she probably excels the rest of the cattle is the way that she's structured. This heifer really gets out and goes really nice, and I like the set and the way that she has so much cushion and go off of her hind leg. I just really like the way this heifer moves. Sometimes this heifer, you can see her and catch her at times where she wants to get a little bit tight in her top, and on the standstill, she kind of has to keep loining her down to keep her looking exactly right. I'm not so sure that this heifer is not either been in heat, coming in heat, or something along those lines. The way that she's kind of acting out here, she's just not wanting to show quite as well as the heifer here just behind her, but I think a heifer that's made extremely well. The heifer that comes here next, she too has a bit of trouble sometimes up in her top, just wanting to get a little bit high up there. She's got her set up extremely well right now, and I think these two heifers are just the best in terms of their structure, their overall design. This heifer behind her just may have a bit more shape to her when you get right behind her shoulders and back up in through her hip. I just don't think that she balances up quite as nice as the heifer just ahead of her. So when it comes right down to it, I think it's a tight decision. I'm going to go ahead and go with this heifer to win the division, and you'll be reserved. Congratulations to both of you.
Placings in Class 6 Junior AOBs. First is entry number 31, BCFG Skies Cali 282C, exhibited by Casey Martin, Oregon, Illinois. Second in the class, number 29, SRR Charlotte 587C, exhibited by Michaela Williams, Chandler, Indiana. Placing third, entry number 32, exhibited by Andy Chastain, Danielsville, Georgia. Fourth, entry number 33, shown by Jordan Johnson, Gallipolis, Ohio. Fifth in the class, entry number 59, exhibited by Chandler Langley of Camp Hill, Alabama. Congratulations. Winning Class 7 in the Junior AOB is entry number 34, MMGG General G Miss Fancy, exhibited by Briley Fallbush, Anvil, Kentucky. Congratulations. Last call, entry 41 Simmental. Last call, entry 41 Simmental. To the scales now, please. The division champion in the Simmental show, Division I champion, is entry number 16, Miss Sugar Shake 84D, exhibited by Olivia Caldwell, Elmwood, Illinois. And the reserve is entry number 25, SBJ Darling 1 D551, exhibited by Kelsey Jerwolitz of Norfolk, Connecticut. Congratulations. We need AOB entries 39 and 41. AOB entries 39 and 41. Last call.
What a nice heifer to find herself to the front of this class. I like the freshness that she comes to us in. She's very mobile, really made like I like a female in terms of her body and everything matching to this heifer. You know, she's not an outlier in terms of any one area like stoutness or width or dimension, but I think she's plenty good in terms of those areas, very functional in her type and kind. Love the proportionality of her depth. She's got a good running gear as well. Looks like she's going to have a nice udder as you get down there. A nice female to lead off the class. I think the close pairs between second and third, and I think this one will just make a better cow. As you study her in terms of movement, I think this Brahman heifer is a little more agile in the way she gets out and goes. You could intensify her at the ground just a bit. She's a little frailer than what she needs to be, but she's nice in terms of her build. Really good right there behind her hump. She's got some body. And I guess for me, if I was going to take one of them home between these heifers in second and third to make a cow out of, I could probably utilize her for what I could, maybe just a little better in terms of her maternal function and her skeletal quality. Now some will call me crazy because this third heifer is extra powerful, extra dimensional, and probably think maybe she can grab a spot in the class. And I wouldn't argue with you. For me, she's just a little too coarse up in the way she's made in through her shoulder. I don't like the way she travels off of her hind leg. I'd like to just make her a little looser structure to make her just a little more maternal in the way that she appears. But no doubt she's got lots of power, lots of width, lots of dimension. I'd just like to alter her structurally and make her just a little more feminine in her appearance. And the heifer that closes the class, I like the utility of. Again, she's going to make a good cow from a structure standpoint. She's a female that gets around the ring with some comfort. You could even make the case that she moves better than the heifer that goes out right ahead of her. She doesn't have as much to her all the way through as we find in some of the other cattle on up the line, like to just blow her apart. But a nice female, very maternal in terms of the way she's made. Just need to stouten her up a bit.
Placings in Class 8 Junior AOBs. First, entry number 38, Painter's Kelly 09C, exhibited by Brandy Painter of Hebron, Ohio. Second in the class, Miss CF 133, exhibited by Mary Claire Estrée, Vinton, Louisiana. Third in the class is entry number 37 and is exhibited by Allison Herr, Metamora, Ohio. Fourth, entry number 35, shown by Daisy Verdon of Bernice, Louisiana. Congratulations.
Simmental show, what we have in the ring here are bred and owned females and heifers that placed the highest in their classes. And when we come back out here and look at these females, I think all three of them have some usefulness and certainly are the right kind. The heifer that won this last class, or was second, excuse me, in that last class, she was in a really competitive class and one that I really liked in terms of a balance and eye appeal standpoint. She's really long and level in terms of her lines, and when you get her back out here in this particular division of cattle, she wins this for me fairly handily. So congratulations to you. You'll win the bred and owned in this division.
All Class 10 AOBs to the scales, please. All Class 10 AOBs. Final call. And the Division I Best Bred and Owned winner is entry number 34, DHSC Miss Bailey 316D, exhibited by Derek Humphrey, Dixon, Illinois. Congratulations. We need Simmental entries 49 and 54. Simmental entries 49 and 54 to the scales, please.
Nice class, a nice pair of heifers up on the front end. Female that wins the class, boy, she is round, sound, and low to the ground. I like her moderation, her fleshing ability. She's a female that I think as you study her and her hip construction is better than the female that comes in two. She's a heifer that you really like the sweep that she's got. She's going to be extra moderate, I think, when you get her in production. You know, I'm not the frame score police, so you decide where you want to be on frame. She could be a little bigger maybe, but there's a lot of environments where she'll work really well. I like just her softness, the way she blends together from end to end. I think she's better from hooks to pins than the heifer we have that comes in second. Nicely presented heifer that comes in two, from front 2/3 of, I really like the attractiveness, the sleekness of her design. She just wants to round out of her hip a bit more, and I think it throws her off. She's a heifer as you get right behind her, probably not as wide in her pin set. Just her hip and her hind leg just doesn't match quite as nicely as the heifer that starts off the class. Nicely presented, very sleek, very attractive. Young man does a good job getting her presented. Just need to change her hip and her hind leg for me to get comfortable driving her to the top of this class. This one on the stand I like. Really long-bodied, really extended from the profile. She's really nice in terms of her top line and her symmetry. When you set this heifer in motion, she just becomes a bit more cumbersome on the move. I'd like to just change the way she goes out of her shoulder. I'd like to set her down a little better in her hind leg. If you do that, I think the dynamic of this class changes drastically. I really like this heifer when she stands still. She just doesn't go good enough for me at the ground. But she's a good female, very useful in terms of her type and her kind. Another good heifer that comes in four, deep-bodied. I like the moderation of frame. Have a nice udder laid in underneath of her. She's just a little plainer as you study her all the way through. Wants to dive her head down just a bit more when you ask her to travel. She's a good female, though, in terms of type and kind. Just probably doesn't have quite some of the extra bells and whistles we find in some females on up the line. Here's a useful type female that's sound structured, nice at the ground. I like the way she gets off both ends of her skeleton. She gets out horsed just a bit out here, but I still think she's a nice type that'll make an extra good cow when you get her into production. She just maybe doesn't have some of the extra intangibles we find with some of those other cattle on up the line. Good class.
Placings in Class 9 AOBs. First is entry number 40, PZC Miss Pebble 61ET, exhibited by Austin Sneeder of Wilmington, Ohio. Second in the class, number 41, Sydney 187C, exhibited by Branton Colopy of Gibson, Illinois. That's Gilson, Illinois. Third in the class, entry number 43, exhibited by Mason Awald of Walkertown, Indiana. Fourth in the class, number 39, exhibited by Katie Hoffman, Culver, Indiana. Placing fifth, entry 62, exhibited by Kagan Midkiff of Pitkin, Louisiana. Congratulations.
Jimmy, we need 54 on the Simmental side.
Simmental entry 54, Simmental entry 54 to the scales, please.
We need classes 11 through 13 in AOB.
AOB classes 11 through 13 to the scales, please. AOB classes 11 through 13 to the scales, please.
Here's a class that when you get to analyzing these things, there's just not very many that you can just say, this one's a throwaway, stick them down at the bottom. This class is full of quality. There's not a lot of big time structured problems in this class. Just a really, really high quality set of cattle that we have to look at here. And the heifer that wins the class comes to the top of a really high quality set of cattle because she is herself. I mean, this thing is stout, she's feminine, she's got a lot of shape to her when you watch her go away from you. I really like the way this heifer is designed. I like the sweep and the shape to her rib, and with all that power and all that mass, she travels about as well as anything in the class as well. So I think that's fairly impressive. If I was going to pick on this one just a little bit, she's got a little extra chest sticking out there in front of her, and when you look at her from the profile, it becomes a bit more prominent, but I don't think you can get away from just all that power, cowiness, mass, substance, and overall structure that heifer has. You can say a lot about her. When you come here and the heifer in second and third, both these heifers, when they came in the ring, I thought those are two really, really nice, high-quality females. And they maintain that as they go throughout the the class. I mean, these females are made nice. This heifer that comes here in second, I think, just has a bit more to her than the heifer in third, but I really like the heifer in third. I just wish there was a bit more of her when you compare to the heifer that comes here in second. I see just a bit more shape, a touch more stoutness, a bit more width out through her pins, and as she goes away from me. This heifer's designed extremely nice. I like the way the correctness of her lines and just the overall balance and design that this heifer has. I just wish I could make a little bit more of her here today, give her a touch more weight per day of age and performance. I think that heifer could compete with the heifer just above her for sure. And then, like I say, here we come with about 3 heifers here that are just very, very nice in terms of their type and kind. They're heifers that all have a lot of structural soundness. They got some depth of rib and some body. This heifer that comes next is very, very complete. And I like the way that heifer's made. Just maybe not quite as nice up in through her front third, up in through her head as the heifer that just left the class. And then again, here's another real sound made one. It's got a lot of depth and shape to her rib. Just wants to get a little weaker in her loin as I view her, the heifer that goes just in front of her. She just wants to get a bit pinched there and a touch tight up in her top as she goes. Same way with this heifer. Really nice fundamentally. Very good heifer. Here we come with the red heifer that's certainly nice in terms of her design as well. She comes to us a little greener in terms of condition over a rib cage, a heifer that I'd like to just loosen up a touch in terms of her structure. Then we have a heifer that comes next, and kind of the same thing with the next 2. They just don't have quite enough balance and quite enough eye appeal. Maybe not quite the structure that we see in the cattle just above them, but certainly not a problem. I think, like I said at the beginning of the class, just a lot of really good cattle to sort through there.
Placings in Class 7 Scimitars. First is entry number 43, S&S BT Sarah's Honey 615D, exhibited by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Second in the class, entry number 38, SVJ Miss Style D218, exhibited by Kelsey Jergowitz of Norfolk, Connecticut. Third in the class, entry number 36, exhibited by Jacob Wattenberger of Middletown, Indiana. Placing fourth was entry number 42, exhibited by Grace Lemanger of Fairbury, Illinois. Fifth in the class, entry number 45, shown by Cody Maxwell, Valparaiso, Indiana. Placing sixth was entry 41 and is exhibited by Olivia Kuhn, Peru, Indiana. Seventh in the class, number 44, exhibited by Kramer Schneider of Georgetown, Kentucky. Eighth, entry number 39, exhibited by Shaylee Eisen, Atlanta, Indiana. Ninth in the class, entry number 46, exhibited by Taylor Osborne, Lafayette, Indiana. Congratulations. Exhibitors, we'd remind you that aerosol cans are prohibited in Broadbent Arena. No aerosol cans in Broadbent Arena. We appreciate your cooperation.
Before we talk this class, let's give this young man and our ring help a nice round of applause, if you would, with this red and white heifer. I guarantee you she's pretty tough, and I appreciate them sticking in there. That young man did a good job, and both of them did. And we'll talk about where that heifer fits into her class here in a minute, but I want to commend both of them for doing a good job. This is a nice class, but again, I still think a female to me that finds herself to the front, relatively easy for what I like in terms of being smooth in her build, really athletic in terms of her structure, still fresh as you ask her to. In terms of her condition, she's going to have a gorgeous udder. Teat placement is good. They're spread down in there in their corners. That this female balances so nicely from the side. We might see cattle that are wider based, and we might see cattle that have more dimension, but I don't have to have a lot of power in what I like, because I think she's really functional. She's really useful. Cow paths aren't overly wide, and as long as they can walk in one of those, to me, that's where you need to be. I like that heifer. I like her type. I like her kind real well. I like this heifer in second. She's really dimensional. She's a female, probably has more power, more punch to her than the heifer that starts the class. Nice up through her front end, good sweep to her belly. She maybe doesn't utilize her pasturing quite as good as the heifer that leads off the class, but that's to be expected because she's got just a little more dimension to her. I don't think she has maybe just quite that silhouette we find in the heifer that leads off the class, but I like the freshness, and to me that's what propels her over the heifer in third, is the amount of condition that she's got on her. She's a very, very nice female that I think has lots of breeding options and mating flexibility. A lot of good in that female as well. Heifer in third's big-bodied, sure like the capacity and the volume that she has, lots of softness in her flank. She's just a little plainer as you study her there, and the way she drives off of her back leg, gets up underneath of herself, and I don't mind that, but the fact that with that, she does get up underneath of herself, she still doesn't stay quite as comfortable as what I would like. She gets a little wider up into the base of her shoulder as well. Lots of body, lots of volume, lots of capacity. Just like to see her be a little easier traveling there off either end. Standing still, I really like this fourth place heifer. Very attractive, very fresh. They've done a good job of keeping the feed bucket away from her. Very highly presented as well. When you set her in motion, things just come apart a bit in her top line. She wants to sink in her loin and creep up in the middle of her back. I would just change her in that regard. But boy, she's good looking, got a nice presence about her. Just need to alter her a bit on the move and her top line in the way that she goes. Yellow heifer's big and stout. She sets a little too wide up front for me. A little coarser off the edge of her shoulder, a little straighter there as well. Female's got some punch though, some dimension to her. Again, for me, we just need to loosen her up and give her more slope and angulation to her front end. Next heifer's really sound. I like her athleticism. I like her build at the ground. A little frailer in terms of her bone work, and perhaps maybe just a little plainer all the way through, but big-bodied, easy keep and look about her, and again, looks like she can cover some ground in the pasture in terms of the way she gets out and moves. The black heifer's extra fresh. She just doesn't have enough internal dimension, doesn't stay quite as collected when you ask her to get out and travel, but she's a good, useful kind of a female. She got into a big, tough class. That red heifer that will come out next, she's got lots to her, just a chunk in terms of mass and body and capacity. For me, we need to make her a little more refined, a little more feminine, just a little more ladylike up and through her front end. Then a pair of American influenced heifers to close the class. And as you would expect, they're both sound, they're both very useful. They just don't have quite some of the extra pizzazz we find in some cattle on up the line, but still very functional females here to close the class. Nice grouping of AOBs.
We're in the next class. Please announce names or start early.
We need entry number 57 in Class 9 Simmental, please. Entry 57, Class 9 Simmental to the scales. Main Anjou, you will follow the AOBs. Main Anjou will show immediately following AOBs. Dr. Bloomberg, do you have the mic?
Here's a class that's really interesting to sort, and I wouldn't argue with you. You could go a number of ways in these top 2 or 3 females. Whoever that wins this class for me does so just because of her quality and her overall makeup and design. Here's a heifer that's certainly very, very cowy in her makeup. She's got a lot of shape to her when you get behind her. I like her up over her top and the way she goes away from me. She can give you about 3 or 4 different looks in this class. Sometimes you think that she's a real cowy, deep-bodied, real sound one, and other times you wonder if she's got enough grow and enough length of body to her. When it comes right down to it and you study her weight per day of age and the way that she's made, I think she does. And I think that's a heifer that could be extremely competitive on down the line. I just like the way that that one's made. Here comes a heifer here in second that's certainly longer bodied. I like the length and extension of this one. I like her up over her top line and the added length that she has up over her hip. When you compare her to the heifer that won the class, I just don't know if there's a near enough middle in this heifer in relation to her frame size compared to that heifer that just left the ring. Then we come with a female here in third that's certainly nice, balanced, good profiling sort of female. She's extremely long and level in her lines. Heifer that wants to just get a little bolder up in her shoulder, a touch tighter up in through her shoulder as she goes, and maybe needs a little bit more depth of rib and body as you compare to the heifer that just left the ring. Real long-bodied one again here that's very correct in terms of her top line. I like the way this heifer holds her top on the move as well. Female is long and level out of her hip. She just runs out of power down in her lower portion of her body as you compare to the heifers that just left the ring. She wants to get a little narrower gauged and doesn't strike quite as nice of a profile from that standpoint because of the way her hind legs constructed as you compare to the heifer that just left the ring. And you come with the heifer here that's nice made in terms of her overall makeup. She just doesn't have quite enough power and performance as you compare to the heifer that just left the ring. Then you come with a couple cattle here that complete the class. Certainly fundamentally they're very nice. They just don't have quite the balance and overall eye appeal that we see in the cattle just above them.
Another nice grouping of females and a really nice blue roan heifer to lead off this class. Really dimensional as you study her all the way through. Got a nice sweep to her cage. A female that's still really fresh in terms of her condition. I like the way she gets out and moves as you watch her from the side. You watch her go right from behind, and she'll want to pull her hock together, and she'll get outside of herself just a bit, but I still think meets her track well. She's adequate in terms of the way she still gets off of that hind leg. Nice up and through her front end, nice up in the angle of her shoulder. She's dynamite when she stands still. Heifer that comes next is really extended from the profile, got a nice look up through her front end, good teat quality as well. Not the internal capacity and dimension we find in the heifer that starts off the class, maybe just a little more parallel in her underline as we compare her, not quite as soft in her flank, but a good heifer, very useful in terms of the way she's made. Good Brahman heifer to come in 3. I'd like to change her hind leg, but I think this female has a little more cow power to her as we compare her to the tiger stripe that closes the class. A little bigger out through her hip, a little bolder sprung in the way she's made. You could tweak the way she travels there from behind, gets a little shorter in her step. And the female that closed the class, going to be an easy keeping kind, soft middled, deep in her flank, really loose in terms of the way she goes structurally. Just need to stouten her up a bit and balance her up a little nicer as you study her from the side, but a good female.
Placings in Class 10 AOBs. First is entry number 51, Udell Gossip Girl, exhibited by Veda Vicklin, Longmont, Colorado. Second in the class, number 48, MCC Miss 6, exhibited by Morgan Wagner, Canton, Illinois. Third in the class is entry number 52 and is exhibited by Kendall Leonard, Fortville, Indiana. Fourth, entry number 53, exhibited by Bryce Hayden, Lowell, Indiana. Fifth in the class is entry 49 and is exhibited by Michael Poole, Kemar, Maryland. Sixth place, entry number 50, exhibited by Kyle Piccione, Burbank, Ohio. Seventh, entry number 44, exhibited by Amanda Kosel of Derrickville, Michigan. Eighth in the class is entry number 47, shown by Carson Barnard of Wabash, Indiana. Placing ninth, entry number 67, exhibited by Logan Hebert of Abbeville, Louisiana. 10th in the class, entry number 64, exhibited by J.C. Roussel, Lake Charles, Louisiana. 10th in the class, no, that was 10th. Congratulations.
Jimmy, for class 12 Simmental, we need entries 67, 70, 72, 73, and 74.
All Class 12 Simmentals to the scales, please. Class 12 Simmentals to the scales.
Jimmy, do you know what number?
Placings in Class 8 Junior Simmental Show. First in the class is entry number 53, TF4 Blaze of Glory D213, exhibited by Connor Travis, Olney, Illinois. Second, entry number 48, Everhart Star 22D, exhibited by Kyle McMullen, Rockville, Indiana. Third in the class was number 49, exhibited by Aniston Bolding, Maplesville, Alabama. Placing fourth is entry 51, exhibited by Michaelin Helmke of New Philadelphia, Ohio. Fifth place, entry 47, exhibited by Kaylee Porter, Jackson, Michigan. Placing sixth was entry number 50 and was exhibited by Andrew Fornoff of Kilburn, Illinois. Seventh in the class, entry number 53, exhibited by Kennedy Clark, Greencastle, Indiana. Congratulations.
Can you call all first place?
All first place AOBs to the makeup ring, please. First place in Class 11 AOBs is entry number 55, Saul Stockman's Flavor, exhibited by Stuart Skiles, Dalhart, Texas. Second, entry number 57, STJR Just Peachy 23C ET, exhibited by Austin Hunker, Bellevue, Ohio. Third in the class is entry number 63, exhibited by Fallon Pisance of Rentford, Louisiana. Fourth in the class, entry number 65, exhibited by Caleb Styron of Lake Charles, Louisiana. Congratulations.
Well, a nice set again here of these fall yearlings. Really a nice effort to lead off the class. This is a moderate frame, deep-bodied female, and I like her really good as she gets out and goes. Great cushion to her posture, and I like the way she drives off both ends of her skeleton. A bit more body in her as we compare her, and a little more moderate in her frame than the heifer that comes in second. I don't think she'll require quite as much supplement to maintain, but she's a good, useful type female that's very functional. A little bigger statured heifer to come in second, and with that, she's a little bigger as you get up on top of her in terms of upper rib shape and out through her hip. A little straighter off the edge of her shoulder and a little tighter there on her hind leg. I didn't see her having quite the softness in her flank, but a nice kind of a female in terms of power and performance. Like those things about her extremely well. Then we come back to a more moderate framed heifer here in third that's deep ribbed, a lot of utility. She's a little plainer as you study her from the profile, maybe not quite as much to her when you get right behind her compared to the top two cattle, but still really useful in her type and kind, very functional, going to be a moderate, easy keeping kind of a cow that I think is really, really useful.
May non-Jew junior heifer exhibitors, your show will start at 10 a.m. Placings in Class 12 AOBs. First is entry number 66, Miss 4S Jordan Success, exhibited by Darren Scriber of Somerville, Louisiana. Second in the class, entry number 60, JDH Lady Manso 102, exhibited by Madison Pleasant. And third in the class is entry number 58, exhibited by Trace Morrow, Bernice, Louisiana. Congratulations.
Here's a really, really tough class, and I think these top 3 or 4 heifers could go a number of ways, and I'll be the first one to admit to you, this heifer that wins this class, I'm not in love with the way that she moves in terms of her structure. But I don't know what you can really beat her with when it comes right down to it. From the standstill, this heifer's got by far the most to her, the most shape, the most rib, the most volume, the most weight per day of age. And when it comes right down to it, she's not horrible in terms of her structure. I just wish that she moved a touch better, and it'd be simply easy for me to use that heifer to win this class. But a heifer that I like enough on the standstill and enough to go ahead and win this class. Here's a female that comes here in second that you can contemplate using this heifer over her just because of her soundness and her overall structure. When you really start to study this heifer, I'm just not sure she has enough mid-rib and enough behind her shoulders to compete with that heifer just above her. But a heifer that I like very well in terms of her soundness and her overall design. Next heifer that comes up in line, I like her depth of rib and her body perhaps more than the heifer that just left the ring. I see her being a touch more cowy down in her lower rib, and a heifer that when you set her in motion, she does fairly well on the move. I'd like to change her up in her tail head quite a bit if I could, just level her out a touch in terms of her tail head and the way that her hip is constructed as I compare to the heifer that just left the ring. The heifer that comes in next is very nice in terms of that. Very, very good in her top line. I love this heifer up in her top from her shoulders, back in through her hip, and her tail head's laid in extremely well. Here's a heifer that for me gets into some trouble in the lower portion of her body. She just wants to go away a touch too narrow for me, gets a little bit stiff in her hock, just doesn't have quite the balance and overall eye appeal that we see in the cattle just above her. Here's a real nice maid sort of female that comes here next, maybe a touch more terminal in terms of her look. Heifer that's a bit too hard for me here today. She's got a ton of muscle. I'd just like to change the way that she's designed a bit if I could off her hind leg in terms of her structure. The heifer that comes in next is certainly balanced, nice. She's got some eye appeal and some design. When you get off to the side of this one, I just don't see enough rear rib, enough flank, and I'd like to see her have quite a bit more dimension as I compare to the cattle really on either side of her, because this heifer that comes next is probably a touch bolder up in her upper rib and back in through her hip. I like the way that she is up in her pins. This heifer, for me, just has some serious structure issues. I'd like to free her up on both ends of her skeleton if I could. Then we come with a heifer that completes the class that maybe is a touch sounder than the heifer that just left the ring. She just doesn't have enough lower rib, enough volume for me to compete with the cattle above her today.
Placings in Class 9 of the Junior Scimitar Show. First is entry number 63, Meadow Springs Miss 640D, exhibited by Sophia Royer, West Point, Indiana. Second in the class, number 55, STCC/CLPP Knockout 6001, exhibited by Cameron Clapp of Montezuma, Indiana. Third in the class is entry number 65 and is exhibited by Corey Lane, Rensselaer, Indiana. Placing fourth, entry number 57, exhibited by Cody Maxwell, Valparaiso, Indiana. Fifth in the class is number 60 and is exhibited by Glennis McGurk, Kingman, Indiana. Placing sixth, entry number 66, shown by Colt Thomas, Meadowview, Virginia. Seventh in the class is entry number 59 and is exhibited by Kerrigan Bartram of Kokomo, Indiana. Eighth, entry number 58, exhibited by Kaylin Randall, Delphi, Indiana. Congratulations. Now showing for Division II champion in the Scimitar Junior Heifer Show.
In this division of the Simmental show, I think we got 3 individuals out here that are very, very nice in terms of their type and kind. The heifer that won that first class, here's one for me that you could sort of open up the book in terms and talk about her depth of rib, her body, her soundness, her structure, just the way that she's made. I think the heifer is awfully good, and when you get behind her, she's certainly got enough shape to her. She's very feminine, strikes a nice pose from the side. And like I said in class, if you want to get really, really picky about this one, she's got just a bit of chest that wants to stick out there and sort of throws her off balance when you look at her up in through her front third. But, man, this heifer from the standstill and probably on the go is where she really excels the rest of the division. I really like the way this heifer is made in terms of her soundness and her overall structure. The heifer that won that second class, here's a real medium-sized sort of heifer. She can strike a lot of different poses. When you look at her right here, I really like this female. I like the way that she balances up from the side. I like her depth of rib, her body, her overall expression, and just boldness to her design is where this heifer really excels. And she's good in terms of her structure. She might be just a little bit tight in her lower ankles, but not bad, not bad. This heifer moves pretty well. If I was going to change her a bit, I'd like to just lengthen her out a touch and give her a little bit more size and scale. Then I think that heifer becomes ultra competitive if you could do that. The heifer that won that last class, here's one that does have that extra mass and extra size and scale and a bit more performance as you compare to the heifer just above her. Here's a heifer that I really like the way she's shaped. I like the way she's made out of her hip and her overall just expression and muscle shape and balance. This heifer for me, and the more I watch her out here, she's just not sound enough off that hind leg here for me today. She wants to get a little bit too long and narrow in her feet, and I just like to free her up in terms of her overall design and the way that she goes, but I really like that heifer on a standstill a tremendous amount. So when it comes right down to it, the decision for this division is fairly easy for me. Reserve is going to be a bit more challenging, but this heifer right here in front of me is going to win the division. I'll bring in the second and take a look for reserve.
Let's give our AOB exhibitors a nice round of applause, if you would. This has been a very, very good show. At times, we looked at lots of different types within the classes, and I think that's a good thing because, you know, good cattle come in different shapes and sizes, and some of these breeds have different responsibilities as you take them to breeding programs. And I saw my dad earlier. Today's his 61st birthday, and he told me a long time ago, you just raise the ones that you can sell. And I think all these cattle you could sell. And I'm not going to end up with 2 heifers that are exactly the same type and kind, but I don't apologize for that because I think it's our job as a judge to find the best 2 and not just a certain type. And I think there's 2 heifers out here that certainly fit what I like, and they're very different, but I think they're both really, really good. I am not a big calf user unless I'm showing a calf that I think needs to get a piece of a show, and that's the only time that I like calves. But this is a good heifer calf out of Class 4, and I think she certainly would be a contender. As you look at her, I think she's going to have a tremendous future to her. I think when you have big breds that are good, it's hard to wedge a calf in there, but I think she'd make you think about it because she's so good from the side. She's so good in her skeleton. I think she's a female that's got a bright, bright future. And we get on down the line, we've got some really good heifers that I thought fit the type that I liked, and we had some respective classes that were a little tougher than others. I think, though, as you get down to the heifer with the 51 in her harness there, that's a contender just in terms of her build, her athleticism. You study her from the side, she's really got a great look about her. You know, she doesn't have as much to her as you get right behind her and study her in terms of rib shape, width out through her pins. Really, of those 3 that are in contention, the calf, her, and the heifer behind her, I think she may be the narrowest. But her build is so good. Her skeletal quality is impeccable. I love the way she gets out and travels. And I often tell my judging team it's easy to be sound when you don't have as much power and substance. And she gives up a little of that. But you sure like her look, her balance, and her symmetry, and a well-presented heifer as well. The Blue Roan heifer is just really stout and really opened up all the way through. On the stand, it's hard to make them like she is in terms of the shape of her body, the sweep she has to her cage, and still, when you feed cattle, it's hard to keep their chest up in them like she is, and she's still really fresh. She gets a little outside of herself, no question about it, but she still meets her stride. As you study her from the side, I don't think her getting a little outside of herself is going to affect her a whole lot as a cow. She's wider based, no question. She's got a lot of dimension to her. You just have to decide if you want to give a little bit on structure there from behind. But these are three really good heifers. That's not taking anything away from the other cattle out here, because I think there's some awful good ones, but those are the three that kind of surface themselves for me. So I'm going to go get you a pair of champions, a nice division of AOBs. My compliments to the exhibitors. Appreciate the North Americans selecting me as one of the judges here for the junior show. We'll keep the day rolling along. I know we got a lot of cattle to judge, but let's give them again a good round of applause. We'll go get you a couple champions.
Congratulations to the Division II champion in the Simmental Show, entry number 43, S&S BT Sarah's Honey 615D, exhibited by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. And congratulations to the reserve, entry number 53, TF4 Blaze of Glory D213, exhibited by Connor Travis, Olney, Illinois. Congratulations to the champion junior heifer in the AOB show, entry number 55, Saul Stockman's Flavor, exhibited by Stuart Skiles, Dalhart, Texas.
Over here in the Simmental Show, we got a division of bred and owned cattle, and there's some give and take here. I think you could sort these a number of ways. The red heifer that comes out there, fundamentally, she's really nice. She's got a lot of depth of rib and body. She's very cowy in terms of her overall design. And when you analyze her in terms of structure amongst these three, she probably moves the best as well. I like her the best up in her shoulder and the way that she goes off her hind leg. The heifer that's just behind her, a long, very long female. You like the length up over her top and back in through her hip. She just doesn't have quite as much depth of rib and body as compared to the cattle on either side of her. Then the heifer that certainly has the most weight per day and performance and overall mass is the heifer that's back here in the third hole right now. Female is very nice in terms of that, and I like her a tremendous amount on the standstill. When you watch this heifer go, though, she wants to get pretty tight back in her ankles and off of her hind leg. She wants to get a little twisted out there in her front end as well, and a touch too bold for me. So for me, it's challenging. There's some give and take amongst all these heifers. I'm going to go with the heifer that I see just being the most fundamentally right in terms of her design, and that's going to be this red heifer just directly in front of me. She'll win her division in the Bred and Owned show.
Congratulations to the reserve grand champion in the AOB show, entry number 51, Udell Gossip Girl, exhibited by Veda Vicklin of Longmont, Colorado.
We think the one that was marked was sent up already.
Congratulations to Division II, Best Bred and Owned, entry number 44, CJS Apple of My Eye D42, exhibited by Kramer Schneider of Georgetown, Kentucky.
Jimmy, we need entry 80 and 84 on the Simmental side.
We need Simmental entries 80 and 84 to the scales, please. Simmental entries 80 and 84 to the scales. We need AOB best bred and owns, AOB bred and owned to show for best bred and owned of the AOB show, please. All AOB best bred and owns. We need those first classes of main onjues to the scales, please. First classes of main onju to the scales. Your show will start at 10 a.m.
Jimmy, we still need 80 and 84 on the Scimitar side.
Scimitar entries 80 and 84. Scimitar entries 80 and 84 to the scales, please. Last call. Scimitar entries 80 and 84 to the scales, please.
Jimmy, can you do a last call for AOB bred and owned?
AOB entries 5 and 44. 5 and 44. Best bred and owned. Last call.
We come to the selection of our champion AOB heifer, and again, think back to these cattle, they were still pretty competitive within their classes, and this is a good, useful type set of females. Again, this is probably as important of a selection as we have all day because they made mating decisions years in advance to get these cattle bred and owned by the exhibitor. So I appreciate the work and dedication that it takes because, growing up we had to raise our own for the most part as well. And that's the way I think that the junior program is. What's so great about it is they can use these heifers as avenues for their breeding program. So our champion selection to me is pretty easy. I really like this heifer. I liked her in her class, and I still think I'm glad she gets to come out here and get some deserving honor. This young lady's heifer right here is going to be our champion bred and owned. Congratulations to her.
If there's an intern available over there, we can use one more person to help with numbers and steer time in.
Congratulations to the best bred known in the AOB show, entry number 38, Painter's Kelly 09C, exhibited by Brandy Painter of Hebron, Ohio.
We're switching things up just a little bit over here in the Simmental show so the viewers can see a bit better and at home as well on the camera. So we're going to line up things just a little bit different. But in this class, we have a red heifer that comes to the top for me fairly handily. She's just very feminine in her overall design, real cowy in her look. I like the depth and sweep and shape that she has to her rib. She's just real smooth, blending from end to end. She doesn't move perfect off of her hind leg, but I think in relation to the rest of the class, I like the way this heifer moves fairly well. I just think a real complete one to win this class. Here comes a heifer next. It's certainly maybe you got to touch more shape to her. I think she's got a bit more shape up in through her top and back in through her hip. She's a bit wider at her pins and probably has a touch more bone. This heifer just wants to get a little too straight off her hind leg as well and just doesn't want to go quite as well. She's a touch stiffer than the heifer that wins the class. The same goes for this next heifer. I like this heifer on the standstill quite a lot. I really, really like the correctness of the top line of this heifer. Look how she holds her top as she goes and how level she is out of her hip and wide in her pins. This heifer gets into some trouble for me on both ends of her skeleton as well. The way that she wants to move, I'd like to change that quite a bit as I compare to the cattle above her. Here's a heifer that's a touch sounder in her makeup as we compare to the heifer just above her. Here's a heifer that's got some slope to her shoulder. She really gets out and goes nice off of her hind leg. She just doesn't have enough to her. She just wants to get a touch too flat for me here today. I'd like to give her a little more center rib and dimension. Here's a real medium-sized heifer that's very, very nice in terms of the way she's made. I like the shape and the sweep that she has to her rib cage. She's very nice in terms of the way she's made. She just doesn't have enough gas in her as you compare to the cattle just above her. I'd like to see a touch more weight per day of age and performance in that one. And a real long-bodied one that's a bit framier than the heifer that's leaving the ring, and I like that about her, a touch more extension. She just doesn't have the overall balance and eye appeal, not quite the shape that I see in the heifers just in front of her.
Placings in Class 12 Junior Simmental Show. First is entry number 76, STRFRP Camille C074, exhibited by A.K. Phillips, Maysville, Kentucky. Second in the class, entry number 70, STCC Bases Loaded 5177, exhibited by Mackenzie Stottmiller of Dayton, Pennsylvania. Third in the class is entry number 74, exhibited by Jarrett Morris, that's Jarrett Morris, Alexander, Indiana. Fourth, entry number 73, shown by Tucker Swain, Murray, Kentucky. Fifth in the class is entry number 72 and is exhibited by Kaylee Hoffman, Jasper, Indiana. Placing sixth, entry number 69, shown by Mackenzie Martin, Taylorsville, Kentucky. Congratulations. For all you Eastern Junior and Adult Simmental breeders, the 7th Annual AJSA Eastern Regional Embryo Fund and Funding Auction and Lunch will be held Saturday, that's today, November the 12th, at about 2 o'clock. They'll be serving you pizza there. It'll be at the West Hall, W3 of the Kentucky Expo Center. There's some great Eastern Regional Champions embryos and semen and other fantastic items of value that will be auctioned off to help support their AJSA Eastern Regional Youth Classic. 4 $50 credits at Feeder Supply will be drawn for those juniors present at the auction. If you have any questions, you can contact Dr. Fred Swain for details at 502-599-4560 or Frederick Swain at bellsouth.net. We invite all you Eastern juniors to come and have some fun and lunch and help raise funds for the Junior Eastern Regional Classics. The lunch will be provided by Hudson Pines Farm.
In this class, we have a heifer that I think just excels everything in terms of her overall makeup and design. I mean, she's one that when she hits the ring, you got to look at her and you got to like the way that she's presented. Not only that, but then when you really study this female, the way she's made as well. Very, very nice up on her front end. And that's probably where she really excels this class and maybe some others as well up in her front end. I really like the way this heifer goes and stays real true up there. Just a real nice made heifer to win this class and a tremendous amount of quality. Then we come with two heifers that are next that are relatively similar in terms of their overall design. In my eyes, both of these heifers are about the same in terms of their size, about the same in terms of their overall makeup. I see just a touch more rib shape, touch more cowiness in terms of the belly and the sweep of this heifer that goes in second. I'd like to change her up on her front end just a little bit. She wants to get a touch twisted up, and so does the heifer that comes next. So I don't think there's much of a decision there. I just see the heifer in second having enough more to her to go ahead and be there. Then we come with two heifers that are going to complete this class that just don't quite have as much depth of rib and middle to them, but they're both heifers that have some balance and eye appeal, not just a real throwaway female in this class. I think all these heifers have a lot of quality. Again, just not quite as much depth of rib and body as we compare them to the two just above them.
Now showing for Division III champion in the Junior Simmental Show. First place in the Junior Simmentals in Class 13 is entry number 83, DUCH Pandemonium, exhibited by Tucker Bayer of Ringgold, Wisconsin. Second in the class, entry number 80, ET She's Calypso, Calypsa C535, exhibited by Drew Bookshire of Winder, Georgia. Placing third in the class is entry number 78, exhibited by Gibson Priest, Cartersville, Georgia. Fourth, entry number 84, shown by Megan Brown, Roanoke, Alabama. Fifth in the class, entry number 82, exhibited by Riley Martin, Taylorsville, Kentucky. Congratulations. Main Anjou exhibitors, we need those first classes of Main Anjou across the scales, please. Class 2, 3, and 4 to the scales, please. Main Anjou.
Well, this is by far the toughest decision I've had to make yet today, for sure. A lot of times, for me, out in these classes, the big things place it. And here, for me, the little things are going to place this one because we got two cattle that are very, very high quality cattle that are very similar in terms of the way they're made, yet they're quite a bit different in other aspects as well. But in terms of just quality, these heifers are both very, very good, and ones that I liked a lot to win their classes, and you get them back out here, and it's tough. It really is. The red heifer I really like in terms of her freshness and the way that she's made. This heifer's very, very nice in her lower rib, and I like her just a touch better in her rear rib and flank as I do the heifer just behind her. But a female that when you study her on the move, she gets just a little bit stiffer up in her shoulders and doesn't want to go quite as well as the heifer behind her, although she's a little bit more alert, so she wants to travel just a little freer. It's just the difference in terms of the way these heifers are in terms of their attitude. This next heifer's constructed really nice. She's just kind of a slower moving kind of heifer, but I like the way that she's made. So I think it's very, very close. The heifer that, the black heifer just behind her, you like her in terms of her overall length of body and extension as you compare her to the heifer just above her. I like the way her neck comes up out of the top side of her shoulder just a little better. She runs uphill just a touch better than the heifer just ahead of her, as you can see in her neck-shoulder junction and how she goes there. The thing I really like about this one is how true she is on her front shoulder and how she comes at you. You don't see her twisting out, and you don't see her rolling her feet over, and she's real comfortable on the move. I like the set that she has to her hind leg. I think that this is very, very competitive, and when it comes right down to it, I'm going to go with the heifer. I see just a touch more eye appeal, a touch more look and length of body in the black heifer. She's going to be your division champion here today, and you'll be reserved. Congratulations to both of you. Very, very nice heifers.
Ready to begin our main Anjou show. Judging our mains today is Dr. Ryan Rathman from Lubbock, Texas. Dr. Rathman's associate professor and the John and Doris Jones professorship holder at Texas Tech University. He's coached 8 national champion livestock judging teams and 5 national champion meat animal evaluation teams. He's judged shows in some 30 states as well as internationally. He and his wife Kayla have 2 daughters, Kinley 7 and Carly 5. We're pleased to have Dr. Rathman placing our mains here at the 2016 North American International Livestock Expo. Division III champion in the Junior Simmental Show is entry number 83, DUCH Pandemonium, exhibited by Tucker Bayer, Ringgold, Wisconsin. And the reserve is entry number 76, STFRP Camille C074, exhibited by A.K. Phillips, Maysville, Kentucky. Congratulations. If you've lost a hotel key, one has been turned in at the Scimitar Scales. You can check back there to pick it up.
Well, most of the time when these single entries come out, you say they could stand a lot of competition, and this one really could. I mean, this heifer is extremely well made, real nice profiling female. I like her length of body and her extension. I really like the way this heifer's made out of her hip and through her tail head. Very sound in terms of her structure. Just a really nice heifer to win this class.
Winning Class 16 in the Junior Scimitar Show is entry number 85, SVJ First Lady C20, exhibited by Kelsey Jurgowicz of Norfolk, Connecticut. Congratulations. Class 17 Scimitars, to the scales, please. We need main Anjou junior heifers to the scales, please. Main Anjou junior heifers to the scales.
Well, good morning. Really a pleasure to be with y'all. Looking forward to a great couple of days here in our Junior Heifer Show. We're here in the High Percent main show and just kicking off. We've got a pair of tremendously nice, very progressive May heifer calves, and they couldn't be more different in terms of their maturity patterns. The female that I've elected to go with out front is obviously going to end up being just a little bit more moderate in terms of her size. That's not necessarily why I used her. I like her better at the ground. A female has got a bit more spread between her toes and traveling the cattle away. Probably stays just a nickel square at her base and a little more honest in terms of her width there at the ground. When I get to the side of her, probably like to lengthen her just a notch in terms of her hip structure, but a female that still proportions out really balanced, and a female that's really stout from the ground up in terms of just her footwork and her bone size, matches her body cavity, and she's obviously got a little bit more rib and flesh today. Macy's coming around here in second. Macy, I thought you did just a marvelous job, young lady. You do a nice job there at the end of that halter. This heifer that you've got is a little later maturing. It's going to take a while, I think, before her maturity pattern allows her to body down enough to really match her frame. But really love the quality of this female, her strength of lines, her squareness widths and length of hip. Female's got a great look out through her front end. You compliment her well. Female that strides pretty reasonable from the side, going away maybe from a 3/4 shot. Like to square her down to her base just a little bit more genuine and free her up just a notch, spread her just a bit more in terms of her toe spread. But nice pair of cattle, good way to start our show.
Class 18 Scimitars to the scales, please. Class 18 Scimitars to the scales. Placings in Class 1, main Anjou. First, entry number 2, GOF Dove, exhibited by Ramsey Nagel, Royal Crown Show Cattle, Fountain City, Indiana. And second in the class, entry number 1, Butt Devon 3, exhibited by Macy Banter, Eaton, Indiana. Congratulations.
Well, we've just got one single entry here in our second class, mid-April female. This young man does a nice job. This female is still a little juvenile in terms of her behavior and cooperation here. And for the young man, she's settling down now. And when she does settle and relax and get right on her top line, boy, she comes together pretty nice. She's got a lot of style from the side. She's high in her neck attachment. She's good in her chest floor relative to her flank. And feet and leg structure-wise, she's built pretty square off her front end and meets her stride from the side. Going away maybe brings her hock in just ever so slightly. She's awfully powerful, could stretch her muscle pattern maybe just a nickel, but really a nice prospect here in our April class.
Winning Class 2 in the main Anjou show is entry number 5. That's BEAJ Louise, exhibited by Bo Johnson, Gallipolis, Ohio. Congratulations. We need Scimitar entry 105, Scimitar entry 105 to the scales, please. Scimitar entry 105 to the scales. Simmental exhibitors, they are currently weighing for Class 21, so if you're in Class 21, be sure and get your animal over there immediately, please.
Well, rolling along here into our March class, three really nice young heifer prospects that have a nice, bright future. And I encourage y'all to just keep working hard with them and manage them. I think they're going to make nice show females and good set of cows in the long run. The heifer that I'm putting out here in the front of the class is one that just draws up with the most maternal look, in my opinion, from the side. She's a female that, when I compare back to the young man's really stout-ended heifer there in second, just has a bit more elegance out through her front 1/3. She's a little cleaner and just leaner in terms of her neck set and shallower there in her chest relative to sweeping back with a pretty good turn to her mid-body. A female that's a little longer in her muscle pattern, and for me, one that's got beautiful angles from the side in terms of function. She maybe can't match that heifer in second in regards to just how bold that female in second, the young man, has turns out of the top side of her skeleton. That's a really bold-bodied, big top, thick-ended female coming around here. It's got a lot of natural performance about her, and I do like those characteristics about her. This female maybe drops her pin set a little bit naturally when she's not collected. She's really stout bone, but maybe could increase her just a bit in terms of just toe spread at the ground. Female is maybe just not quite as elite out to the front 1/3 of her body as that leadoff heifer, but a nice female there. And second, the Brockle heifer here we've got in third. Told the young lady a nice female. You know, she's not maybe wanting to relax and settle down, and so it makes her draw up in her rib cage and back to her flank even more than what she probably naturally does. I'm sure she's just going to need a few more trips out to fill out in terms of her rib and capacity to be more competitive. A female that I read, sound in terms of how she meets her stride. A female could just maybe go a little square from behind.
Okay, at the top end of this class, we have three heifers that are very, very good in terms of quality, and they are very different in terms of the way they're made. And when you sort right down, start studying the big things and what really matters. And in this particular class, this red heifer just comes to the top. She's got the most mid-rib. She's very, very nice in terms of that. She's good structured. When you get behind her, this heifer's got a lot to her. In fact, when I first looked at her, I thought maybe she was too stout and is going to be one of those that sort of walks outside of her skeleton and she's just got too much to her, and she really doesn't. This heifer, actually, when you look at her from the side, you wonder if she has enough to her. She's very, very nice in terms of her condition. She's really fresh. The heifer just behind her, maybe a touch nicer in her neck for sure, and I like that about her. But after that, I like this red heifer about as well as any of them for sure, and I just like the fundamentals, the soundness, the structure, the overall balance and eye appeal that she has. This heifer that's coming here next is a show heifer in every sense of the word, and she is fit to a T, and she looks really nice out here. For me, at times, this heifer just looks a touch round and a touch steery in her makeup. For me, she's a touch tubular in terms of her rib cage, really, as you compare her to the heifers on either side of her. I'd like to see her have a little more depth and sweep to her rib just by nature as you compare her to those cattle. The heifer just behind her has the depth of rib in the body as you compare to the heifer in front of her, and that's why it made this a close decision. This one here wants to get a little lazy when she stops, and she wants to get a touch down-headed, and then she wants to come up in her top quite a bit, and I'd like to relax her in her spine. The young lady does a heck of a job showing her, and she knows that that's the problem with that heifer because she's constantly trying to loin her down, and when she does get her loin down, she looks really, really good. The heifer that comes here next, here's another one that's got a lot of stuff to her. Here's a heifer that's got a lot of shape up over her top and back in through her hip. I like the width of her pins. As you compare to the cattle just above her, I just don't see quite the soundness, quite the freshness as I do in the heifers just above her. Then we come with the heifer here next. It's made really nice. She's probably got a touch more condition. She's really soft over her rib, and I like that about her. The heifer wants to get a touch weak in her loin and unfortunately just ran into some pretty stiff competition. This is a really, really tough class. Here's a heifer that's real moderate in terms of her makeup and design. I like that about her, but a female that, again, just wants to get a touch stiffer off the move as you compare her to the heifers at the top end of this class. Then we come with a couple heifers here at the end that just don't have quite the balance and eye appeal and overall quality as we see in the cattle just above them. Certainly useful kind of cattle, though, in their own right.
Placings in Class 3, Junior Main Anjou's first is entry number 8, CRLL Miss Denali, exhibited by McKenna Striegel of Moravia, Iowa. Second in the class, entry number 10, BUT Dorsia 2, exhibited by Cade Banter, Eaton, Indiana. And third in the class, entry number 42, exhibited by Madison Webster, Elise, Michigan. Congratulations. Placings in Class 17, Junior Scimitars. First is entry number 93, ECSSTL Chick Crush 526C, exhibited by Caden Tanner, Elgin, Texas. Second in the class, number 86, R Miss Perfection 15C, exhibited by Taylor Duckett, New Liberty, Iowa. Third in the class is entry number 90 and was exhibited by Allie Muir, Waynesfield, Ohio. Placing fourth, entry 88, exhibited by Kayla Fogg, Rushville, Indiana. Fifth in the class, number 91, exhibited by Megan Clark, Grand Mound, Iowa. Placing sixth was entry 87 and was exhibited by Raylene Frame of Zanesville, Ohio. Seventh, entry number 92, exhibited by Kaylee Hoffman, Jasper, Indiana. Eighth in the class, entry number 89, exhibited by Keller Metzger of Williamsburg, Pennsylvania. Congratulations.
All right, well, two February females here. Start Feb 20th, female on the top end of this class. These two cattle are totally different. I think they're really nice. I don't know that either one of them just perfect structure, and I'd change them up a little bit there. But the female I'm going to start the class with, the female that of the pairs maybe not got as much performance, but in going away she could be squared up and more coordinated. But from the side, when you pull her lines together, she's pretty strong, she's pretty even. Her neck comes pretty good up out of her shoulder when she's not kind of holding her head up like that. But this female, I think in terms of slope of shoulder, angles down through her knee and her front pasterns, maybe just a little more desirable. Maybe just a shot more spread in her toes, but she does get a little flatter footed there off her heel. But a nice thick-ended, moderate type female. It's got some body about her. Visited with the young man here in second, said this is the first time this female's been out. She's kind of acting that way, and I told him, when this female just calms down and is not quite as nervous, then maybe her structure will look just a little bit more palatable. Today here in the ring, she looks a bit tight in her loin, a little tighter in her flank, and just a little more upright and vertical to her shoulder. The way she goes out of her hind leg, maybe not quite as functional, but she's big-ended and she's long-bodied and she's got a great look. A female that's got some real value to her.
Placings in Class 4, Junior Main Anjou. First is entry number 14, TEF Hazel, exhibited by Eric Dunphy of Belmont, Ohio. Second in the class, entry number 13, ML Miss Cali 2D, exhibited by Ethan Paulin of Trafalgar, Indiana. Congratulations. Scimitar entries 118 and 120. Scimitar entries 118 and 120 to the scales, please. Scimitar entries 118 and 120 to the scales. Scimitar entry 124 to the scales, please. Scimitar entry 124 to the scales.
Well, we had a nice offering of spring calves here in our main show. That just to discuss them very briefly, and I think they all deserve some comments. The female that won that first class, May Heifer, she's a female. It's a little stretched there right now, but a female that's from the ground up, but just really functional. She's good-footed. If you have an opportunity to get up close to the cattle, I think one of the better-footed cattle in the group out here. A female that's really bold in her body cavity and stout in her pin set. Certainly a female that draws up maybe just a little bit shorter in terms of her hip length, and her eventual cow size will be pretty moderate, pretty practical, just a matter of kind of where you want them. But her pace in terms of growth is actually pretty good in terms of just her level of performance as you compare back to a few heifers out here that we're comparing her to. But really a nice functional female. Young man, your April heifer calf one that's got a great look. She's got a lot of turn and shape to her body cavity and really stout pin to the point where maybe it ties in her just a nickel shorter. We'd like to square her up just a bit and maybe get her out and see her grab her stride. Just a nickel more athletic. I think standing there is certainly a female that reads very functional, but a female that maybe shuffles just a nickel more when we get them in motion. Young lady, your March heifer one that is a little longer headed, and with that, it's just a little later maturing. I think it'll be some time before she's the real leader in regards to just upper rib shape or stoutness of pin. But where I like this female is just her feet and leg structure from the side. She's got good cushion built in off both ends. She's maternal in the sweep to her ribs, super feminine, attractive in her pattern and long in her muscle. Just a beautiful female there in terms of just those maternal pieces. And then the February female there at the end, really thick-ended. She's strong-topped. Female that's good-bodied. Female lays in pretty good in terms of the blend to her blade. Female that, if I were going to change her up, probably just pace her a little bit more in terms of grow and just keep her a little more together in terms of squareness, a hock, and coordination off of her rear, too. Maybe just like to see her a little deeper in terms of her heel depth and I get it behind her, but being pretty critical of an awfully nice one. So, very strong lineup. I think there could be several favorites. Personally, I like this March heifer calf to win this division. We're going to go ahead and pull you out and give this young lady a nice round of applause, if y'all don't mind. Young man coming across here did a great job. This heifer's maybe not quite as refined in her feature up through her chest and her throat and her head as that female out in front that beat him in class, but she's super stout. She's got a big pin set. Just need to balance her just a nickel better there from the side in terms of throat and chest relative to her rib and flank sits, but really a nice female as well. I think as you break the cattle down, my bias is a little bit towards foot quality and structure. That's where I like the May heifer out front. So, young lady, we're going to bring that May heifer out and give her the reserve slot. Congratulations to you.
Division I champion in the Junior Main Anjou show is entry number 8, CRLL Miss Denali, exhibited by McKenna Striegel, Moravia, Iowa. And the reserve Division I champion in the Main Anjous is entry number 2, GOF Dove, exhibited by Ramsey Nagel, Royal Crown Show Cattle, Fountain City, Indiana. Congratulations.
Here's a tight class, real tough on the top end of this class, and a heifer that wins, so she's good. I mean, she's just nice in terms of her overall makeup and design. She's got a lot of shape to her. She's got enough depth to her. I think the heifer that comes in second maybe has a bit more mid-rib in her. But this heifer is just so darn good on her hip and hind leg, and the way that she goes off of her front end, she just puts all of her parts and pieces together very nice. Very, very hard to poke a hole in when you really come down, when it really comes down to it. Just a really nice heifer that's extremely well presented as well. I think what really separated these two when it came right down to it, I think this one has a bit more mid-rib in her, but she also has a touch more chest. She doesn't have quite as much bone and quite as much power underneath as the heifer does that wins the class. But here's one that's maybe a touch more cowy in terms of her makeup than the one that wins the class. She just doesn't come to us with no holes like the last class did. So that becomes fairly challenging, but I think two heifers on the top end of this class that are extremely nice. Then we come here with the heifer next. It's really long and level in terms of her makeup. I like her out of her hip. She travels really well. She just doesn't have enough center rib for me here today. today. She wants to get a touch tubular, a touch straight underneath. I'd like to see her have a touch more mid-rib and shape there. That's where the advantage is the heifer that comes next. I do like that about her somewhat. Here's a heifer that just is different in terms of her makeup. She gets a touch frailer in her bone work as I compare to the cattle just above her. She wants to have kind of that permanent set to her hind leg and just doesn't have quite as much bone and power underneath as I compare to the cattle just above her. But a real nice feminine heifer that's really pretty good in terms of her condition. She's very fresh as well. Then we come with the heifer here that's got a touch more condition on her, and you can see a bit more mid-rib in this heifer as well, especially when you see her out here on the go. You like the way that she's made in terms of her skeleton. She's probably got a touch more bone than the heifer does that just left the ring as well. This one just doesn't balance up for me quite as nice on the profile. She's got her hind legs just a little different. She wants to travel up underneath herself just a little bit. I'd like to stand her up and make her a touch more correct from her hock on down to the ground. Then we come with a heifer that's very feminine in terms of her design, and you like her mid-rib and the way that she's made as well. Here's a heifer again that just wants to get a touch tighter off her hind leg. Real moderate framed one here that's fairly stout in terms of her design. I just like to jack her up and extend her everywhere just a touch if I could. Real nice made heifer here, and I like the soundness and the structure that this heifer has. There's just not enough cattle here for me here today. And as you compare to the heifer that just leaves the ring, again, not quite the balance and eye appeal that we see in the cattle just above them.
Class 11, Maine, last call. Go ahead and call class 12.
Well, we've just got one November female here in this class, a heifer that unequivocally has a lot of substance for her age. She's big-footed, she's stout-structured, she's big-middled, she's stout-ended, she's pretty stout in terms of the reed and feature to her head. So certainly like all those attributes about her, and I think she'll make a nice practical cow. Maybe if we had to pick on her, she's got just a touch of chest down there, a little thicker set to her throat, but goes along with just how robust she is to her center skeleton. Probably more than anything, I'd probably like to just lay her back at the angle of her hock just a shot. She stands there and looks pretty good, gets out and moves maybe just a nickel more up and down there, but being picky of a really good one that's awfully powerful.
We need main Anjou entry number 24 in class 11 to the scales, please. Last call. Main Anjou entry 24 in class 11. We need class 12 main Anjous to the scales, please. Winning class 7 junior main Anjou is entry number 15, CMCC Can't Tell 5009, exhibited by Landgraf of Madill, Oklahoma. Congratulations. Placings in Class 18 Junior Simmentals. First is entry number 104, TJSC Diamonds Destin, exhibited by A.J. Grimm of Deep River, Iowa. Second in the class is entry number 96, MLJM Miss Cindy, exhibited by Morgan Leonard of Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. Third in the class, number 103, exhibited by Sidney Weisfinsky of Wyoming, Illinois. Placing fourth, entry number 101, shown by Carly Griswold, Clinton, Iowa. Fifth in the class is number 95 and exhibited by Megan Reed, Lindsay, Ohio. Placing sixth, entry number 107, shown by Dalton Bridges, Abita Springs, Louisiana. Seventh, entry number 105, exhibited by Olivia Kuhn of Peru, Indiana. Eighth in the class is entry number 98 and is exhibited by Cole Heiser of Milledgeville, Ohio. Ninth in the class, entry number 97, exhibited by Julia Bourne, Harrisburg, Louisiana. Congratulations.
Jimmy, we still need entry 118 for the Scimitars.
Scimitar entry 118, Scimitar entry 118. Last call to the scales, please.
This has been a really, really good division of cattle. We come out here and compare these. The heifer that won that first class was a single entry, and she's nice. She's very nice. She's made good. She's fundamentally very sound, and she's very fresh in terms of her overall makeup. When you get her out here and compare her to the other cattle, there's just not quite enough heifer here, and you can plainly see that the cattle around her, obviously they're a touch older too, but these cattle just have a touch more to them. I still like this red heifer a lot. Here's a heifer that, again, I think just in terms of the way she's made and the way she looks and her soundness of her structure, her depth of rib and body, and the way that she hooks all of her parts and pieces up, just a really, really nice heifer. You compare her to the heifer behind her, yeah, she's not the show heifer of the bunch, and she doesn't have the look up in through her front end, but I think everything's really nice about that female. I could see her making an excellent brew cow on down the road. The show heifer of the bunch that puts everything together from a standpoint of balance and look and bone and the presentation and everything that goes together is the heifer just behind her, and where her advantages are is up and through her front end. She's just a touch nicer in her neck, and I like her better in her chest, and doesn't have the extra skin. She's really feminine in terms of her head. Female that from there back, she goes ahead and does a lot of things right. I like her depth of rib, her body, just the way this heifer is shaped, and her overall design. Very, very sound. I really like this heifer from her hock down to the ground. So with that said, she's going to be your division champion here. I'm going to bring in the second. It was awful close there, and we'll look at those and see who's in contention for reserve. But congratulations to you. I think an awfully nice effort to win this division.
Congratulations to the division champion in the Junior Simmental Show. Entry number 104, TJSC Diamonds Destin, exhibited by A.J. Grimm, Deep River, Iowa.
Well, a pair of September females over here on the main side. A female that wins, certainly a standout when we've got the cattle parked and set up here. This female's super attractive in the way she throws her neck out of her blade, and just has a lot of substance and stoutness from the ground up to really balance up and look the part relative to her frame from her shoulder back. Underneath that big bold rib cage she's got a pretty refined set of teats in terms of how they're shaping up right now at this stage in the game, and certainly she's got a lot of power when you move in behind her. Guess if I had to pick on one that's awfully good, she may be short steps, just a shot. Like to see her cover her stride just a little longer and probably pull her pin set up and back just a bit if I could. But an awfully good female here. The heifer that we've got in second, young man, you've getting a little out of horse right here versus that female in front of you, but in her own right, this female's long-bodied, and she's a female that's pretty smooth in terms of her shoulder, and you get in behind her, she's got quite a bit of muscle shape and expression. Just need to balance her out with a bit more depth and levelness as we get off to the side of the cattle, but still a nice female, and wish you the best of luck with her down the road.
The reserve division champion in the Simmental Show is entry number 96, MLJM Miss Cindy, exhibited by Morgan Leonard, Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. And congratulations to the best bred and owned, entry number 107, MH Isabel, exhibited by Dalton Bridges, Abita Springs, Louisiana. Placings in Class 8, Junior Main Anjou. First is entry number 19, LLC BPF Miss Wessington, exhibited by Abby Collins, New Paris, Ohio. And second in the class, entry number 17, DDA Miss Lady Black 985, exhibited by Ethan Howe, Wagonton, Pennsylvania. Congratulations. We need main entry number 27. Main entry 27 to the scales, please. Last call. Main entry 27 to the scales. Now weighing class 22 in scimitars. All class 22 scimitars to the scales, please.
Well, we didn't have a whole lot of cattle here in our fall division, but a pair of really nice class winners. Both these cattle from the side, they represent their breed well in terms of being really stout-ended cattle that are big boned and yet still not out of bounds in terms of joint size. These females are big topped and have a big robust turn to their center body. The heifer out front, that's early November. Female's just a little thicker throated there, which is not a big deal to me, but maybe just throws her balance off just a nickel. More than anything, I'd probably like to see that female maybe just a little more progressed in terms of WDA and just size just a little bit. Maybe give her just a little more angle built into that hock. She maybe shuffles it just a bit in terms of how she operates out of it. The bigger heifer out here, obviously more stretch and extension from the side. She's got a beautiful pattern to her. She's a female that standing here is plenty acceptable in her structure. She too maybe could go just a little looser from behind. I do like her teat structure. Maybe could be a little larger in terms of her vulva size, but this is an exquisite female in terms of design and stoutness and power. Very fresh and very progressive in terms of performance. She'll be our fall champion. And then a really nice heifer that was in behind that one this young man had in second. A female that just needs a little more time to body down probably. We'll certainly go with our early November here for our reserve selection out of that first class. So congratulations.
Nice job.
Try this very slowly.
Division II champion in the main Anjou show is entry number 15. CMMCC Can't Tell 5009, exhibited by Ladd LaGraft, Madill, Oklahoma. And the reserve correction on Division II champion. That's entry number 19, LLC BPF Miss Wessington, exhibited by Abby Collins of New Paris, Ohio. And the reserve is entry number 15, CMCC Can't Tell 5009, exhibited by Ladd LaGraff, Madill, Oklahoma. Congratulations. Limousine exhibitors, we anticipate your junior's limousine show to begin at around 12 noon.
Scimitar scales need entry 136 and 138.
We need scimitar entries 136 and 138 to the scales, please. Scimitar entries 136 and 138 to the scales.
Well, moving into a pair of Junes here in our summer class. The female that wins this class is a really nice heifer. She wins pretty convincingly. A female that's very fresh out there front end in terms of just length of neck, and a female that's super moderate in her cow size, and she's big and bold in the turn to her midrib. Maybe could just smooth her up just a nickel in terms of how she lays into her shoulder. But female, when you get them behind her, plenty stout-ended. A heifer, it's a big bone, big-footed type female. That travels adequate from the side. Maybe could square her up a touch at her hock as she leaves you. The young man's white flanked heifer there, head out in second. A female that maybe just not quite as fresh just in terms of her composition. Throws her balance off a little in terms of her chest floor and how it lays into her body. But still a big ribbed, easy keeping type female. That ought to make a great cow.
This is a heck of a class, and one that you guys around the ring and Simmental breeders ought to be extremely proud of. I mean, there's 4 heifers up on the top end of this class that are extremely good. And luckily, as a judge, you end up getting to sort through the things and then find something that you really, really like to win the class. And that's what we found with this one. I just think this heifer is extremely good. She's very, very good in terms of her structure. I like the way that she goes, a big square foot that she has underneath her. Just a heifer that balances extremely well from end to end. I really like her depth of rib and her body, especially out through her rear rib and flank, and just the overall makeup of this one is very nice. Now, I really, really like this heifer that's in second, and that's not taking anything away from her. She just runs into a heifer that's got enough more power that she's going to go ahead and beat her today. But, man, this one here is nice in terms of her condition and her profile, just her overall freshness and makeup and soundness of structure. If that heifer up there wasn't in this class, I'd have no problem using this one. The other heifer just has enough more boldness and pop and mass that she's going to get around this one here today. But I really, really like the way this heifer's made. I think very, very ideal in terms of her freshness and condition. I think that one that's going to be ultra competitive all through her show career. That heifer's one to watch. The one just behind her has certainly got more to her, and that's where the comparison is. Does that heifer have enough to her, or is this one enough stouter to go ahead and beat her? I like the mid-rib and the overall volume of this heifer. She's a touch shorter coupled as you compare to the heifer that just went out the ring. She also wants to stick some more chest out there, and it just throws her off balance a touch. I'd like to extend her just everywhere if I could, really in her mid-rib, and then extend her up in through her front end and shave off that chest. That's an extremely good heifer, and if she was in here by herself, I like her an extreme amount. The next heifer is built really, really good, and she's one that fundamentally probably is not a lot different than the cattle just above her. Here's one to me that is really, really good. She just is too stale for me as you compare to the cattle just above her. She's a touch patchy in terms of her condition. She looks like one that's sort of been held for this show, and I understand that. You kind of got to pick your poison, but for me, I like the way this heifer's built. She's just a touch too stale for me out here as you compare to the cattle just above her, but a really nice heifer that's very good. Heifer that comes next is a touch fresher in her overall design. She just doesn't have as much power and dimension of the heifer just above her. Then we come with another real fresh-made female that's a lot like the heifer above her. I see a touch more mid-rib in this heifer, but just not quite the overall balance and design that we see just above. Nice moderate-framed heifer that comes here next, and then we come with a big middled one that's certainly cowy in terms of her appearance. She's very stout. She just doesn't have the overall balance and eye appeal that we see in the cattle above her. Same goes for the next heifer. Very nice. She just runs into a class here where there's too much power to get around here today.
Placings in Class 11, main Anjou. First is entry number 24, Gypsy, exhibited by Corbin McMullen of Rockville, Indiana. And second in the class, entry number 23, EBH Meadowlark, shown by Ian Delvin Holmgren of South Bend, Indiana. Congratulations.
Well, again, maybe not a lot of cattle, but some really good cattle. And this female that starts this class is awfully strong. When she's set up from the side, just a female that's got a look of stoutness, balance, body, a female that's still plenty maternal enough in terms of length of neck and shape of shoulder, and female that's long-hipped and stout, but still got an adequate length to her muscle pattern. She looks pretty good in terms of where her udder's starting to drop in her in terms of just teat quality, not necessarily gestation, but teat quality. I like this female's feet. If you had an opportunity to get in the ring and just look at them up close, this female's one of the better footed cattle that we've seen so far. She's pretty hard to pick a hole in. When she moves at times, if she's not just completely relaxed at the halter, she can get a little tight in her top line, but being pretty picky if something's pretty momentary. Awfully good heifer. I enjoyed talking to Rylan here. He's from southern Minnesota. Says first time at the North American. He's 11 years old, doing a nice job. I told him he's got a female. It's so easy keeping. She's just a little fatter for him here, getting a little chubby in her chest floor. Makes her look just a little shorter necked and a touch rounder out of her hip. She has a habit of maybe popping her pastern, but she's really big ribbed and really thick-ended. Just need to keep her just a touch leaner in terms of her composition, I think, to maximize her competitiveness here in the ring. But keep up the great work.
Last call for classes 15 and 16, main on-due. Classes 15 and 16, main on-due to the scales, please. Placings in Class 21 Junior Simmentals. First is entry number 119, JBSF Proud Mary, exhibited by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Second in the class is entry number 115, SJCC Calista C034, exhibited by Caden Tanner, Elgin, Texas. Third in the class, entry 113, exhibited by Jackson Maddox, Guys Mill, Pennsylvania. Placing fourth, entry number 109, shown by Chet Stem, Westminster, Maryland. Fifth in the class was entry 124, exhibited by Ty Drake, Pontiac, Illinois. Placing sixth, entry number 110, exhibited by Derek Ritchie, Buckingham, Illinois. Seventh in the class, number 112, shown by Michael Myerscough, Champaign, Illinois. Eighth, entry number 118, exhibited by Megan Brown, Roanoke, Alabama. Placing ninth in the class was entry number 122 and was exhibited by Kaylee Hoffman, Jasper, Indiana. Congratulations. Placings in Class 12, main on-due. First was entry number 26, TJSC Lucky Lady 146C, exhibited by Hannah Topmiller, Pleasant Plain, Ohio. Second in the class was entry number 27, Smits K, shown by Ryan Cutler of Tremont, Minnesota. Congratulations. Main entries 31 and 55. Main entries 31 and 55. Your classes in the ring. Bring them on, please. Simmental entry 146 to the scales, please. Simmental entry 146 to the scales.
Well, another really strong division and a nice pair of class winners. The female in the front, summer-born heifer that she's pretty moderate, and that'll be good in terms of just her practicality out in production. She looks maybe just a nickel lower fronted here in the ring, but she still brings her neck really high out of her shoulder. Female that's got a big bold turn to her body cavity, and she's plenty stout and thick-ended when you move in behind her. And she travels. I would say probably she's a little more pliable in her top line and more pliable in terms of just length of stride down low, maybe a little extra set to that hind leg and a little extra curvature to the outside of her hoof that would like to square up. But that's an awfully nice female that'll be productive and functional. And then the big heifer female that's a little taller fronted, a little longer bodied, female. It's so stout, and just from the side, I think draws up so elite in terms of her look and lines. Female, like I said, is really good in her foot quality. If I could change her, just make her just a nickel more athletic in terms of her step. But this is an awfully good one. She'll be our champion in this division. Congratulations to you, young lady. I think Ryland had the second place effort in that class. He was doing a nice job. The young man seems like he works pretty hard and likes what he's doing. This heifer's really cowy. You know, she's really moderate, big-ribbed, and soggy. Female that's just real chunky when you move in behind her. Just like I said, need to maybe lean her up just a nickel, and I think that would help her immensely just in terms of reproductive longevity and just her degree of balance here in the ring. So keep up the good work, Ryland, but I'm going to use our June heifer here for reserve. I think a female is a little more athletic, just a little square and a little bit leaner in terms of her composition. Congratulations to all you exhibitors.
Division 3 champion in the main Anjou show is entry number 26. That's TJSC Lucky Lady 146C, exhibited by Hannah Topmiller, Pleasant Plain, Ohio. And the reserve, entry number 24, New Gypsy, exhibited by Brianna Newton, Rockville, Indiana. Congratulations.
Class 16 main needs to be making their way here.
We need Class 16 main Anjou to the scales, please. Class 16 main Anjou to the scales.
Jimmy, could you call for entry 146 Simmental again?
Scimitar entry 146, Scimitar entry 146 to the scales, please. We need Scimitar entry 146, Scimitar entry 146 to the scales, please.
Last call, entry 40 main.
Main Anjou entry number 40, main Anjou entry number 40 to the scales, please. The last call, main Anjou entry number 40.
We got some really, really nice cattle over here, and these top 4 heifers could go a number of ways, and I wouldn't argue with you a bit. But this one that comes out here and win this class does so for me fairly handily, just from a balance and eye appeal and overall makeup standpoint. I mean, this heifer's put together very, very nice. I like the correctness of her top line, her levelness out of her hip, and the way that she just so smooth blending from end to end. I like the way that heifer's made a tremendous amount. The next heifer that comes up in line is one that maybe just kind of jumps out and grabs you from an overall just angularity, balance, and eye appeal standpoint. She at the same time is fairly fresh in her makeup. Both the heifers are very sound on the move. I think fundamentally both these heifers do a lot right. This heifer, when you get her stopped and on the standstill, boy, she paints a really nice picture. I think just a really nice heifer to go second. Then we come with the heifer here next that's built right. I mean, this heifer's got a lot of shape to her, and she's extremely bold sprung and really good in that regard. She comes to me just a little bit staler, maybe over her mid-rib, and there's something about her lower quarter, and that when she goes, she just looks a little different to me. And then when we get her stopped, she's a heifer that balances up pretty nice, and I like a tremendous amount. But I think a really nice female there that goes in 3. Then we come with a real cowie-looking individual, one that's got a lot of sweep and shape to her rib. She just doesn't have quite the balance and eye appeal. I think it's because she's a touch bolder up in her front end, maybe a touch deeper in her neck, and doesn't have quite the extension and femininity up in through her front third. But boy, you like that one as she from her shoulders back quite a bit. Here's another heifer that's like that in that regard. A heifer that's got a lot of length of body and extension. She's nice and level out of her hip. One that I'd just like to see maybe have a touch more mid-rib as we compare to the heifer that just left the ring. She wants to get a little tubular in terms of her makeup. Here's a really nice heifer that's coming next that I really like from the standstill. And when I first saw her come in the ring, she did this, and she continues to do it. As I watch her out here, she just wants to get a little rough up in her top line. She breaks ever so slightly behind her shoulders, and she gets a touch high. Then she gets a little weak in her loin and then comes back up in her tail head. I think the main problem for me with that one, I'd just like to level her out on the go just a touch if I could. But I like the heifer and the way she's designed in terms of her structural soundness at the ground. Then we come with the young lady here that's got a really nice heifer, some depth of rib and some body. She just doesn't have quite the overall look and eye appeal, as well with the next 2 heifers that come in the ring. Fundamentally, really nice females. This heifer, very, very sound. She just doesn't quite have the balance and overall eye appeal that the cattle do. She's not as striking from the side. Then we come with a real stout one here that's going to complete the class. Got a ton of muscle, ton of shape. Female is just built for me a little different. I'd like to free her up in terms of her movement, make her quite a bit more feminine, and if I could.
Placings in Class 22 Junior Scimitars. First is entry number 132, Chess STCC Miley 5034C, exhibited by Claire Tenapole, Middletown, Indiana. Second in the class, number 135, CLR WTR Serena C74L, exhibited by Haley Hendrick, Shirley, Indiana. Third in the class is entry number 130 and is exhibited by Rachel Fornoff of Kilburn, Illinois. Placing fourth, entry number 136, exhibited by Sarah Lylesand of Sheboygan Falls, Wisconsin. Fifth, entry number 131, exhibited by Emily Ivy of London, Tennessee. Placing sixth, number 127, exhibited by Adrienne Tenapole, Middletown, Indiana. Seventh in the class is number 128 and is exhibited by Carly Thomas, Meadowview, Virginia. Eighth is entry number 138 and is shown by Carrie Wiley of Marysville, Indiana. Placing ninth in the class is 129 and is exhibited by Andrew Fornoff, Kilburn, Illinois. Congratulations.
Well, an extremely deep class here. All 5 cattle here in this group certainly coming to the ring with a lot of quality about them. A lot of different breeding pieces and value all the way down. Just maybe a pair of cattle in the big picture that, in my estimation, are just a bit sounder in terms of the way that they're put together. These are 2 cattle, and young lady, you go ahead and bring your heifer out here. This was a closer call here between the 2. We need to show both of them off. Both of them are just so pliable. They've got a lot of cushion and reach for main heifers on the go. That's where I really, really like them. As I sit there and try to decide how I want to split them, the female I'm going to start with, admittedly, she comes in just a little bit at her hock and her knee when you get to the front and rear of her, but from the side, I think she's got just a little bit more levelness from hooks to pins and a bit more length to her center cavity. A female that's a little longer out to her neck and just a bit fresher just in terms of how her fat lays on her, if you will. I'm not saying she's dramatically leaner. Don't think she is, but just in terms of how her shoulder shape lays in her, it lays back in her just a little bit smoother. Female that just a little sharper around the edges, if you will. The heifer in second, probably at times a female that's a little stronger in her top. She's definitely bolder in her forerib. I definitely think she's a bit stouter when you move in behind the cattle and melt both of them down. She's just a little rounder in terms of her shoulder, maybe just a little chunkier in her chest and a little thicker in terms of her neck. But really a nice female, a pair of really good ones that'll make nice practical main cows in production. Young man, your third heifer is one that is got some frame, she's got some length, she's got obviously a tremendous amount of total just mass. I mean, when we get in behind the cattle, she's probably the most impressive in terms of width from hooks to pins and substance from there down. She gets a little funny in terms of just how she's made down her top line, a little rougher in terms of how she lays it together, a little thicker in terms of her throat and her chest, and I try not to be too hard on that, but it really throws this heifer's balance off for me as I stand back and evaluate her relative to those two cattle that we had in front of you. But that's an awfully nice female. Looks like she'll have a nice square udder structure to it as well. The heifer then that we've got in four, a female that her best shot's when she's standing still. That female is really good looking up to her neck, and she's got some length of body. She's certainly pretty square hipped and super powerful in terms of her bone and her foot. This female, when we pull her into motion, young lady, probably gets just a bit tighter in terms of her spine and her loin, a little tighter in terms of her heart and flank relative to the rest of the cattle out here, maybe just a little tighter there out of her hock. Just like to loosen her up, but she's got a great look when you've got her parked on the standstill. Young lady, your heifer I've chose to round out the class with, still really powerful, long-bodied, big-time performance female that's strong and correct in terms of her top line. I'd like to change her up in terms of her front skeleton. She appears to me to be just a bit more upright in her shoulder and down to her knee. Just like to free her up if I could and bring her back to her rear rib and flank just a little deeper and cleaner in her navel, but really a nice performance female.
Placings in Class 15, main Anjou. First in the class is entry number 37, BWES Emeralda 5C, exhibited by Addison Neese, Shelby, Ohio. Second in the class, number 31, STRE Sierra's Beyonce 7C, exhibited by Katie Weaver, Mulberry, Indiana. Third in the class is entry number 33 and is exhibited by Isaac Carter, Trafalgar, Indiana. Placing fourth, entry number 55, exhibited by Abigail Jakey of Tipton, Indiana. Placing fifth was entry number 36 and is exhibited by Annie Rathman of Hebron, Connecticut. Congratulations.
Here's another class of really, really good heifers. The heifer that's going to win this class caught my eye right when she came in, and as being one that's real fault-free and very, very correct, and she stays that way throughout the rest of the class. I mean, this heifer's built really good from the front to back. She's very, very correct in her top line. She's good in her angles. I like her neck and her head, and just the overall design of this female. I think she's very, very nice. The one that could go a number of places is probably this heifer a second. I mean, you could justifiably start the class with her. You could justifiably have her on down the line just a little bit. But for me, this is a cow. This is a really, really nice female. It's very structurally sound. You look at the udder that she's starting to build, and the picture that she's going to paint when she becomes a cow. I like a tremendous amount. Now, does she have quite the eye appeal and quite the overall look of some of the other heifers? Probably not. She wants to get just a little different, maybe a touch flatter in through her lower quarter, but a female that's very, very good, and I like her in terms of her fundamentals, her soundness, her cowy look, and that's why she's there, a heifer that I like a lot. The next heifer that's coming up in line is probably a touch more of a show heifer for sure, a bit more level out of her hip. She comes to you a touch wider based, and you see a touch more width into her, just not quite the overall soundness and that I see in the heifer just in front of her, not quite the cowy look. She also has a touch more chest sticking out in front of her that throws her off balance just a little bit. Then we come with a heifer here next. It's one that kind of grows on you, and she's very, very fault-free. She's one that, you put her out here and you get to analyzing her in her own right and just studying her in her own merit. Yeah, she's got a few faults, but fundamentally this heifer is pretty nice, and that's why she goes there. She's just a heifer that doesn't quite have what it takes to get up into the first and second hole in this class, but she's certainly one that's very, very nice in terms of her design. Then we come with the heifer here next. Again, there's one that looked fairly nice from the profile. At times you catch this heifer and she's just not wanting to stand quite right, throws her off balance. I like to correct her from her hock to the ground just a touch. She looks a little awkward in terms of her movement as I watch her go. Then we come with the heifer here next. Again, one that's got some sweep and some shape to her rib. She's real correct in her lines and her makeup. She's very sound too. This class is extremely deep, but this heifer just doesn't quite have the balance and look, especially up in her front end. She wants to get a little stiffer in the way that she goes off of her hind leg. Like to see her flex a little bit more if I could. Real nice heifer that comes, very feminine in terms of her makeup. She just doesn't have quite as much power as the cattle just above her. Same goes for the next heifer. Here's one that's got some depth of rib and some body. She just doesn't balance up quite as nice, and I think where she gets into trouble for me is on the move. She wants to get a little tight in her loin, just a touch high up in her top. I'd like to free her up as far as she goes there. Then the heifer that completes the class, again, she's one that's got some length and some extension. I really like this heifer up through her head and neck. She just doesn't balance up quite as nice from the side, probably because she needs a touch more mid-rib in her for me here today.
Man, this was a lot of fun over here. Great class. Good set of females all the way down there, and all 5 of these cattle, and a lot of fun to sort. And just to start off, it's not fun getting beat with a good one, but we've got a lot of heat here. You kids should be awfully proud of the cattle that you've got out here and the level that they're going to play at, not just here, but more importantly, when you guys make cows out of them. There's some big-time producers in here. When I step back and get down and figure out what I want to do, I like to lay my emphasis on just trying to really maximize their structural soundness, their pliability on the go, and this female that wins suits me awfully good in that regard. When you travel these top 4 away, there's a pair of cattle down there in 3 and 4 that, as good as they are, they probably move just a little outside themselves. The 2 cattle up front are a little more within their framework, and then when you read them from the side, this one wins in terms of just how pliable she is out of her shoulder. She's extra true as she goes from there to the ground, and just the manner in which she operates out of a longer hip with a bit more angle and cushion to her hock versus the female in second, and comes down to the ground just perfect in her pasturing. This female can really get out and go. She's big in terms of her body cavity. She's massive in terms of her muscle pattern, but it still lays on there in the manner it should for a breeding female. That still very, very attractive. I love her udder structure. Another reason why I love that female. If I had to pick on her anywhere, her shoulder design maybe sits on her just a little bolder, but when you've got that type of mass and capacity from there back, you're going to have to probably let that slide. The heifer that we've got here in second, I told the young man This female standing still is just deadly. I love her line. She's so uniform from her chest back to her flank, the strength to her spine, and just how she fits together from front to rear. Maybe not quite as extended as that big cow in front of you, but this female just part for part really proportions out. Maybe a little less attractive at the top of her head there, at the top of her neck, but one that's as well dropping pretty square in her udder, just very attractive. Stays within her framework, but probably, in my estimation, just a little more upright in terms of her shoulder and the way that she handles it on the go, and just a little tighter in her center spine, not quite as pliable as that athletic rascal we had out in front. The heifer we've got here in third, this young man does a great job. But you got an awesome female here. I mean, this is a big-time class. This female gets a little weaker in her top line. She maybe gets just a little fatter in her chest. I'd probably pull her back just a shot in terms of where she's at condition-wise. I think that would really help her stay more within her framework as she goes away. She just throws them a little bit too much for me. From the side, you can't argue the cushion she's got off both ends. She's really flexible from the side. She's so cowy-middled, going to make a great cow. This female in 4, young lady just looks absolutely exquisite when we've got them set up. I love her neck set, how thin she is, but yet she sweeps back into a big rib cage. Her shoulder shape lays in there really smooth from a 3/4 shot. She's still expressive in her muscle pattern. Her lines are right and her looks good, but maybe just put together a touch more upright in terms of her hock placement. Female that, for me, goes just a nickel more forward in terms of her front end skeleton. And when I studied the cattle right at the bark, that female is probably just a little rounder and more curled in terms of her natural hoof shape and growth. The heifer we've got in the 5th slot, young man, a really big top, thick-ended female. It's long-bodied. She's got a tremendous amount of performance about her. Maybe just can't rival the rest of the cattle in front of you in terms of just that balanced, fresh look, but still a nice female, and wish you the best of luck with her in production.
This has been a really, really good division of cattle out here in the Simmental Junior Show. And, you know, when you get them back out here, it's always interesting to see what they're going to look like when you get them back out. And I'll be honest with you, you know, in the classes, the big things sort themselves, you know. And when you get back out here and you're looking at these cattle, these are the elite ones. These are the ones that came out of them classes that were 10 deep. And so they're supposed to be good. This is supposed to be tough. And so then the little things sort this thing. And, you know, these two heifers that are up here that won this 1st and 2nd class, I'm not going to suggest to you that they're peas in a pod and they're exactly alike, but I've seen full sisters look a whole lot different than these two do. They look quite a bit alike to me. And there is differences for sure, and I'll try to explain the ones that I see, and I know you guys have your own opinions for sure, but the differences that I see in these two is the heifer that won that 1st class has got some more depth of rib and some body. She's got a touch more through her rear rib and flank, and just some overall depth and just mass that you see in that one through her mid-rib is the big difference in those two. I also see a touch more refinement up in her udder, and I think that she's going to build a little bit tidier sort of udder as she becomes to be a cow than the heifer just behind her. Now, when you get to this heifer, you look at the way that she's designed, she's probably a touch leaner in terms of her condition, maybe just a hair fresher in terms of her overall look. Heifer that's very, very long in terms of her length and extension. I like her levelness out of her hip. Then when you get to studying the problems that this one has, which isn't much, she's a little longer in her teats, and she may not quite have as much rear rib and overall flank and depth of body through her rear third as the heifer above her. Now, she does have that white that kind of carries more up in that, and that can be a little bit of an illusion, but if you really, really study that one, I still see a touch more mid-rib and especially rear rib in the heifer just in front of her. So with that said, I and I think there's some very, very nice heifers down here for sure. I want to point out, and I especially like this heifer right here because I liked her a lot in class. I think this is a really, really good one right here. She just unfortunately runs into one that's got a lot of good things here today and is really, really put together. But I really like this young man's 115 heifer as well. That's really my kind. So when it comes right down to it, I think it becomes fairly simple for me what to do, and I see the least amount of holes and the most good in this heifer right here. She's going to be our division champion. And young lady, you're going to follow right in behind her. You'll be reserve. I think a really competitive class of cattle, and congratulations to both of you.
Placings in Class 16 Junior Main Anjus. First is entry number 46, MTF Cold Chills, exhibited by Rebecca Moore, Maydale, Oklahoma. Second in the class, number 47, RADK Miss 180, exhibited by Mason Walker, Prairie Grove, Arkansas. Third in the class is entry number 40 and is exhibited by Walker McDermott, Wyoda, Iowa. Placing fourth, entry number 41, shown by Megan Krall of Albia, Iowa. Placing fifth in the class was number 45 and was exhibited by Ian Delvin Holmgren of South Bend, Indiana. Congratulations. Congratulations to the Division 5 champion in the Simmental Show, entry number 119, JBSF Proud Mary, exhibited by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa.
Well, we turned up the oven a few classes ago, and we're still there. It's pretty heated in terms of competition. Another really nice set of heifers that these ladies have brought in the ring. This female that starts, obviously 12 o'clock in terms of the way she's presented, but when we just break the cattle down and read how they're made, really just like her natural skeleton, her angles, her comfort, her foot quality is a big reason why she can go about the ring the way that she does. Female is just stout and balanced from end to end. I like this female a great deal. Her shoulder lays in her pretty good for a level of just center body and stoutness as well. If I'd maybe change her, you know, she's maybe just going to need to relax just a nickel so we can get just a perfect read in terms of just how her tail head lays in her. It's just maybe nickel high here as she's just a touch worked up, but awfully good one. The female here in second, this female looks like $1,000,000 standing there. She's so long-bodied, really long necked. She's got more stretch and extension than the heifer I put right in front of you, and I like that about her. She's a female that fits together so smooth from end to end. I'd say maybe her shoulders lay on her just a little tighter in terms of just when I get to the front view and study her through her knee and her chest and her blade. I like the fact that her shoulder lays on, but maybe not quite as stout as that female that still lays together really good ahead of you. More than anything, when we get the cattle in motion, for me, I'm just being very picky because standing there she looks very sound, but when we put them in motion, maybe see her to get just a little bit tighter off of her back too, maybe not quite as pliable there, not quite as mobile when we compare those two cattle. Carter, your heifer just wanted to experience Louisville just a little bit more before she got out of the ring. This heifer is one that's deep-sided and female that's got a smooth feminine look about her. Certainly pretty athletic looking now, but a female that maybe just doesn't have the same degree of freshness and balance or stoutness when we get behind the cattle and study their natural dimension.
Congratulations to the Reserve Division champion in the Simmental Show, entry number 132, Ches STCC Miley, 5034C, exhibited by Claire Trinipole, Middletown, Indiana. Placing first in Class 17 Junior Main Anjou is entry number 48, TJSC Miss Harmony 58C, exhibited by Caitlin Schaub of Wapakoneta, Ohio. Second in the class, entry number 150, BNWZ Saul Calypso 708C, exhibited by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. And third in the class is entry number 52, exhibited by Carter Burris of Lagodi, Indiana. Congratulations. Now showing for Division 4 champion in the main Anjou show. Now showing for Division 5 best bred and owned in the Simmental show.
Both these exhibitors have a lot to be proud of with these two heifers, and they can go long ways on down the line with both of them. I see a lot of future in both these cattle for sure. For me, when it comes right down to it and just separating femininity, cowiness, and overall design and makeup, I like this heifer right here to go ahead and win this division. I think a real nice female. It's very correct in her lines. Got a good look to her from the side. She'll win this division at Bred and Owned show.
Congratulations to the best bred and owned in the Simmentals, entry number 148, RPMP Trixie C004, exhibited by Morgan Phillips, Maysville, Kentucky. Now ready to show for grand champion in the Junior Simmental show.
Livestock office. Livestock office for you. We have 25 minutes, so our group check-in is closing. Could you send like maybe a 20-minute call? Sure will.
Well, a pretty big-time division here as we work through these bred heifers. All three of these cattle are awfully strong. They could be tremendously competitive just anywhere you want to show them across the country, but we got three females out here that just have all the right parts to make some phenomenal cows, and I can say the same thing about our tough competitors standing down here in second. It was a lot of fun to sort through them and just commend all of y'all, regardless if you were the one to come out on top or not. The heat and the level, the depth at which you've brought cattle here is very, very impressive. To discuss them here just concisely, the female that circles around the young lady has, this is a moderate, big rib, practical, freewheeling type heifer in terms of her movement. If I got to pick on her in such a strong lineup, she probably closes up just a touch more in terms of her knee and her hock coming and going. Maybe could just collect her a touch stronger right in behind her shoulder. Then we moved to that class that was just a well of a class. There were some awfully good ones over there. The heifer that I thought come to the top just perfected function to the highest degree. I just absolutely love this female's length of hip, the function, and how just easy she glides across the ring and stays fluid from the side, but square going away in terms of her hind leg travel. I think second to none. She's also, I think, the best in terms of her teat structure out here. She's very refined. She still looks very feminine about her head. I spoke a moment ago about how she maybe opens just a touch in terms of her shoulder design, but in terms of progression of width, certainly she gets wider from there back, and so I think it's plenty good. Then the heifer we got out of that last class this young lady has, she's starting to calm down just a little bit more now. She's been just a little bit restless, if you will, and maybe hadn't just completely composed herself. I tell you, when she does and she throws her head off the top of her shoulder, it is lights out good from there forward. And she's a female that's so tremendously stout-footed and boned relative to how good neck she is. She's bold in her body cavity, super stout in terms of her pin bone. If I've got to pick on one that's awfully good and I love a lot, she may be at times, like I said, is just a little more elevated in terms of her tail head relative to the top of her shoulder. Maybe at times shuffles her hind leg just a nickel more versus the heifer right in front of you, maybe a little longer in terms of her teat size. But man, where she's good, I just absolutely love her. Her foot size and her length and her stoutness, just a really intriguing heifer. So again, I said it once before, but I like to split the cattle on the go if I can. And my favorite on the go is this white uddered female in the middle of the group. She's going to be our champion in this division. Let's give her a nice round of applause if y'all don't mind. Heifer that the young man in the cowboy hat has, second in that class, one that's just absolutely picture perfect when she stands still. I just love the quality of her lines, the uniformity of how she blends from front to rear. A female that's stout and I think the right cow size. She's the right kind of size to be competitive at a high level here in the ring, but not so big. She's just going to be outrageous in terms of her grocery bill and production. Female that really comes together nice. My question on her is just the degree to which she's functional in terms of just perfection of structure on the move. She maybe gets a little more upright off both ends is the way that she drives off the ring today, but that's an awfully good one. I've got three here I love a great deal, and I hate to leave one of them out, but I've got to use this young lady here in the red sweatshirt here for reserve. Let's give all of our exhibitors here a great big round of applause.
Well, as it comes down to the end of this Simmental show, I'm extremely pleased with the lineup of cattle that we have out here to look at. You know, as a judge, when you first step in the ring, a lot of times you're wondering, is there going to be one that you're going to like enough and to go ahead and win? And a lot of times when these classes come in, you wish there was a few that would fit together a little bit differently, and you hope that there's one that you can just tie to. And I think, honestly, when it comes right down to it, there's probably 5 or 6 heifers in this whole show that have been extremely good. And at the beginning of the day, I'd have been happy as heck to use any one of them. I think you got to be really proud of the lineup of cattle that you have out here to look at. And there's a couple that aren't in here that are extremely good as well. But when you start down and look at the lineup of cattle and this little heifer calf, I think this lady's got something here. I think she's got one that's got a tremendous amount of future, extreme femininity with this one, and she hasn't blown her up yet. This thing's got a lot of future. She's just right in terms of her condition to go on down the line and compete. I really like the head and the neck on that one. I think if she keeps coming on, that thing could be really nice on down the road. Then the next heifer that won that division, she's ready right now. I mean, she's got a lot of mid-rib and a lot of shape to her, and you get behind her, she's got a ton of width up over her top and over her pins. A heifer that's got plenty of bone. She's definitely ready for this show, but I just think a really, really good heifer that's got a lot of fundamentally good things about her. Probably her structure is what I really like about that one a lot. This next heifer is real fresh in terms of her design. I like her over her top line a tremendous amount. When you get in and compare her to the cattle on either side of her, I'd like to see a little bit more rear rib, a touch more flank in this heifer. She wants to just tuck up there in through her rear third just ever so slightly, but I think a really nice heifer that's certainly fresh in terms of her design and overall look. Then we come down here with 2 heifers that are extremely good to me. Both these heifers came out of really, really tough divisions, and they're both cattle that I really, really like, and they're good. They're differences in their own little right, for sure. And I'll explain to you the small differences that I see in these, to be honest with you. I see this heifer here as being real fresh and feminine in her design. She's really nice in terms of her look, for sure. When you look at her, and I realize right now she's got her tail head sticking up in the air, but sometimes even without that, her tail head does sit kind of high on the top end of her spine, and that was something when she was standing over here and had her relaxed and setting up and about as good as she could look. She is a little high up in her tail head. This heifer balances up extremely well. She probably doesn't have as much mid-rib and as much body and just overall dimension and power as the heifer just behind her in terms of her mid-rib and just softness and overall cowy look. But that one there's got a ton of eye appeal, a lot of look, and one that certainly can stand a whole lot of competition for sure. She obviously has, or she wouldn't be out here. Then we come with the heifer that won that last division, and here's one that's got a ton of middle, real cowy in terms of her appearance. I like that about her. I like the way she lays in and extends that hip out just a touch more. I like the way she's laid in her tail head. This heifer's got a big square foot on her, something that's kind of rare as we go throughout the day. I really like the foot size and the structure and just the overall mass and dimension that this heifer has. I think the heifer in front of her is a touch more feminine, maybe up in through her front end and her head. That'd be the subtle differences that I see in these two cattle. But I think both really good heifers, and they certainly deserving of being out here, and they're both cattle that I like a tremendous amount. For me, when it comes right down to it, you separate it all out in the nuts and the bolts. This heifer right here is the one for me to win the show today. And congratulations to you. You'll be your champion. I'd like to see this reserve come in, heifer that I liked a lot too, and we'll make a decision between your reserve champion heifers. But again, I think there's 5-6 heifers in this show that are extremely competitive, and I want to congratulate all of you and thank you for the opportunity to judge the show, and I'll get you a reserve champion heifer here.
Congratulations to the division champion in the main Anjou show, entry number 46, MTF Cold Chills 501, exhibited by Rebecca Ray Moore, Maydale, Oklahoma. And congratulations to the reserve division champion, entry number 48, TJSC Miss Harmony 58C, exhibited by Caitlin Schaub, Wapakoneta, Ohio. And congratulations to the grand champion of the 2016 North American International Livestock Exposition Junior Simmental Show, entry number 119, JBF Proud Mary, exhibited by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa.
Livestock office, can we get a 15-minute pause for Herbert check-in? Then we'll be closing.
Well, it's been a good ride over here in the main show. A lot of fun to judge this show. I mean, we've just had some outstanding young heifer calves that are going to have some really bright futures out in front of them. And then we got into some of those older heifers, and particularly in that last division, those bred heifers that are just absolutely incredible. This breed has come so far. I actually, my family's operation down in Central Texas, we had a lot of Maine cattle. We raised club calves, but Maine cattle is kind of the stock that we had in terms of breeding stock. And back in those days in the late 80s and early 90s, they don't look anything like where we've got them now. I mean, these cattle are just, they were good stout cattle back then, but man, the level of body and practicality now that we've got on these cattle, and the function and the ability to just go make great cows on the maternal side to complement how good this breed is in terms of their terminal characteristics is just really exceptional. My hat's off to all of y'all that are exhibiting these cattle and those of y'all that are behind them in terms of their pedigrees. So been a great show. I guess even that said, This is a strong lineup, but there's one maybe out here that to me just takes it to the next level in regards to how they're built and how they're put together in terms of their skeleton. And so I'll go show you who that is. In the meantime, if you don't mind, let's put our hands together, congratulate all of our exhibitors. A great Main on Jew show here this afternoon.
Congratulations to the reserve grand champion of the 2016 North American International Livestock Exposition Junior Simmental Show, entry number 104, TJSC Diamonds Destin 134C, exhibited by A.J. Grimm, Deep River, Iowa. Congratulations to the grand champion of the 2016 North American International Livestock Exposition Main Anjou Show, entry number 46, MTF Gold Cold Chills 501, exhibited by Rebecca Ray Moore, Maydale, Oklahoma. And congratulations.
Over here to wrap up the Simmental show and the bred known, nice heifers, and these guys got to be extremely proud of what they have out here and the future that they're going to have when they go to mate these cattle. It's nice to see the young people coming up and doing such a good job breeding the cattle. And what's going to be the next level is what you decide to mate these things to and how you go on down the line, because I think these heifers all have things about them that if they were mated up right, they could be extremely competitive for sure. When it comes right down to it, and for me, it actually becomes fairly simple for me in this class, not taking anything away from the other cattle. But this heifer right here wins this division of bred known cattle for me, very easy. Entry number 148. Congratulations to you. Very, very nice heifer.
Congratulations to the reserve grand champion of the 2016 North American International Livestock Exposition Main Anjou Show, entry number 46, that's 48, correction, 48's the reserve grand champion, TJSC Miss Harmony 58C, exhibited by Caitlin Schaub, Wapakoneta, Ohio. Congratulations to the champion bred and owned in the Junior Simmental Show, entry number 148, RPMP Trixie C004, exhibited by Morgan Phillips, Maysville, Kentucky. Now showing for champion bred and owned in the Main Anjou Show. Again, we'd like to have the attention of all Eastern Junior and Adult Simmental breeders. Your 7th annual AJSA Eastern Regional Embryo Fund and Funding Auction and Lunch will be held at 2 p.m. this afternoon, 2 p.m. And it'll be at West Hall W3 of the Expo Center. You have some great regional champion embryos and semen and other fantastic items of value to be auctioned off to help support your AJSA Eastern Regional Youth Classic. There will be $50 credits at Peter Supply to be drawn for those juniors present at the auction. If you have any questions about it, you can contact Dr. Fred Swain for all the details. So please, all you Simmental breeders, juniors, and adults, please come have some fun, lunch, and help fund their Junior Eastern Regional Classic. And lunch is courtesy of Hudson Pines Farms, and I understand it's pizza.
Well, we'll briefly here, we're going to select our champion bred and owned main heifer. We've got 3 entries in this group. First off, just I want to compliment y'all on, putting together your breeding program and coming out here and exhibiting the bred and owned show. Certainly a good set of cattle. I think there's one that probably right now just a little more a cut above in terms of soundness and balance and symmetry and thickness. Young man, you're going to have our champion here at this little mid-April heifer calf we saw earlier. She's awfully nice, and wish you the best of luck with her.
Jimmy, can you let them know that we can wait?
Congratulations to the best bred and owned in the main Anjou show. The champion is entry number 5. That's Bo Louise, exhibited by Bo A. Johnson of Gallipolis, Ohio.
We need Kianina entry number 7. Kianina entry number 7 to the scales, please.
Headed your way.
Junior limousine exhibitors, we're ready to begin your show. Judging our junior limousine show here at the 2016 North American International Livestock Exposition is Jeff Bedwell. Jeff and the Bedwell family have long-time breeders and enthusiasts of shorthorn cattle in western Oklahoma. Shorthorns have been continuously owned by the Bedwell family for over 100 years, spanning 5 generations of their family. In addition to breeding, raising, exhibiting, promoting, and judging shorthorns, Jeff has had a broad-based professional career that has always been framed by agriculture. He has enjoyed serving as an instructor and assistant livestock team coach at NEO A&M College, at a genetic nucleus breeding barn manager at the Oklahoma Division of Pig Improvement Company, a livestock production specialist for Farmland Industries, in addition to serving as an agriculture and 4-H extension educator for the Oklahoma Cooperative Extension Service. Jeff is currently the agronomy specialist for the Oklahoma Land Run Co-op near Enid, Oklahoma. Jeff judged his first show at the age of 19 and now, 35 years later, has had the privilege of evaluating livestock at all levels in many states and in Australia. Jeff, his wife Diane, and daughter Jennifer reside near Isabella, Oklahoma, where they enjoy redefining their role and contribution to shorthorn cattle and the people that are a part of the shorthorn breed. We're pleased to have Jeff Bedwell placing our limousine cattle here at the 2016 North American.
Really a nice pair of Limousin heifers to begin our show with here this morning. Little differences in their type and kind. These two females are really on opposite spectrums with regards to where their value might be the most appreciated. Really like the black heifer that I like to start this class with. She's maybe a little more extended. Female that I see just a little more femininity in and perhaps still yet maintains good shape through the center of her body. I like the angularity that she has, the flexion that she has when she hits the ground on both ends of her skeleton. A stronger, more dimensional female that's second with regards to the width we see through the center of her body, maybe just a little more shapeliness to that heifer, a little more coarseness in the reed that I get up through her front third, perhaps just a little more rigid as she comes off her hind leg and maybe not quite as flexed in her activity and action as we see her at the surface. Really a nice pair of heifer calves. Congratulations.
Placing first in Class 1 limousines is entry number 2, TASF Dignity 035D, exhibited by Lonnie Thomas, Boonesboro, Maryland. And second in the class, entry number 1, LMCC Erica 306D, exhibited by Micah Ott, Danvers, Illinois. Congratulations. We are ready now to start our Chianina show. If you'll bring that first class in. Dr. Ryan Rathman from Lubbock, Texas will be judging our keys.
Really a nice trio of March heifer calves, and I think a heifer that starts our class that projects a lot of balance. I think one that's compositionally very correct. We see her at the ground, very correct on her feet and legs, and the foot shape and toe shape of that heifer. One that reads to me to have a lot of fundamental soundness and a great build in terms of seeing her develop and the rib shape that she has that complements a little extra structure, just a little nicer blend through her front third than perhaps we find in the heifer that's two. Heifer that's two is our growth-oriented heifer of this particular group. She's a little longer-bodied heifer, maybe a little more strength than that heifer in terms of weight per day of age compared to our class winner. This heifer gets just a notch coarser up through her front end. She doesn't read quite as much elegance up through her neck and shoulder. I like the durability that she has. I like the performance that she gives us. Again, just a notch more coarsely read up through her front end, perhaps even into her joint as we read her as she travels out of the ring. The heifer that comes third, she's a female to me, tremendous angularity, and a heifer that's got a great extension down her top line from shoulder to hip, one that's made pretty nicely. Gets just a little tight in her pins, perhaps a little narrower underneath as she travels away from us. Doesn't have quite the strength or project quite the strength in her stature or in her presence as she gets out and travels in terms of movement. Really a nice heifer calf. Again, congratulations to our exhibitors.
Doing good.
Well, we're going to kick off our key show. Should be a good one. Pretty partial to the heifer that starts our show. She was born on my birthday. This female is real sound, and she's pretty stubborn. But when she does decide she wants to be halter broke, I bet she gets out and leads just very athletically. She's really good in her joint work and a good-bodied female. It's well-balanced. I think she's got a pretty bright future. I wish you the best of luck down the road.
Placings in Class 2 Junior Limousines. First is entry number 7, Shillings Dancing Girl, exhibited by Micah Ott of Danvers, Illinois. Second in the class is number 6, TASF Desire 024D, exhibited by Lonnie Thomas, Boonesboro, Maryland. And third in the class is entry number 4, exhibited by Michaela Massey, London, Kentucky. Congratulations. Winning Class 1 of the Junior Kianina Show is entry number 1, ML Miss Laney 52D, exhibited by Cody Lane, Rensselaer, Indiana. Congratulations.
Nice pair of heifers. Again, on our limousine side, the heifer we're beginning with leads this lineup, the stronger of the pair in terms of her dimensionality and production look that she gives us because of that extra capacity and shape through the center of her body. I really like the athleticism of this heifer as well. I think she shows good action when she meets the surface at her foot. I think she gets up into a skeleton that opens with some advantages there as well. Heifer that's second probably has some advantage up through her front third, a little neater looking up through her front end in terms of femininity. She gives up some of the shape. She gives up some of that dimension that maybe she needs to have to be as competitive as our class winner would be today. Not quite as strong at the ground in terms of foot size or probably durability of skeleton, but a nice pair of heifers, and again, congratulations.
Division next.
Placings in Class 3 Junior Limousine Show. First is entry number 12, AUTO Darlin 204D ET, exhibited by Keely Schultz of Dansville, Georgia, or that's Danielsville, Georgia. Second in the class, entry number 8, PFL Dirty Bird, exhibited by Alex Portwood, Versailles, Kentucky. Congratulations. Now showing for Limousine Division I champion.
Well, here in our second class at Key Heifer Calves, nice group, a little more variation from top to bottom. This white flank female that starts, pretty good look. Female that reads pretty good in terms of her function and attractiveness and stoutness out of her hip and hind leg. I think her complement of the amount of body she's got relative to her frame is the best combination in the group, and she still blends together with a pretty sweet look up front. If I had to change her up, maybe could just square her up a little bit in terms of how true she goes off of her front too, but good enough for me from behind, so win the class. The heifer in second, a longer-bodied female, a female that's got quite a bit of WDA, a female that has some shape to her rib cage. Honestly, for as fast as she's growing, she's got quite a bit of belly, and she's really long and square from hooks to pins. I think today might have been the first time she's been out or had a chain halter on her, so she was kind of getting used to the program. She gets just a little thicker down to the base of her chest, maybe just goes a little more awkwardly out of her hind leg, and I'm sure when she settles and gets used to this show and ring environment, that'll change up just a bit, but maybe not quite as attractive there from the side or how she's put together versus the winner. I really like this sweet-fronted female that's in third. She's a bit skinnier in her forerib shape, maybe just a little larger in the feature to her hock, but a female that's really square from hooks to pins. She's stout in terms of her foot size. I think her angles read right from the side. She maybe tightens just a nickel in her hock, but that's an awfully nice female that's got a lot of good to come. She's just pretty skinny in her midrib right now today. The heifer then we've got next in line, the fourth place female, one that's really stout constructed. She's big pin. She's got a good turn down her top. This female maybe just gets a little closed up on her front feet and a little shallower in terms of the way she patterns up from the side. But certainly she bellies down to complement how stout she is. That'll make an awfully nice heifer for you, and I wish you the best of luck with her. Young lady, excuse me. Heifer here at the end of the class, really expressively muscled heifer, young lady, just a little wound up in terms of her structure. Like to lay her back in terms of her ankle and just build her a little bigger in terms of her feet and get her used to that halter. But I think she'll make a nice cow for you. Just got to give her time to settle down.
Those are for the next classes. Hey, Dom. Thank you.
It's on. Nice division of heifer calves in our limousine side. Some variation of type and kind as we look at these cattle that come from different genetic compositions in terms of how they're put together, but a really nice set of heifer calves. Starting that lineup with a heifer calf that came out of a May class. This female's got plenty of grow and outcome in regards to continued growth, but a heifer that balances extremely well, very correct at the ground. I think she's got enough body and rib shape and looks to be very honest in her composition as we study her in that rib shape. I think she's smooth and angular up through her front end, but still has good progressive width as we study her from shoulder to hip, and we see how she comes back into the center of her body. Heifer that comes out of the second class, a little different in her kind, but compared to the two on either side, perhaps gets a little more of a terminal reed to her up through her front end at times, but I really like the softness to the middle of that body, and I think because of that, we still see that productive look and that production look that we like in our cattle. This heifer's got a little extra structure compared to some of the cattle that we have out here in the ring, and certainly one that's got plenty of dimension. I'd probably like to see a little more of a ladylike front third on her with regards to more length from the top of her shoulder to the top of her pole, perhaps even see just a notch more length down her top line. Heifer that comes out of our final class, a January female, the oldest heifer in our division. Heifer that's massive in terms of her performance and her rib shape, one that we'd maybe like to see just a little bit neater in her overall makeup. For me, she gets just a little more open through the top of her blade than maybe she'd like to be, or I'd like for it to be ideal. Perhaps plenty high right out through her tail set, but one that certainly gets out and reaches with good athleticism. I think her foot is correct in terms of its shape, and I think its placement is very athletic and gives her a nice productive potential as we project her to a mature cow. Really a nice group in this particular division. Let's give them a nice round of applause, audience, if you would. Nice effort here. Let's congratulate your champion out of Class 1.
Placings in Class 2, Junior Kianinas. First, entry number 4, JSUL Who's Lucky, exhibited by Matthew Drew Durstler of Greens Fork, Indiana. Second in the class, entry number 6, WCC Miss Rattle 425 ET, exhibited by Rebecca Oliver, Daviston, Alabama. Third in the class is entry number 3 and is exhibited by Cassidy Barker of Kearney, Missouri. Placing fourth, entry number 10, exhibited by Dalen Bain of Covington, Indiana. Fifth in the class, entry number 7, exhibited by Elizabeth Williams, Hamilton, Michigan. Congratulations.
Well, we'll go ahead and choose our late spring heifer calf division champion right here. This first heifer is pretty stubborn. She's going to get used to the program. This female reads right in terms of her angles, her foot size, her strength, and yet comfort in her pastured. Female that balances up well. You know, should have maybe just strike me as just the latest maturing in terms of her rate of growth, but to this point, 2.84, probably plenty adequate for a female there right at weaning age. So then the heifer we've got right in behind her, this female is pretty sweet in terms of her look and just soft-bellied, and she's got some thickness, but everything lays together like a female. Like her an awful lot. She's going to be our champion in this group, the late April heifer calf wheel, as we choose between their second place heifer and our single entry up front. The second place heifers, I like her length of body and her natural thickness and length of rump. Female that's got a lot of good to her. Just maybe a female I'd like to clean up just a touch in terms of her forward and downward chest and maybe square her up a little bit off both ends. That's an awfully nice female. She relaxes. Those things are going to look just a little shinier in her. I like this single entry, though, in terms of the way she's built. She'll be our reserve. Congratulations to you, young lady, with the May heifer calf.
Division I champion in the Junior Limousine Show is entry number 2, TASF Dignity 035D, exhibited by Lonnie Thomas, Boonesboro, Maryland. And the reserve is entry number 12, AUTO Darlin 204DET, exhibited by Keely Schultz, Danielsville, Georgia. Congratulations. And the division champion in the Kianina Show, entry number 4, JSUL Who's Lucky 6996 DET, exhibited by Matty Drew Dorsler of Greens Fork, Indiana. And the reserve, entry number 6, WCC Miss Rattle 425 DET, exhibited by Rebecca Oliver, Daviston, Alabama.
Really our first chance to see some numbers here in the limousine show in terms of class, and I think really a nice class of November, December born females. This heifer that starts our class, I think, sets a nice pace for the remainder of the lineup in regards to pattern and correctness. Feet and leg placement is extremely good, and when you start at the ground that correctly, you would expect to see the kind of confirmation in terms of correctness of skeleton that we see in this class winner. If we get a little bit critical of her, we could probably open her up a nickel right underneath. She can come just a little narrow at times. That's an awfully nice one in this group, and I think certainly deserves the recognition as class winner. I think the next two get to be a little bit more of a pair for me. There's nice, sensibly sized, good long-bodied females. The heifer in 2, to me, is more correct to the angle of her shoulder. As she comes out of that shoulder going forward, her head and neck set more correctly for me. I like the strength that she has behind that shoulder with regards to her depth of forerib and the way that she carries the extra depth back into her flank. And I think as she gets out and travels, opens up underneath and stays flexible on her skeleton to the advantage of her over the heifer in third. Heifer in third, the bigger outline of the pair, heifer that probably needs to be a little like our class winner, perhaps opened up a little more underneath, a little more correct in her structure out of her hip and on her hind leg. But a nice female that ends up third because of her balance, because of her quality to her front third. Heifer that comes next, probably a little bit of a handful to handle out here. You get a look or two out of her every once in a while that really drives her competitiveness up further into the class. But most of the time, because she's not wanting to cooperate, she looks a little more open in her shoulder, a little bit higher in her flank, and doesn't balance quite as well as the heifers that are up the line in this group. Heifer that's the strongest in terms of her dimensionality and width through the center of her body and quarter. Heifer that ends up rounding out our class, and mostly because of her structure, she needs to be more flexible, needs to go with more comfort and less calculation as she travels. Excellent class of winter heifer calves. Congratulations again.
Well, a really nice trio here, and this top pair are totally different in terms of just their growth curves. This female I'm starting is one that's just packed full of body and stoutness, and she's going to be a great low-input type cow. With that, she is a little lower to the ground. She's a little shorter cannon, and I told the young lady she'll just have to manage that heifer. We shouldn't get ahead of the game too much in terms of conditions, so her chest floor and her shoulder stays in her, because she's not going to be the biggest female in the world, but at her frame score, she's awfully good. The female in second is later mature, and she's pretty darn long in terms of that ladder that goes from her ear to her shoulder. This female's really long-bodied. She's really square-hip. A female that, structurally speaking, maybe goes a bit more upright off both ends and just a touch more shuffled. Obviously, she handles herself off her rear, too. Like to square her up a nickel and just give her time to let her body catch up with her frame. But a nice pair of cattle there on the top. Good heifer here in third. I like the way this female travels. She's maybe not quite as smooth in the way she lays her tail head into her top line. Not quite as maybe soft from her heart back to her flank at this point in time, but her maturity pattern reads right, and she's very correct, so I'm sure good things will come and happen for this female down the road.
Placings in Class 6 Limousine females. First is entry number 18, ETGC Candy Apple, exhibited by Abby Tipton of Greenback, Tennessee. Second in the class, entry number 15, ELCX Charmer 566 CET, exhibited by Julia Weber, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. Third in the class, entry number 16, exhibited by Michaela Massey, London, Kentucky. Placing fourth was entry number 20 and was exhibited by Seidel E. Portwood of Versailles, Kentucky. Placing fifth, entry number 19, exhibited by Cameron Bryant, Pikeville, Tennessee. Congratulations. We need classes 11 and 12 Chianinas to the scales, please. Classes 11 and 12 Chianinas to the scales.
Really an outstanding set of October heifer calves on our limousine side, and I think a nice place to start here with a female that combines structural correctness to the highest degree here at the ground. I think when you look at these cattle and start them at the ground, she sorts herself pretty quickly, and then as you get up into her skeleton, she sweeps a bigger rib. She has more center body than some of the other cattle do in the class. Not that she's the highest performing one out here, but I think a nice combination of performance, I think a nice combination of femininity, I think a nice combination of structural correctness. Heifer that comes next to me is one that gets there because of her correctness, because she's a little more moderate in regards to her birth weight and doesn't sacrifice growth to go along with that. This heifer, to me, gives us a nice look in terms of balance and uniformity, in terms of top-line design and correctness. Her foot and leg is really nice in terms of how you look at it from behind where I'm at now. Places her feet pretty accurately wide and does so in a consistent fashion. This is our performance heifer of the group in terms of weight per day of age, also the highest in terms of her birth weight, and has some calving ease issues in that regard. Certainly a lot of tools in that heifer. A massive female in terms of rib and body and substance. Female that's got tremendous length to her hip, a pretty flexible kind of a cow that reaches comfortably on both ends. Not quite as collected in her makeup or nature as the heifers that are above her, but again, not showing herself maybe to the greatest of her potential either. The next two heifers, I think, get relatively close. I think the young lady's heifer has the appreciable advantage in performance and depth of body and shape to her rib. I think at the ground she's a little more correct, if not even a little bigger footed kind of a female that still maintains a nice maternal look because of extra extension, perhaps a little more softness through her middle third. Heifer that comes next is a female that, like the heifer that rounds out our class, probably needs more performance, probably needs more strength at the ground in terms of foot size, perhaps even a little more skeletal dimension to them, but a heifer that still balances with some eye appeal. Heifer that rounds out our class just a little less correct on her hind leg, gets in at her hocka more than I'd like for her to. Even though she has advantages over the heifer in 4, that heifer just doesn't have quite as much correctness as we'd like for her to have to be any more competitive. Again, congratulations to our exhibitors. A nice set of falls.
Thank you, sir. Ladies.
Placings in Class 5 in the Kianina show. First is entry number 11, GOET Miss Me ET, exhibited by Kathy Lehman of Shelby, Ohio. Second in the class, entry number 13, RVSF Black Betty, exhibited by Olivia Caldwell, Elmwood, Illinois. Third in the class is entry number 12 and is exhibited by Jared Cluxton of Ripley, Ohio. Congratulations. Placings in Class 7 in the Junior Limousine Show. First is entry number 24, TASF Clarity ET, exhibited by Lonnie Thomas, Boonesboro, Maryland. Second in the class, entry number 22, AUTO CYM, exhibited by Dominic Rupert, Witt, Illinois. Third in the class, entry number 21, exhibited by Tanner Curtin of Oxford, Iowa. Placing fourth is number 25 and is exhibited by Liliana Portwood of Versailles, Kentucky. Placing fifth, entry number 26, exhibited by Cameron Bryant, Pikeville, Tennessee. Congratulations.
Yeah, if you want to, just leave it right there. Yeah, put your heifer right behind this one, okay? Well, it's a pretty darn competitive little class between these four. All four of them are blessed with quite a bit of hair, and they're fit to a T. And these young people are doing a great job showing them and working with just how broke they are to whatever level that is. The female I'm going to start, I like best at the surface. She's one of the better footed cattle in here that's still loose jointed and can handle her skeleton on the go. Really complements her balance. I think this female is strong but yet pliable in her top line. She's a female that's smooth at the edge of her shoulder and the way she features out of her neck. She's a little plainer headed probably for my taste, but this female is still shallow chested. She's got a good sweep to rib. Wouldn't necessarily say it's the most uniform back to her flank, but good sweep. Moving behind her, yes, there's some cattle in here that are a little stouter base than what she is, but I like her best in terms of her structure and just that combination with her balance and maternal rib cage. Young man, you do a nice job with this little heifer here in second. She's pretty intriguing. She's got a good neck set to her. I like her roundness of rib cage, her stoutness. When I move in behind her, she's a little more honest in her base width. Her rear feet are fine. She maybe is a little sluggish in the way she handles them. Maybe runs downhill just ever so slightly and opens just a nickel more in her shoulder shape. More than anything, young man, I'd change her front feet. She's pretty incorrect in terms of her outside toe there off that right front foot. Just gets a little flat and curled there, more than what I'd like to see. But that's still an outstanding heifer, and I'm sure you'll work hard with her and get some good things done. Heifer we got here in thirds, a little more ornery on the halter at times. This female is kind of the large outline, late mature and long growing one in the group. And I love how fancy she is out there her front end. She's smooth in her shoulder design. Female's really long bodied and long hip. At times when she's not stretched out like she is here, she gets a little lower naturally in her pin set. A female that's maybe a little flatter and tighter into the lower portions of her forerib and through the base of her heart. Maybe comes at you just a shot narrow through her chest and knee and turns them out. Maybe doesn't stay quite as square, leaving you. Young man, your heifer I've got here in the final spot. Still love this female. I mean, this is a tight class from top to bottom, so don't get frustrated based on my opinion. This female is really thick-ended, bold-bodied, big top. She balances up pretty decent sometimes. Other times she maybe gets a little downhill. I thought the point of her shoulder needs to be laid in her just a little smoother. She gets a little rough there to the outer edges of it. I like to square her up just a shot in terms of how she travels off both ends, but being very picky, that was a very competitive class.
We'll jump in here real quick before we announce our key winners in that last class and talk this fall division of limousine heifers, and I think a really, really strong pair of contenders here. Our November winter heifer calf that's in that lead spot, one that from the side, you just have an awful hard time taking your eyes off of her. You get in behind her, a heifer that blends very nicely up through her front third, and as you study her down her top line, there's a reason that heifer looks so good when she travels. Those parts all blend together extremely well out of the top of her shoulder. Her upper rib cage is extremely bold and shapely. I like the muscle design in that female. I really appreciate the sweep to her rib. Yes, we could perhaps open her up just a nickel underneath, as we mentioned earlier, but her condition and her composition is such that I think as we study her through the top of that skeleton and read her maturity, she's one that's awfully 12 o'clock in those regards. This is a big, strong female that comes out of the October class. She beat a big, powerful heifer and one that was very complete that stands down there in two that I think were strong contenders against her as well. Her reasoning for placing in the top of that class was that extra rib shape, the extra volume, and it was complemented by smoothness and a maternal look that heifer still has. That female, to me, has a nice length to her hip, a good length to her muscle. Again, managed well, and I think a female that comes to us in about the right condition for her maturity. I think as we see her get out and travel, she's not quite as collected in her movement up through her shoulder. She doesn't orientate with quite the reach that we find out of our November heifer calf. She does have the advantage in width and boldness as we get through the lower portion of her skeleton. I like the maternal look. I like the maturity we see and the conditioning we see in that November female. Awfully hard for me to beat her here today. Your winter heifer calf's going to be that division winner. Congratulations.
Placings in Class 6 Junior Chianina females. First is entry number 7, AUDE Stylish Lady 90 ET, exhibited by Abby Collins, New Paris, Ohio. Second in the class, entry number 19, Miss Molly ET, exhibited by Skylar Bennett, Winchester, Indiana. Third in the class is entry number 18 and is exhibited by Clayton Maine, Seymour, Indiana. Placing fourth, entry number 16, exhibited by Connor Kirkpatrick of Ilia, Indiana. Congratulations. And the division champion in the Junior Limousine Show is entry number 18, ETGC Candy Apple, exhibited by Abby Tipton, Greenback, Tennessee. And the reserve is entry number 24, TASF Clarity ET, exhibited by Lonnie Thomas, Boonesboro, Maryland. Congratulations.
Well, a nice trio here of January calves. The top female right here, the black heifer, one that for me, from the ground up, just built a bit sounder, more practical in terms of her relationship of body to frame. She blends together, very balanced. She's good at the edge of her shoulder and pretty feminine up through her front parts and square as you work back into her pin bone and get in behind her. She's not outrageously pulled apart in terms of her skeleton or full rib, and I'd call her adequate in regards to structure, but the female in the second is just a little stout-boned, big hip type female. It's got a lot of performance, a lot of growth about her, young lady. She's got a nice look. She's just a little straighter there off both ends of her skeleton and probably at this time maybe lacking just a touch in terms just real body from her heart to her flank. Black heifer we've got in behind that one, arguably maybe in the long run a better cow than the heifer I put right in front of you. This female just gets a little out of sorts traveling away in terms of how she rolls her hind leg and gets a little deeper in her chest and rounder at the base of her shoulder from a balance standpoint, but a real good bold-bodied female that ought to make a nice moderate low input type cow.
We need key entry 27 in class 11. Key Anita entry 27 in class 11 to the scales, please. We need limousine entry 32 to the scales. Limousine entry 32 to the scales, please. Placings in the class 7 Junior Key Anita show. First is entry number 21, JSUL Tamale Choice 6126D ET, exhibited by Brad Johnson, Kimmel, Indiana. Second in the class, BBS Miss Lizzie 232D, shown by Cheyenne Kaiser, Morning View, Kentucky. Third in the class, entry number 20, exhibited by Tristan Warner of Eaton Rapids, Michigan. Congratulations.
Really a nice set of late spring yearling females we have on our limousine side at this point. You know, the heifer we start this class with conformationally and compositionally, I think, excels this group. Just awfully correct at the ground. That gets up into her skeleton that, with great comfort as she gets around the ring and travels. You know, you look at her composition and she's leaner than the heifer that stands behind her, still yet with extra volume and rib sweep and all the dimension that we like to see in one that gives her a little extra value potentially as a cow. Heifer's got just a little bit of a ding in terms of her birth weight a little higher than we'd like for it to be, but easily the highest growth female we've seen in your ring today, and one of the higher dollar values females we've seen in the ring today as well. I think just an awfully balanced female that's really hard to kind of knock out of that top spot with the group of heifers behind her. Heifer that comes next to her, we'd like to see just a little more femininely made up through her front third. She reads just a little coarser about her head. I like her strength and width of rib, and I like the doable look that she gives us. I don't need her to be any cleaner chested or any neater through her throat. Just like to see a little more shape or leaner shape through the top of her neck, and I'd like to see a more leaner composition in that heifer through her lower third and body. But an awfully good female that's got tremendous length of body, female that even though I see her as being plenty conditioned, I think travels and handles it pretty well. Heifer that comes next, appreciably trimmer, gives up some in terms of dimension, flattens through the center of her rib, doesn't have quite the shape there in the center of her body, but a very elegant made female through her front third. I like the trimness through the top of her neck. I like the fact that she remains flexible down her top line as she gets out and travels. Needs to be opened up a bit more underneath as we watch her go on both ends of that skeleton. Our red heifer that comes next has that advantage in terms of extra shape, maybe even a little more base width than the heifer that beats her in 3, perhaps even a little more length of body. Not quite as attractive through her front third, not quite as correctly structured as the heifer that ends up being 3, but a heifer that I think still has good value and potential in addition to that. Heifer that gives up a little more balance than the heifers above her. This heifer gets a little deeper in her front end relative to where her flank ends up. Maybe needs to be just a little more correct on her feet and legs, but a heifer that's good in terms of her volume. I like the depth of rib that she shows us. I like the angularity she shows us through the top of her neck and front end. Again, congratulations to our exhibitors.
Well, a nice group of young key prospects here. The first class has a March heifer. She features a lot of stoutness. When you move in behind her, she's just bowled all the way through her skeleton. She's stout at the ground and still pretty nice in terms of just the length and attachment of her neck. For a female, it's a little lower to the ground, if you will. Maybe could blend her back from her shoulder into her forerib just a touch smoother and just to extend her a nickel in terms of her maturity pattern. She's certainly still a performance heifer. I think she was 3.29 in terms of WDA, which is it's a good rate of gain. I just think in the long run may end up just a little conventional. The middle heifer here is super sound. She's elegant from the side. I'd intensify her a bit through the base of her stifle if I could upgrade her, but in terms of the basics, she covers them well. The heifer that's out of the third class, this female from the side draws together as strong in her lines and as uniform from chest to flank as any of the cattle out here. She lays together awfully smooth from front to rear, partially because she's maybe not quite as opened up when you study her skull and back into her forerib. Just make to maybe see her a bit more progressive, but that's an awfully balanced female. It's very correct. I like our middle class winner here to be our division champion. Congratulations to you. Young man, we'll bring your second place heifer back over here. Young man was doing a good job earlier. That was a really tough class there in terms of the 1 through 4 in that group. They were all awfully nice, and I'm sure they'll change spots many times in front of many judges. This heifer here, one that is really big down her top and round in her rib cage and stout in her pin bone, still travels pretty darn square as she leaves you. She's a female as well. Like I said, I could maybe lay her shoulder in just a little neater. Like I spoke about the heifer up front, maybe change her up a bit in terms of her front feet. But that was a heifer that I liked an awful lot. We're going to keep those two together. So, young man, you're going to have our reserve champion. Congratulations to you.
Placings in Class 10 Limousine females. First is entry number 28, DHIL Lovely 5023C, exhibited by Kylie Kelly of Yukon, Oklahoma. Second, entry number 31, HNRW Meredith, exhibited by Hannah Williamson, Warsaw, Ohio. Third in the class, entry number 29, exhibited by Will Blades, Midway, Kentucky. Fourth in the class, number 17, exhibited by Liam Stewart of Raymond, Illinois. Placing fifth is entry number 30 and is exhibited by Megan Madewell, Rock Island, Tennessee. Congratulations. And congratulations to the Division II champion in the Kianina Show, entry number 7. That's AUDE Stylish Lady 9DET, exhibited by Abby Collins, New Paris, Ohio. And congratulations to the Reserve Division II champion, entry number 19, Miss Molly E.T., exhibited by Skylar Bennett, Winchester, Indiana.
Quite an interesting group of spring yearling females that come out here. I think fundamentally these cattle all offer some things, but I think there are a lot of variation in them and some trade-offs. We could sit here and discuss advantages that each of them have for some length, and I think we could come up with some different placings. But as I see the 4 heifers, the heifer that offers the most positives is the female that starts our class. I think she begins that advantage at the ground. I think she covers with the most flexion and action down through the lower portion of her skeleton that's beneficial to her fundamental soundness. I think she's a good big-bodied heifer that still yet remains pretty maternal in her look and front end. There's a heifer or two out here that are more elegant up through their front third. There's maybe even a heifer that's stronger in terms of mass and substance than this heifer is. But I think a nice balanced heifer that has a good approach to coming into to her maternity with regards to her length of muscle, her correctness of condition, and her flexibility. Here's a heifer I'd really like a whole bunch, and from the side I do. It's when we get in behind her that I think we just need to see more heifer. I think we need to open her up a bit as we approach her from shoulder to hip. I think we need to see her hit the ground with more authority and base width. But I think just looking at her from the standpoint of being able to reach her track more comfortably, she's one that has advantages in balance and pattern and femininity. I think she deserves to be in the second spot in that regard. Heifer that comes next is a female that I identified earlier as the strong, massive one in this group. This female starts strong at the ground, a big, good-footed female, and that's a big advantage to any breed, but especially to the heifer that she beats in this class. Heifer that's really opened up good down her top and upper rib. She reads more coarsely through her front third, perhaps some more condition in that female, a little rounder in her muscle system in terms of just being coarser in that muscle, but a good female with regards to her structural integrity and her foot shape. Heifer that comes next, I'd like to roll up, and if we change her back feet and the way that she manages that hind foot, I think I can do that and even make her as competitive as second. A very low-heeled heifer that really wants to reach herself up under. She also wants to be one of the higher-conditioned heifers in our group, but as she stands still and as you appreciate her from the side, a very proportional heifer and a very balanced heifer that has a nice maternal look, perhaps as much refinement to her udder as any of the heifers we have in the class. Really a nice set of females. Again, congratulations to our March Limousine heifer exhibitors.
Thank you. Well, we got a lonely heifer over here in our November class, a female that's really expressively muscled, pretty round in her turn to her body shape, a female that's got plenty just natural dimension all the way through. Every once in a while, maybe has a tendency to sneak up on her pasture and off her rear tube, but just a nice slick-haired heifer that's got a lot of shape and a lot of value.
Placings in Class 11 Junior Limousine Show. First in the class is entry number 35, AUTO Camila, exhibited by Dominic Rupert, Witt, Illinois. Second in the class, number 33, CJSL 5172C, exhibited by Lindsay Gulata of Independence, Louisiana. Placing third, entry number 32, shown by Cameron Bryant, Pikeville, Tennessee. Fourth in the class is entry number 36 and is exhibited by Anna Weber of Harrodsburg, Kentucky. Congratulations. Winning Class 10 in the Junior Chianina Show is entry number 25, TDR Bree 540C, exhibited by Taylor Ray, Campbellsburg, Kentucky.
Can you call 516 to the Hughes jail?
We need key entry 16 to the key scale, please.
Another lonely heifer here, single entry in our October class. Brockle heifer that's very moderate. She's very cowy in her middle. Female that I think reads pretty sound. I'd like to stretch her out of her hip just a touch, young man. I think she gets just a nickel lower right there. Maybe just lengthen out that face. She's pretty square-headed, but a nice female that ought to make a really productive cow for you.
Winning Class 11 Chianinas is entry number 26, Flat Good, exhibited by Landon Tajich of Perry, Georgia. Congratulations.
One, two, test, test, 1, 2. Check, check, 1, 2.
Same old stuff, that's what I'm doing.
Feeder steer and heifer exhibitors, we anticipate that your show will begin at 1:30.
Very contrasting pair right here between the two. Both of them good cattle. The female I'm going to start with is a bit more conventional in terms of her skull and her maturity pattern. Probably like to accelerate her a hair more than where she's at right now in terms of performance. But this female I read to be truer in terms of soundness off both ends. And a female, it's probably a better match for her frame in terms of the amount of body and fleshing ability she's got. She's still very expressive and still can give you a pretty nice look. She's just a touch rounder at the base of her shoulder and out of her pin set. The female that you've got in second, young man, this heifer's very long-bodied, like the length and levelness from hooks to pins, almost to the point where maybe her tail head throws a little high in her spine and gets a bit down in her loin and runs downhill just a touch for her height. This female, I'd like to see just a touch more open through her forerib and better match her shoulder and square her up just a touch. But I like her bone, I like her length, very stout when you move in behind her. A lot of quality about this heifer. Just need to fit a few of her parts together a little smoother.
Oh, we got one. We got one. Okay. You can keep it.
Again, another set of really, really strong females and working through another group of Marchborns. These early springs, I think, have tremendous cow potential, and I think these top three, again, we could arm wrestle about, but as you study the cattle and as I evaluate them from the ground up, this heifer is not as big in her stature and certainly gives up some to those. I see that as an advantage in this particular case. I think she's more proportionally built. I think she's very good in terms of her composition, in terms of her freshness. She's not as far along, it doesn't appear to me, in terms of maybe being as far bred as those other heifers, but I think she's been managed well nonetheless in terms of her conditioning. As you study her through the top of her shoulder, I like the way that it ties and blends to her neck and opens to the center of her rib. I like the flexibility and the reach and comfort that she has on both ends of her structure and skeleton. I think she just makes a good place to start in terms of honesty of conformation and balance of body parts and honest, good, positive traits. Heifer that comes next, a female, and I think the next two get a little closer. These two heifers already weighing quite a bit, and as we project them to maturity, I think lots go into those two heifers in terms of resources, but I think the heifer that goes next in two gets just a little wider at the ground, maintains a little more base width, a little more true width right through the center of her hip, and maintains that advantage to the ground. I like the good productive look we've got in this big strong female that's third, and it's hard for me to put a good big strong cow in a third spot that's got this much volume. I get in behind her and I'd like to proportionally see her better in regards to her width at her hip and through the center of her stifle. No doubt she's the most massive. She's got the highest weight per day of age. She's also going to have some higher maintenance requirements that go along with that. Heifer that comes next, I think, is one that is very balanced, and I think she's pretty uniform from shoulder to hip in terms of her strength of lines. As we get her in motion, however, she gets to be one of the more calculated females in her movement. She hesitates a bit more out of her front end. She doesn't reach as comfortably off that hind leg with the same action and flexion that we like to see in her hock. Heifer that rounds out her class similarly to that heifer probably needs to reach more comfortably off that hind leg, probably needs to have a little more of the same balance and femininity that we find in those heifers up the line. Again, congratulations to our exhibitors.
We're going to pick a fall division champion here in our key show. We didn't have a whole lot of numbers here. The first two were single entries, and then we had a pair in that last September class. But with our options out here, a good set of cattle, maybe just as a whole, a set of cattle that could be just a touch more desirable in terms of the way they're made and featured in their head and maturity pattern. The heifer out front, though, I do think naturally in this group, maybe just a shot more rate of growth, and she's very expressively muscled. She's slick-haired, so it makes her look probably a touch rounder than maybe what your eye would tell you naturally, but she's a female that's good in her rib shape. She's strong in terms of her muscle and dimension. She's a female that patterns up with a nice balanced look, even though she's got a touch of throat and chest. Just like to see her a little softer in terms of her heart and her flank, and maybe truer up just a shot up front. The Brockle that you have, young man, kind of a shorter face heifer. I just wish she was a little bigger in terms of her kind. She gets a bit conservative for me. Like to lay her shoulder in just a touch better, but I very much respect the level of power and stoutness that she's got all the way through. I just think she needs to be a little smoother. Then the final heifer here, just another one that gets a touch shorter in her face. She balances pretty decent in terms of part for part, just a little rounder there out of her pin bone. Maybe could true her up just a shot more as she handles her front too. But I like her softness of belly and her thickness. I think she's adequate the way she travels from behind. We're going to use this heifer here to be our champion in this group. Nice heifer that stands behind me in that class for second, and she's a bigger in her kind, and I do like that. I just wish she was put together better on her feet and leg structure. I'm going to actually follow up with the single entry slick-haired heifer out of that first class right here. Let's congratulate these exhibitors out here in our fall division.
Placings in Class 12 in the Kianina Show. First is entry number 30, YSC Miss Monroe, exhibited by Madison Abbs, Commerce, Georgia. Second in the class, entry number 29, GGCC Felicia, exhibited by Jacob Setchell of Ottawa, Illinois. Congratulations. Placings in Class 12, Junior Limousines. First is entry number 40, LMCC Nalini 45C, exhibited by Devin Cox, Coatesville, Indiana. Second in the class, entry number 27, Cora Legacy, exhibited by Austin Miller, Lanark, Illinois. Placing third, entry number 39, shown by Devin Cox, Coatesville, Indiana. Fourth in the class, entry number 38, exhibited by Duncan Smith, Malcolm, Illinois. Placing fifth, number 49, shown by Tristan Gulata of Independence, Louisiana. Congratulations. We need Kianina classes 19, 20, and 21 to the scales, please. Kianina classes 19, 20, and 21 to the Kianina scales. Division champion heifer in the Kianina show is entry number 25. That's Flat Good, exhibited by Landon Tatich of Elko, Georgia. And reserve is entry number 26. That's our entry 25 was your division champion, and that's TDR Bree 540C, exhibited by Taylor Ray, Campbellsburg. And the reserve, entry number 26, Flat Good, exhibited by Landon Tatich, Elko, Georgia. Congratulations.
This is a single entry July heifer, a really big rib cowie, sound made female. It's going to be awfully practical. She's very strong, even though she's the only one in here. She's just going to make a great cow. I'd like to maybe see her just a touch more genuine in terms of her composition. Maybe make her a little taller fronted. She runs downhill just ever so slightly, but covers the basics well. Very fundamental female to win this class.
Winning class 15 in the Junior Kianina show is entry number 34, WCC Cowgirl 455C, exhibited by Olivia Wilson, Ogden, Illinois. Congratulations.
Really a powerful set of junior yearlings, a big strong set of females, and one that I think as a class winner sets a really quick pace in terms of correctness and balance, doability and strength. That female's managed pretty well in terms of her conditioning and pretty fresh at this stage of the game. These top three heifers are all plenty big, and I think I made a comment a minute ago about a March heifer being awfully big for her age, or you might have interpreted it that way. This heifer is big, but she is dimensional, extremely big through the center of her body. She's one that's extremely proportional to go along with all that performance, and I think that's a huge advantage to be combined to the correctness and the flexibility we see on that calf. Next one that comes out is a female that gets a little coarser up through her front third. She gives up that feminine look through the front third to the heifer that's third. But I think this female's got an advantage in proportional width. I think she's more honest in her composition in terms of her rib shape. I like the outward turn to her upper and lower rib. I think also landing at the ground with just a little more shape to her foot, a little more strength to her structure. Heifer that comes out next is super deep-bodied and extremely well presented. Young man's done a nice job managing her. She looks to be one of the further in terms of her gestation progression. I think a good-bodied female that's going to have some quality to her udder and some femininity. Not the proportional width, not the strength at the ground perhaps that we find in 1 and 2. Heifer that comes next just runs into 3 pretty big stout ones. We'd like to see her just a notch more dimensional with regards to depth to her heart and forerib, perhaps even just a notch more base width. She's a better balanced heifer, perhaps a little more femininely designed than the heifer that comes next, that gets just a little shorter neck, perhaps a little rounder out of her hip and a little more hesitant as she moves off her hind leg. Good set of junior yearling females, a tremendous set of brood cows as we look at them in the future. Congratulations.
Placings in Class 13 in the Junior Limousine Show. First is entry number 43, Riverstone Charmed, exhibited by Madison Ratliff, Westphalia, Kansas. Second in the class, number 42, LMCC Scotch Cap 35C, exhibited by Michael Ott, Danvers, Illinois. Placing third is number 45 and is exhibited by Lonnie Thomas of Boonesboro, Maryland. Fourth, entry number 44, shown by Riley Smith, Macomb, Illinois. Fifth in the class is entry number 41 and is exhibited by Curtis Moore, Fresno, Ohio. Congratulations.
Well, a really interesting group of May cattle. They're all a little different in their kind. For me, the female that starts wins pretty easily. I'd no doubt like to lay her back in her shoulder placement and just chew her up off of her front end. But outside of that, she's the dominating female from the side. in terms of her neck and just her sweep of rib and length of body. She's a female that's attractive on her hind leg structure, and she stays within herself and squares up pretty nicely going away. A really nice female to start this class. The heifer that's in second, maybe arguably a little sounder in terms of just pliability out of her front end. As an individual, I like her well. She's very cowy, real deep middled. Maybe like to clean her up a bit through the lower 1/3 of her body and from her navel back in terms of composition. She gets a touch plainer from hooks to pins in terms of just natural width. A female that gets a little lower in her pin set as well. But individually, I find her to be a functional, practical type female. Young lady, your red heifer is one that's really stout-made and bold-bodied and very big bone. I'd like to change her up in her udder structure, and her skull is, pretty far off the mark right there. But this female shuffles a little more out of her hind leg and just needs to be squared up a bit as she leaves. The black heifer we've got next, young man, this female here, standing still from the side. I really like just how dimensional she strikes me through her center body. She's really powerful when you move in behind her. She's just monsterly wide all the way through. It just comes with a little extra shoulder. I'd like to tone her back if we could, and she really gets curled up and hooked in terms of her foot structure going away. The white-tailed heifer we've got at the end of the group, a female that's long and strong in terms of her top line, pretty stout, made female up high, one that gets just a shot less feminine as I read her through her neck and her head and her shoulder design relative to where her flank sits, but still a good female that ought to make a great cow.
Well, before we enter our discussion of this set of heifers, I'd appreciate it if you'd show them a nice round of applause. I think a great division of cattle. There's some nice heifers, there's some great females standing in the ring, and some really good females that are not able to participate at this point that I think are going to contribute a great deal. If you study the sheet and you look at what they have to offer, there's a lot of value in those cows. Let's just start right up here with our late spring yearling heifer, and I think one that is really fresh and gives up a lot of maturity to the heifers that are behind her. And I think she still reads extremely strong in terms of her mass and her dimensionality. One of the bigger four-ribbed, bigger hearted heifers we've got in this group, even though I'd like to change her from her knee to the ground just a little bit and true her up just a bit as she comes to that ground out of that knee area. That heifer, I think, has tremendous brood cow value, tremendous heart, tremendous honest depth and performance and rib shape in that heifer, and I think she continues to develop to be a really good cow. Young man's cow that comes next, carrying a little more brisket, maybe even like 3 in this lineup in terms of that brisket, but it really doesn't bother me much with regard to throwing them out in an environment that's a lot tougher, gives them the ability to have a little reserve, and I think still yet adds value in terms of, it doesn't hurt her value in terms of what we see in terms of balance, correctness, foot shape, and the way that they glide around the ring. She and the heifer that come out of the class behind her of those 2 March classes, to me, are extremely long-bodied females, very proportional females, and excelled in each of those classes because they started at the ground the best. And I certainly don't think they give up anything here as we line them up against these other females out of other ages. So we end up with the big female that's at the end of this lineup, a big, strong cow that starts as good at the ground as any of them do. She's the biggest one we've seen out here, and if we're going to make a big deal about size, I guess certainly she'd be one we could talk about. But I think we better talk about conformation and correctness and skeletal design. It's awfully hard to make them as correctly structured, as powerful and authoritative as she is, as massive and dimensional as she is, still have a maternal look like she does. To me, she's an awfully stout one in this particular lineup. She's going to be your division champion. An awfully good set of females we've got in this second place lineup down here, but I like coming back to this late spring yearling that I think complements our division winner with regard to the heart and the shape and the honesty that she has, and a little more pattern right down through the floor of her chest. Congratulations. Let's give our Limousin heifer exhibitors out of this division a nice big round of applause, if you would, please. Congratulations. That's a pretty good job.
Well, here on the key side, we've got a decision to make here between our July and May heifers, respectively. The female up front won her class as a single entry, but she definitely deserved it. From the ground up, she's fundamentally sound and pliable. She's cowy in her middle. She's moderate in her size, and she's still got a lot of muscle mass when you move in behind her. I think even when you melt her down, she's going to have quite a bit of natural dimension. I would like to freshen her up and melt her down just a shot, just to completely be sold on her from a freshness standpoint through her chest and her front end. Maybe just heighten her a bit at the top of her blade to really truly make her balance, but like her cow ability. The other heifer we've got out here, just very much sold on her silhouette from the side. She's strong and she's stretched out in terms of her lines, and they're even. She shoots up into her neck with a great attractive look. I love her off her hip and hind leg. I just wish she was more back at her dialed back in terms of the angle of her blade. But that's an awfully good one. She's going to be our division champion, our May heifer this young lady has. Congratulations to you. The second place heifer we had in behind that one. As I spoke, I think individually very moderate sound, good-bellied, much like the other heifer out here. I just get maybe a little less fired up about her when I move in behind her in terms of just natural pin width relative to her level of condition, but she's an awfully nice one. We could clean both these up. There's probably just a little more total cow and capacity in the July heifer. I'm going to go that direction for our reserve. Congratulations to you. Nice job. Hey, good job to you, young lady. Good job. Nice job.
Excellent single entry in our limousine show, and a cow that's in production, calved on her second birthday. Could change the angle of those rear teats just a little bit, but I think in terms of how she's maintaining her condition, she's got some shape to her. Even though we've entered the biggest stress of her life, still yet has some pattern and some balance, some structural correctness. Congratulations to our young man as he exhibits your senior division winner, I guess. Congratulations. Let's give him a good round of applause.
Placings in Class 16, Kianinas. First is entry number 40, KBSC Jaden 507C, exhibited by Kara Ballinger of Moravia, Iowa. Second in the class, number 36, Diamond G Sugar, exhibited by Callie Flanders, Buffalo, Kentucky. Third in the class is entry number 41, is exhibited by Brianna Wall of Columbia City, Indiana. Fourth, entry number 37, exhibited by Tyler Pinkerton of Liberty, Indiana. Fifth in the class is entry number 39 and is exhibited by Marissa Howard, Culver, Indiana. Congratulations.
Who's your champion is 40, division champion.
Okay. Division champion in the Junior Limousine Show is entry number 43, Riverstone Charmed, exhibited by Madison Ratliff, Westphalia, Kansas. And reserve is entry number 28, that's DHIL. Correction, the division champion in the Junior Limousine Show is entry number 28, DHIL Lovely 5023C, exhibited by Kylie Kelly of Yukon, Oklahoma. And the reserve is entry number 43, that's Riverstone Charmed, exhibited by Madison Ratliff, Westphalia, Kansas. Congratulations.
Really a nice cow-calf pair in our limousine show, and it's a privilege to get to see cattle that come out and perform the way that you might expect them to, a very high dollar indexing cow, and one that's got some power and some performance transmitted to her calf. You like the shape that she's maintained as she's gone through this time of her life. I like the conformation of the cow and the strength that she has down her top line, the balance that she shows us, and the fact that she's given some milk to this May calf. Big, strong, high-performing bull calf. Probably change a few things about him in regards to how he's made, but one that's going to certainly have some performance, a good testicled calf that's going to have some masculinity and some things to offer in that regard. Let's give our cow-calf exhibitor a good round of applause. A lot of effort goes into managing those. Let's give him a good round of applause as we congratulate all the effort that's gone into that today.
Winning Class 16 in the limousine show is entry number 47, and that's the automatic Division 4 champion, LS Bouncing Betty, exhibited by Liam Stewart of Raymond, Illinois. Division champion in the Kianina show is entry number 40, KBSC Jaden 507C, exhibited by Clara Ballinger, Moravia, Iowa. And the reserve is entry number 34, WCC Cowgirl 455C, exhibited by Olivia Wilson, Ogden, Illinois. Winning Class 19 in the Junior Limousine Show, and automatic cow-calf champion is entry number 48, WLBL Black Cap 433B, exhibited by Will Blades, Midway, Kentucky. Placings in Class 16 in the Kianina show is entry number 40, KBSC Jaden 507C, exhibited by Cara Ballinger, Moravia, Illinois. And second was entry number 36, Diamond G Sugar, exhibited by Callie Flanders, Buffalo, Kentucky. Third in the class was number 41, was shown by Brianna Wall, Columbia City, Indiana. Placing fourth was 37, exhibited by Tyler Pinkerton of Liberty, Indiana. And fifth in the class was number 39, shown by Marissa Howard, Culver, Indiana. Congratulations. Now showing for grand champion in our limousine show. Well, I guess as we begin to select your champion limousine heifer out of your junior show, it's certainly been my pleasure to get the opportunity to offer my evaluation, and it's certainly fun to be at the North American. I appreciate our help that we've had out here in the ring from your association. How about we give those folks a nice round of applause? Underappreciated and overworked most of the time. They did a great job out here this morning.
Really think, I don't know that we necessarily have to go back and discuss each of these heifer calves or big females as we go back through this lineup. I think uniformly across this lineup of division champions, we've got a set of cattle that I think place their feet and legs where they need to. I think fundamentally they're cattle that have got good muzzles, good jaw. I think they open up good in their skeleton. In terms of their maturity and their progression of maturity we see from our calf to our big cows, I think they read like they need to be productive and to have some opportunity to generate and to offer the value that they show us out here in terms of their phenotype. I think it really is an awfully strong set of cattle. I think there's some things that you can do that make an awful lot of sense, and I think you could tie it a couple of different ways, but the one thing that I continue to work back to is my champion, and I think she overpowers the females in the lineup at the ground, in the dimension of her body, in her flexibility, and all those things that go in between that muzzle and that tailhead in terms of making them correct and productive. Heifer out of Division 3, your oldest division of your heifers is going to be your Grand Champion Limousine female.
Congratulations to the grand champion of the 2016 North American International Livestock Exposition Limousine Show, entry number 43, Riverstone Charmed, exhibited by Madison Ratliff, Westphalia, Kansas. And congratulations to the reserve grand champion, entry number 18, ETGC Candy Apple, exhibited by Abby Tipton of Greenback, Tennessee.
Quite a ball game over here. We've got just a tremendous group of cattle here, and to take nothing away from the heifers that we have standing down here in 5 and 6 guys. Those heifers are just up a little against a pretty hot fire here on these top 4, and breaking them down is an awful lot of fun. They're all extraordinarily good. My opinion doesn't take away from how good they are, and all 4 of them from top to bottom here are just absolutely flat exceptional. I'll just tell you what I see in my opinion. I don't know that any one of them is perfect, but the progressiveness of their pieces is just so far out there. I like these top 2 in the big picture of these 4 in regards to their foot structure, their level of soundness, their ability to
just get out here and be athletes relative to how much mass they carry and substance to the top half of their skeleton. The female that I'm going to start with versus a heifer in second, stronger and more collected in her top line. Unquestionably, she's the birdiest in terms of just how big and robust she busts open in terms of her forerib, the softness to her heart, the natural depth to her flank. She's a female just incredibly high volumed, even past the fact that she needs to be pulled back and freshened up a bit in terms of leanness. I would definitely change her in that respect, but to me personally, that's an environmental thing. We can lean the cattle up if we need to in terms of the way she's built from the ground up to be that stout and massive and still proportion out the way she does in terms of balance is pretty incredible. But certainly if she was leaner, she'd probably stay just a little bit more in line in terms of just not being so far out there in terms of her width. She's so massive, I don't know necessarily she throws it outside her skeleton, but those four legs are awfully far out on the corners. The heifer that we've got here in the second, just eat this one up in terms of how good this one is in her foot structure. Her level of soundness and athleticism is incredible. I'm a real sucker for that, but I think those cattle up top are both equally good in that respect. That female strikes me as a little bit tougher in her forerib and her flank relative to a female that's at this stage of the game and just a little bit longer in her face and her skull. Maybe just doesn't read quite as soft, and she gets pretty weak down her top line. But obviously an absolute incredible look and a great set of wheels. She's awfully big pin when you move in behind her. This heifer in 3 is one that standing still is really well balanced. She's maybe not got quite the overall mass and length as those top 2 cattle, but as an individual, she proportions out awfully uniform in her lines. I don't know that she's maybe just quite on the same level as them in terms of just athleticism and squareness of hind leg, but she's awfully good. Could stretch her a bit at her neck and maybe strike me just a nickel more refined in terms of the feature to her head. This black baldy's big time good as well. Really hate to have to put a heifer this good fourth. This female is a little more pronounced in her chest. I think when you melt her down from hooks to pins and through the base of her stifle, I don't know that maybe she's quite as just naturally genuine and powerful as those top-end cattle. And she gets just a little off behind her blade and just a little bit more work to have to push her feet forward when we move them. But standing still, she's lights out good in terms of look and quality and body and the way she blends from front to rear. The heifer we've got here in the 5th spot, one that's just a little shallower. I'd like to see her shoulder and her chest floor lay back in her a little smoother relative to a bit more flank. But she's still a female that can get out and travel at an acceptable level. She's a female that's awfully thick, a female that rounds out the class, one that, again, just gets a little out-horsed in terms of overall mass and balance, but a female that's pretty practical in her size, and she too has quite a bit of shape and will make a great cow in production.
For those of you interested in programs for the feeder steer show, they are available at the scales and also outside the show ring on the concourse area there, or the area between the fence and the stands. So if you are interested in those programs, please feel free to avail yourself of those that are available at those locations. Placings in Class 19 in the Kianina show. First is entry number 44, BMW Miss Ace 422C, exhibited by Lily Skiles of Dalhart, Texas. Second in the class, entry number 50, JSUL Who Dat, exhibited by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Placing third is entry number 57, exhibited by Amanda Ray of Bernard, Iowa. Placing fourth, entry 151, exhibited by Gracie Danner, West Liberty, Iowa. Fifth in the class is entry number 49 and is shown by Tanner Denny of Ashland, Alabama. Sixth in the class, number 58, exhibited by Clayton Fugit of Crawfordsville, Indiana. Congratulations.
Well, on our limousine side, as we're beginning to check or select a champion bred and known from this division of cattle, I think we ought to reward our young people with a nice round of applause. A lot of effort goes into breeding programs and getting them here. Let's give them a good round of applause. Let's encourage them as they continue that effort in making good limousine cattle. Really, it boils down to a couple of heifer calves for me. I think the division winner out of our spring yearlings is in contention for this recognition. She gets just a little coarser up through her neck in the way that she ties in that regard, but a big body, big sweep to her rib that's still pretty good in terms of her length of body and the way that she reaches comfortably off both ends. Then I think also our cow-calf pair, and I think as you look at her production, obviously that gives her some big advantages. I think as we step back from the cattle and we look at them as individuals, regardless of where they're at in production, I think that spring yearling ties a lot of positives together. I like the heifer out of that third division for your bred and owned champion. Congratulations.
Congratulations to the best bred and owned in the limousine show. Entry number 31, exhibited by Hannah Williams. Those singles steer classes should be in the makeup ring.
Well, another really great class, just a high level of depth and quality all the way through here. Just some absolutely massive females, more just a manner of just kind of how they tie it together and how they proportion out, how they may perfect structure. This first female, though, is for me the ticket when we got the cattle parked. I know she's kind of being a pain in the butt right now, but when this heifer is parked, and she's strong-topped, she's a female. It's a huge rib, but very uniform in terms of chest to flank. Female, it's got probably as much mass as any of them to go along with that when you step in behind the cattle. Just super attractive, maybe not freaky long neck, but just super proportional and stout from the ground up and front to rear. Just fits together and makes sense. From a structural standpoint, she moves plenty sound enough. She breaks maybe just a nickel in terms of her loin, but an awfully good one there to start. I thought personally the closer pair was between 2 and 3. I like these cattle an awful lot. There's just a few things that I can pick on them more for than maybe our class winner. I wouldn't argue either direction you want to go here between 2 and 3. This female in 2, I think, got a lot of freedom out of her hip, and she's pretty loose structured there out of her hock. She's got plenty of cushion from the side. She's another really just big belly, thick-ended type female. Comes with some extra shoulder. That's where she needs to be toned back. Her shoulder shape sits a little more on the outside of her body relative to her forerib. I'd like to clean her up in terms of her chest floor, just make her more attractive up through her neck and head presentation, but an awfully nice one. The heifer we got coming around next, for me, I like this heifer a great deal from her shoulder back. She's another female that just follows right in line in terms of just how big she turns in her mid-body, how stout pinned she is. When I watch her travel in her top line, she maybe gets a little tighter and runs downhill just a shot. I'd like to see that female longer in her neck relative to her frame score and length of body, and maybe just from a structure standpoint, although very acceptable and good, I don't know that she's quite as loose and free and easy on the go as those top two. The heifer that we've got next, one that just needs to be changed up in her hind leg structure. She tends to pop that ankle and really not flex her hock out and takes away from her attractiveness. When she's standing still, that female's quite good. She's long-bodied. She's got plenty of ribs. She comes up into her front 1/3, although maybe not just the flashiest. I still think pretty feminine. The chromed-up heifer that comes next, one that's moderate and big-ribbed, a female that's very stout structured, maybe shuffles her hind legs along with her tail a little bit more. Mainly, I'd like to clean that female up to the lower 1/3 of her skeleton. She gets a little fat down to the base of her chest, and it really detracts just from her balance in terms of how she proportions out from top to bottom. The smoke female that comes next, pretty nice female. She's got a good start to her udder. This female stout pinned, a female that's got a little more reach to her stride probably than the heifer I put right in front of you. I just like to fit her together differently down her top line and from her full rib into her shoulder. She just gets a little piecey, but still a very nice female. The black heifer that rounds out the class, young man, still an excellent heifer. There's just quite a bit of strength in this group. She shuffles and straightens a little more than I'd like to see, mainly out of her back end, but altogether she's stout and powerful. A good cap to a great class. As really a strong group from top to bottom.
If you'll bring that first class of lightweight single steers in, please, we'll begin our 2016 North American International Livestock Exposition Feeder Steer and Heifer Show. Judging our show today is Brad Havowich. Brad is from Rensselaer, Indiana. He owns and operates Hanowich Cattle Company with his wife, Lindsay, who is also one of our photographers here this week. Hanowich Cattle Company is a diverse purebred and club calf operation and holds 2 annual sales each year. Brad and his family have exhibited several national champions and also had the 2001-2002 back-to-back feeder steer champions here at the North American, and we welcome Brad to our show ring today. Placings in Class 20, Junior Kianina's first is entry number 65, GARW Miss 180 234C, exhibited by Kathy Lehman of Shelby, Ohio. Second in the class, number 69, SUL Who Dat Girl, exhibited by Matthew Drew Dressler of Greensport, Indiana. Third in the class is entry 68 and exhibited by Colton Geiger of Columbia City, Indiana. Placing fourth, entry number 59, exhibited by Derek Humphrey, Dixon, Illinois. Fifth in the class is 63 and is shown by Taylor Elliott, Mansfield, Ohio. Placing sixth is entry number 61 and is exhibited by Jake Roberts, Nineveh, Indiana. Seventh in the class, entry number 67, shown by Joe Bukima of Belmont, Michigan. Congratulations. In this first class of lightweight single steers, number 6 is exhibited by Stebbins Show Cattle of Farmersville, Ohio, crossbred, weighing 523. Number 7 is exhibited by Stebbins Show Cattle of Farmersville, Ohio, a crossbred weighing 559. Number 3 is exhibited by Lane Severs of Randolph, Nebraska, a crossbred weighing 577. And number 2 is the entry of Knight's Farms, Van Buren, Indiana, a crossbred weighing 602. Exhibitors, we'll remind you again that no aerosol cans are allowed in Broadbent Arena. No aerosol cans in Broadbent Arena.
Well, a nice group of Februaries, one of our final classes, if not the final class. I'm not real sure, but the heifer that I'm going to start in this class, pretty tough call here. I think we've got several good females in contention here. All three of them have different strengths. This female's so sound, she just doesn't want to stop and set up. She's really comfortable off both ends. I like the sweep to her belly. She's a female. It's got more stretch from the side. I like her extra length of body, her length from hooks to pins. Understandably, she maybe doesn't always collect her top line, maybe just the absolute strongest, or from her chest back to her flank and off her hind leg, maybe could proportion out just a little smoother and more attractive, but collectively she's sound and she's big-bodied and she's on pace to just make a really nice functional cow. This female in second's probably a little fresher haired, and she's got a nice look out through her front end when she throws her head up and brings her ears forward. This female's plenty soft and she's heavy boned, I think, even underneath all that hair. In terms of balance, analyze this female and just wish she was more pulled apart and from the side. She gets a little shorter coupled, tends to get a little up in her top line. I know she was kind of fighting the halter there just a little bit, and it's always hard to get just a perfect read on kind of the course of their top line and spine whenever they're doing that. But she tends to get quite a bit shorter out of her pin bone and maybe just not quite as square and long reaching in terms of her movement out of her rear too, but still a great cow and well presented. The female that we've got in third, leveler from hooks to pins. She too stout bone, just like her contemporaries in this group. Gets a touch tighter there in terms of her loin, maybe not quite as shapely and soft in her forerib shape relative to her shoulder design, and maybe just doesn't go quite as athletic as those other two, but still plenty acceptable to make a pretty darn good cow.
Good afternoon. Over here in this ring on our feeder calf show, our first class of steers sure gives us some variance here, and there's a little bit of give and take on the front end of this class, and I guess it's just how you would project these cattle forward. I think the high quality, unique individual is a steer that we start with. This is a calf that has a really, really good look from the side, and when he gets him parked and gets that calf put together, he gives you an incredible look. when you get in right behind him, that calf reads with a lot of true on his skeletal width and shape. I think that's one that's very, very good on the top side of his skeleton. Probably a little more an advantage in structural integrity and foot size than the calf that comes second. He's just a little more jammed up, maybe a little shorter and harder in his muscle system as you compare him back to the calf that wins the class, but I think a very good individual. I think the biggest differences in there is maybe that calf comes to you with just a touch more shoulder, maybe not as elongated, maybe just a little bit harder in his muscle system than the calf that wins. The red and white calf that comes next, sure like parts and pieces of this one, really, really good. I think that calf's general body density and kind is very good. That calf's got a great big bulge rib in him. He sure got plenty of depth aside. Maybe doesn't get out and go quite as nicely as those first two, but I think again a calf from a compositional standpoint reads with some future, and I think one that can go ahead and feed. The Brockle face that comes next, a very nice individual in his own right, and a calf that you can sure find a lot of quality in through the front third of his skeleton. Doesn't power up quite as nicely as those three that stand ahead, but I think a calf that's sure good enough from the ground up. I think he's sure good enough through the front third of his body. He's the kind that'll go ahead and feed, maybe just not as stout and as massive in his general body makeup as those that stand ahead.
Placings in Class 21, Kianinas. First is entry number 71, LMJ Miss Charlotte 832, exhibited by Riley Lanham of Flora, Indiana. Second in the class, number 72, LROG Miss Maryland, exhibited by Leslie Rogers, Patoka, Indiana. Third in the class is entry number 74 and is exhibited by Allie Muir, Waynesfield, Ohio. Congratulations. Placings in the lightweight single steers in the feeder show. First is entry number 3, exhibited by Lane Sievers, Randolph, Nebraska. Placing second, entry number 2, exhibited by Knight Farms, Van Buren, Indiana. Third in the class is entry number 6, and it is shown by Steuben Show Cattle, Farmersville, Ohio. Placing fourth, entry number 7, exhibited by Stebbins Show Cattle, Farmersville, Ohio. Congratulations. Charlet exhibitors, we anticipate that your show will start approximately 3:30 p.m.
Well, again, such an incredible key show that we've had over here on this side of the fence. This last division's just been pretty intense with a lot of great cattle, and a lot of cattle I'm sure y'all showed up with expecting to win, and darn sure there was plenty of them good enough to do it. Just to have a few spots here, though, that can get the ticket. So as I look at the cattle, again, as good as they are, I won't say that I felt like there was one heifer that was just absolutely perfect in every fashion. So it just depends on where you place your priorities. The heifer that came out of this, what I consider to be the strongest class, is out front in this division. This female has got a lot of substance, and she weighs quite a bit because of it. I don't know that we need them any bigger than this, but certainly for some environments and to raise bulls, this female's got brood cow power written all over, and I think she could really be one to generate if mated correctly. I love her simply because she combines that type of intensity of mass and width and overall substance on a set of feet and legs that are just really, really darn good. If you were able to step in here, analyze them just a little bit closer, one of my favorite females I've seen on the day, just in regards to how stout-footed, correctness of toe spread, outward hoof shape, and it really benefits this female to a strong degree. In terms of balance, she's not the leanest necked or the leanest chested, but it kind of fits her overall pattern. Her shoulder is still plenty smooth in the way that it ties into her forerib because her rib cage is so darn big. Again, just like to lean her up if I could, and I think that would really maximize that female, but she's just got a lot of things that are really, really hard to make. The heifer then out of the next class, standing still, I don't know that you could really pick a flaw in this one. She's just so clean and uniform in her lines. She's got a nice shape and turn to her rib cage and the way that it fits into her lower blade and upper center shoulder. Upper blade maybe comes apart in her just ever so slightly, but I just like the way that she brings herself down her top, her tail head to pin set relationship, the turn she's got to her stifle, and the trackness to her hind leg, and just the constitution of mass. I mean, we'd be out here bragging about how powerful this female is if we didn't have this grizzly bear standing in front of her. This female, when we pull her to motion, maybe naturally drops her neck just a little lower out of the center of her blade, maybe doesn't stay quite as relaxed in terms of her spine, but in the big scheme of things, one that's awfully, awfully sound. Young lady, you're doing a nice job down here, and I don't want to take any attention away from you. You got a really nice sound one. We just got two cattle in front of you that are maybe just a little bit more big time in terms of freshness and pieces. So been a real honor to get to judge the key show here, and particularly this last division. For me, just in terms of trying to push the envelope on where I want them structurally from a agility and athleticism standpoint relative to mass, I like our first class winner out of that tough class. Congratulations to you.
Back over here on the prospect steer side, really, really good individual to start this class with. And the reason this calf's so good is he's good from the ground up. That's one you can sure get a good look on him when he comes right at you or from the side or even when he's going away from you. That calf's flexibility and mobility from the ground up is extremely good. The way his bone column sets to the rest of his skeleton, the way that his foot's shaped, and he handles that much mass and power up high. I'd just describe this one as extremely high quality, very, very good, and very balanced in his kind. Still very youthful and fresh there through his neck and the top side of his shoulder and the way that his chest sets to his body cavity and belly wall. It's your opportunity. This calf will be for sale later this afternoon when they go through, and I think that's one that deserves a good look. Sure the right kind, got a lot of future ahead of them, and again, one that's kind of a combination of a lot of things, so extremely nice calf to start. The one that's the most like him is the calf that comes next, and I think there's subtle little differences, and again, it's just a matter of preference and how you'd project these cattle forward. He too is a very high quality individual in regard to the amount of mass and power that he has. This calf's a truck when you get right behind him. I like the way this calf opens up right at his chine bone and carries his width of back all the way out his pin set. I think the difference is just the way he maybe balances and handles that power in comparison to the calf that stands just ahead. I think sure good enough at the ground. I think a calf that's sure smooth enough. And if you like the big, bold, burly, stout one, you might switch that pair. I just preferred the balance of the calf that stands ahead. The calf that comes in third, he maybe doesn't have as much shock and awe or wow factor as those two that are just in front of him, but I think a good, solid, easy feeding kind of calf that's real honest in his build, real honest in his structural integrity. Calf you sure got to appreciate for the amount of boldness and body that he does have. He's got enough muscle to cover his framework and go ahead and feed and mature. The calf that maybe has an advantage in terms of look and balance and kind is the calf that comes in fourth. sure like him from the side. I think that's one that gives you a good look in regard to his body composition and makeup. There's just not as much of him as those three that stand ahead. I sure think that he's good enough in terms of his skeletal design and the amount of muscle that he's got to go ahead and feed. One, again, just not as powerful as those three in front. The shorthorn calf that comes next, one you sure got to appreciate for his general look and quality through the front third of his body. That calf gives you a really, really good look through his neck and head. One, again, maybe just not built quite as wide. If he is a purebred, and I would have no way of knowing that, a really solid, nice kind of breed steer there that would be your opportunity. The Hereford calf that we conclude with, very good steer in his own right, and especially good for that breed. I think that's a calf that does a lot of things really right. One from a balance and look standpoint, I think is put together extremely well. Maybe just doesn't have that mass and power of those cattle that stand just ahead.
Wanted to make sure we made a comment here on a reserve selection because of the caliber of cattle that we've got here between these three, and all very different. The second place heifer, one that I just eat up in terms of her structure. She may get to the point where she's a little weaker in her rear pastern, but just in terms of foot shape and athleticism, that one's awfully, awfully good. I just get a little nervous about that one, not from a quality standpoint, obviously, but just from a cow standpoint. Just studying her head and her forerib shape and her flank, and gets a little looser in her top line. So big time heifer. Wouldn't argue if that's the one that's your favorite. I just need to see a little bit more middle in that heifer. I'm going to follow with this young lady here in the purple shirt. I think the two cattle that fit right in terms of their rib cages here for Champion and Reserve.
Placings in the middleweight single steers. First was entry number 8, exhibited by Pruitt Show Cattle, Danville, Indiana, crossbred, weighing 614. Second in the class, number 4, exhibited by Simpson Cattle, Colfax, Illinois, crossbred, weighing 612. Placing third was entry number 9, exhibited by Maya Hetrick, Fremont, Ohio, a maintainer, weighing 616. Fourth in the class, entry number 1, exhibited by Jack Severs, Randolph, Nebraska, crossbred, weighing 631. Fifth in the class, entry number 10, B&D Cattle, exhibited by B&D Cattle, Bucyrus, Ohio, a crossbred, weighing 627. Sixth in the class, entry number 11, exhibited by Austin Adams, Massillon, Ohio, a crossbred, weighing 645. Congratulations. Congratulations to the division champion in the Kianina Show, entry number 44, BMW MS Ace 422C, exhibited by Lily Skiles, Dalhart, Texas. And congratulations to the reserve, entry number 65, GARW Miss 180-234C, exhibited by Kathy Lehman of Shelby, Ohio.
Well, December to November here, we'll start with the young lady solid black heifer, one that's a bit on the better on course in terms of her reproductive timeline and calving as a 2-year-old female that's still pretty big ribbed, maybe not the smoothness up there in her forerib to shoulder, but still a big rib female that looks like she's pretty refined in her udder structure and got some shape when you get in behind her. The female that we have here in second, the gray and white paint heifer you have, young lady, really like her strength at top line. She's really big down her top. She's stout out of her pin bone. A female that just gives up some rib, one that's maybe not quite as deep back to her flank, and just need to see her a little more along in terms of her calf, if you will, relative to her age. But a nice pair of cattle.
A really, really nice pair of steers on the front end of this heavyweight class, and I think a class winner again that has an advantage just in terms of general balance and kind. The calf we lead with, in my opinion, is very, very good from a composition standpoint. I think that calf's extremely square-footed, very flexible when you ask him to get out and go. And then you go and you start weighing and measuring different parts of that one and projecting them forward. He's wide skeleton. He's wide through the center part of his rib. He sure ties his chest floor in nice and neatly to his body cavity. I think a calf that reads with a lot of future. I think a calf that sure has plenty of power and mobility to go ahead and project him forward. The other calf in class that I like a good deal is the one that comes in second. Now, he maybe doesn't balance up some of his parts and pieces quite as nicely, but I think there's a lot of good and a lot of quality in that calf. Really bold and really square in terms of his rib and top shape. Maybe just a little bit rounder in his hip, a little bit harder muscled than the one that starts, but a calf you sure got to love for the amount of extension that he's got through the front third of his body, that look and that presence and youthfulness that he shows you. I think a calf, once again, good amount of quality, good amount of future in that one, sure good enough from the ground up. The calf, to me, that maybe doesn't have quite as much wow factor, but a calf, if you'll just go ahead and analyze cattle and project them and imagine one fed 100 days from now, I think this calf's pretty good cattle. Very square in his top, very wide and bold through the center part of his rib, a calf that's set functionally wide at his pins, and he shows you some future. He's sure long enough sided. He's one that's good enough at the ground. Maybe just, again, doesn't quite grab you like those first two, but I think fundamentally a really good calf. The Hereford that comes next, for me, getting a Hereford up into a set of black cattle is hard. Not because the cattle aren't good, just because those black ones are usually so much stouter and there's so much more of them. But this calf really doesn't give up much. He's wide skeletoned. He's extremely good in his top shape. A little bit greener in his condition and maturity than the ones that stand ahead. But I don't know that that's a bad thing given that breed. I think that's one that as you continue to feed him, I think he gets better and better. I think that's a really good representative for that breed of cattle. The red brockle that comes next, a calf that he sure got a lot of unique parts to him. One that you can appreciate for his general softness and fleshing ability, a calf that looks like he's going to feed real easy. Maybe doesn't get out and go quite like a few of the other ones, maybe just a little bit bolder in the way that he's designed in different areas of his body, but I sure think that calf's good from a durability standpoint. I think that calf's one that'll feed really well. The calf that comes next, if you want a powerhouse and you like to feed a lot of muscle, oh, that calf is sure stout, stout, stout. For me, maybe doesn't balance some of that power up quite as nicely as those that stand ahead, but I sure like his width. I like the amount of mass and body density that he has.
Placings in Class 24, Keanina's first is entry number 76, LBSC Cowgirl Oakley May, exhibited by Lene Bowman of Germantown, North Carolina. And second is entry number 100, KNSL Smokin' EM, exhibited by Claire Morgan, Egan, Louisiana. Congratulations.
Well, we're bringing our key show to closure, and been a lot of fireworks over here. Some strong cattle through each division. Probably ended with just an exceptional amount of depth in that second to last division. Just an extraordinarily good set of cattle, though, all the way through. But those are the ones that probably stood out to me. The comments that I would make, I think, amongst these younger heifer calves we've got, tried to keep those out here that today are right in their feet and leg structure, and will set them up for success down the road. As we got into that big group, you really had to step up to the plate, because as good as those cattle were, you had to make some calls in terms of maybe accepting something relative to finding progression in other areas. And so that's part of livestock judging, and just for each of us to weigh out kind of where their preferences are and how everything totals up. But certainly the kids deserve quite a bit of praise here in terms of the level of cattle they've presented. So that's what I'd ask you for. Let's put our hands together and congratulate all of our exhibitors that have made it out here to our key lineup, and we'll give you a champion in reserve.
Placings in the heavyweight single steers. First is entry number 12, Pruitt Show Cattle of Danville, Indiana, crossbred wing 678. Second in the class, entry number 5, exhibited by Simpson Cattle of Colfax, Illinois, crossbred wing 682. Third in the class, entry number 15, exhibited by Dustin Adams, Massillon, Ohio, a crossbred wing 705. Placing fourth is entry 13, exhibited by Dustin Adams of Massillon, Ohio, crossbred wing 692. Fifth in the class, entry number 14, exhibited by B&D Cattle of Bucyrus, Ohio, crossbred wing 697. Sixth in the class is entry number 16, exhibited by Hidden Ridge Livestock of Hastings, Michigan, a key main cross wing 712. Congratulations. And division champion in the Keanina Show. Grand champion, make that grand champion, and congratulations to the grand champion of the 2016 North American International Livestock Expo, entry number 44, BMWMS Ace 422C, exhibited by Lily Skiles, Dalhart, Texas. And congratulations to the reserve grand champion, entry number 65, GARW Miss 18234C, exhibited by Kathy Lehman of Shelby, Ohio. Now showing for best bred and owned in the Keanina Show.
As we get our division winners back out here to pick you a champion prospect steer from you folks sitting in the crowd that are waiting to go watch these cattle sell tonight, I promise you got an opportunity here. A lot of folks think maybe we're getting a little late in the year to find a good one. Maybe there's, we should have one tagged in by now or signed up. And I'll promise you, good ones come along at about any point of the year, and I think it's your privilege to attend that sale this evening and go ahead and select you some cattle that aren't just good today. I mean, these are cattle that got some future, got the right parts and build and the kind to go ahead and be competitive at this level. I think cattle that whether you're going to feed them for a county or a state or a national show, there's one steer out here in particular for me. I sure read with a lot of future. I think this calf's got a wide range of endpoints. I think it's how you'd feed and manage them would determine where you'd ultimately end up with them. The one thing I know for sure is he's good. And the reason he's good is because he's good on his foundation. He's good on the top side of his skeleton. He's got enough of all the right parts and pieces. And then when you go to get and ask that calf to give you a look, boy, he at times can sure knock your eyes out of your head. He's a little bit sleepy, but when that thing will sure perk up, boy, that one's got a good show calf look, and he's got a good fat steer look as well. From there, I think it gets a little more competitive and a little bit closer for a reserve. I think there's 3 steers out here. Different day, a different guy may line them up differently, and once again, on this side of the ring, you're projecting a lot of variables going forward more so than maybe with the breeding cattle. The market livestock thing in general, when we're selecting babies, there's a lot of feed, there's a lot of management, there's a lot of maturity, there's a lot of different things that end up in the end product that we're all going to exhibit. For me, I think there's another one that fits more closely my kind of cattle. I think he too is the other one that's really good on his feet and legs. I think he gives you a good look and he balances up a lot of his body parts and pieces quite nicely. Again, 2 more steers. I honestly wish we could pick a top 5, especially with the sale spot, because I think there's 2 or 3 other ones that are sure deserving of a second look or some sort of credibility for the kind of cattle they are. All I can do is just tell you about them and tell you that I think they're nice. I won't hold anybody up on the other side here. I know we got a junior show again. I'm going to go show you one I think's really good. I'm going to show you the one that suits me the next best for reserve. As I do, please congratulate these breeders and exhibitors. If you're in the seats looking for one, I'd make sure I attended this sale.
Well, good set of cattle over here in our bred and owned key show. I appreciate y'all bringing them back out, and certainly commend you on the job that you're doing here in your breeding programs. Few cattle that are definitely in contention. Pretty much everyone out here is, and they've got some nice pieces, but part for part, my favorite female is this one that's 3rd in the lineup here. Congratulate this young man right here. Yep, nice job.
Congratulations to the grand champions single steer, entry number 8, exhibited by Pruitt Show Cattle of Danville, Indiana, crossbred wing 614. Congratulations to the champion bred and owned in the Chianina Show, entry number 37, Pink Sweet Aristocrat 585C, exhibited by Tyler Pinkerton of Liberty, Indiana. Congratulations to the reserve grand champion steer in the heavyweights class, entry number 12, Pruitt Show Cattle of Danville, Indiana, crossbred wing 678. Ready now for lightweight single heifers. Lightweight single heifer. Pin singles. Correction, pin singles. Pin steers. Third time is charm. Pin steers.
Well, we're going to start our Kianga show. I don't think it's that big, but I'm sure we'll have some nice ones if it's a sign of this heifer calf that's a single entry in his first class. This female is just very true structurally, very square and fills her print. Female, it's big in her pin set and just got a lot of turn and natural shape about her, but yet she's still pretty juvenile in her condition. This one's going to get awfully strong. I like her well. She's very complete and hard to fault.
Winning class 28 in the Kianga show is entry number 1. That's TR Darn Tootin' PCA, exhibited by Peyton Jackson of Commerce, Georgia. Congratulations. In this lightweight pen of steers, number 1 is exhibited by Jack Severs of Randolph, Nebraska, the average weight of 605. And entry number 2 is the exhibit of Night Farms, Van Buren, Indiana, with an average weight of 621.
One of my favorite parts of ever exhibiting cattle at the North American was the couple years that we actually brought a pen of feeder steers for this event. And I've always enjoyed pen shows. As a breeder, I think that's symbolic of what we're actually really trying to do at home. And the name of the game on showing a pen of 3 or a pen of 5 or a carload, obviously we want quality. But we all want consistency, and the goal is to get them to all look alike or get them to look as similar as possible. And I think that's the biggest advantage that the calf, or the set of calves that we start this class has. I think the uniformity in them cattle are really, really good as far as their general build and kind. They all give you the same look from the side. They're generally the same pattern. Cattle that got a lot of quality just in terms of their general build and the kind that they are. There's 3 steers there that are all really good through the front third of their body. They're cattle that sure got enough muscle to cover their skeletal framework. And when you ask them to get out and go, they're cattle that sure have enough mobility and flex at the ground. Nice pen there to start your pen of three steer show with. The calves that come next, very good individuals in their own right, maybe as a pen of cattle and as a group of cattle, don't balance up quite as nicely as those 3 in regard to all 3 of them looking as close together as they can. I think the weak link and the pen that's second, as far as comparing 3 against 3, would be the calf in the middle. Sure like your lead steer, that's a calf we talk good about in class. And the calf that's on the very end, I think another one that's big-bodied and stout featured. The one that's different and the one that's built maybe more like the pen that stands ahead is your middle calf. I think maybe just some consistency on that pen of cattle is what separates them.
A nice group of 4 here in terms of Key Angus heifer calves, Aprils, and there's a pretty tight margin of difference here from first to fourth. I told the young man that over there in fourth. As I step back and analyze the cattle, this heifer that starts probably is blessed with a nickel more hair, and so she fits up maybe just a little more on point today. But beyond the hair, I do think naturally, in terms of reading her head and her forearm, just her pin set, I think she's pretty stout. I think she's naturally a big bodied, high-performing type female. Really like her angles from the side. She's not the cleanest throated in the world, but it matches her overall level of stoutness. Then the heifer that we've got in second, I told the young lady I just feel like this female right now is a little behind in terms of just shape of forerib, and she'll get there. She's just a little green right now, a little tighter at the base of her heart relative to her midrib and chest. Female, though, that as you read her angles, and that's what counts right now, she's very true in terms of her rear pasture and her feet. She's very square base, very true and honest in terms of her feet and legs. That female is going to make an awfully nice one. She's just going to need a little more time. The heifer that we've got in third is right there with her in terms of length and squareness of pin set. She elevates her tail head a touch more than I'd like to see. I like to see her come and go, maybe just a little square from her knee down and hawk down versus the female that's in front of you. But I like this female's strength of top line, the shape to her midrib, a female that reads with a lot of quality, a very nice pattern individual. The heifer that's in fourth, probably a shot deeper sided than the 2 cattle that I've got in the middle pair. But a female that wants to get just a little rougher in her top line and how she hooks up right in behind her blade. Maybe just a little extra condition. I'd be careful on getting her too fat too quick. She's a female that gets just a bit more fragile and refined in terms of her foot size relative to her condition, but certainly one that's reading pretty cowy right now in terms of her look. She ought to be awfully nice down the road.
Placings in the lightweight pen of steers. First is entry number 1, exhibited by Jack Sievers, Randolph, Nebraska. Crossbred pen averaging 605. And second is entry number 2, exhibited by Knights Farm, Van Buren, Indiana. Crossbred pen averaging 621. Congratulations.
Just a single entry over here on the prospect steer side for your middleweight division, but 3 nice calves. And again, there's a little bit of variance in that pen as you study them across the board. The 2 calves on either end are the 2 that are built fairly similar in terms of their type, their kind, and their general pattern. The calf in the middle is maybe just a little bit more extreme, but he's not too far out there. There's differences in some body mass and maturity, but in general, he's the same outline as those other two. They're all good built, good profiling type cattle that sure have a look to them. Sure liked your lead steer when you showed him as the single, and I think a nice smoky there to stand on that end of that pen as well. Once again, your guys' opportunity here this afternoon to sort them how you like them. Again, 3 nice calves there as a single entry.
Winning the middleweight pen of steers is entry number 3, exhibited by Lane Sievers, Randolph, Nebraska, crossbreds averaging 639. Congratulations. Placings in Class 29 in the Junior Key Angus Show. First is entry number 4, WLK BPF Miss ME 84D ET, exhibited by Jessica Calhoun of Farmington, Arkansas. Second in the class, entry number 3, TR Dolly May PCA, exhibited by Pacey Jackson of Commerce, Georgia. Placing third is entry number 2 and is exhibited by Savannah Garrett, Richmond, Indiana. Fourth in the class, entry number 5, exhibited by Dylan Young, Cicero, Indiana. Congratulations.
We've got our first calf division here in our Key Angus show. The lead heifer up there was a single entry. This female is muscular and expressive and round-bodied. Goes off her rear two pretty square. Off of her front two, maybe turns them out just a shot. With her extra muscle shape, maybe could lengthen her just a nickel in terms of just how her pin bone sits in there to offset that. But really a fancy female. It's got a lot of upside. The next class had 4 really nice individuals. That was a strong competitive class. That female suited me well in terms of stoutness and angles of skeleton. A female's got some legitimate performance. She's a little green right now. You can tell it based on her base width. I'm sure she'll continue to expand as she grows out. But that's my favorite heifer in the pair, just like the way she's made a little better in terms of her length of hip and stoutness at the surface. We'll pull that second class winner out and use her for division champion. Young lady, your heifer back here, like I said, I love her quality out through her front end, her correctness of structure. Female, it's a little green, and we talked about that, but probably like her just a little truer off her front end versus the other heifer out here. Both of them awfully good. It's a tight race, but I'm going to stick with those 2 out of that same class for champion and reserve in this first division.
Just a single entry here in your heavyweights pen of 3 prospect show, and folks, that's what a pen of 3 is supposed to look like. Those cattle are all very uniform from front to back. In general, they're all about the same size. They're about the same body condition. They're about the same general level of quality. Obviously, I told the young lady, had I been able to go ahead and pick a little bit further, the calf that I would have made 3rd overall, or my 3rd pick today, is their lead steer, and I think he's really good. As a pen of cattle, there's 3 steers there that offer you a lot of mass and a lot of power and a lot of body. They're the kind that are going to be very low maintenance and the kind that are going to go home and feed real good. I think from a structural standpoint, they're cattle that are really good from the ground up and show you some future. Again, it's your opportunity this afternoon. The biggest positive I think I could say on these is that's how it's supposed to be. They're the same size, they're the same kind, they're presented the same. That's a really nice pen of 3 steers. Look forward to having them back out here in the drive. A really nice lead steer too.
The late junior Key Angus heifer calf division champion is entry number 4. That's WLK BPF Miss ME 84D ET, exhibited by Jessica Calhoun, Farmington, Arkansas. And the reserve division champion is entry number 2. That's entry number 3, entry number 3. And that's TR Dolly May PCA, exhibited by Pacey Jackson, Commerce, Georgia. Congratulations.
This is a February female, a really fancy female as she draws up from the side. She's maybe got just a little bit more alertness about her. I think she's a bit nervous about my presence out here, but kind of helps her cockiness and just how good looking she is out there at front end. She's strong top. I like the length and levelness from hooks to pin. She's fundamentally reads pretty sound here from the side. We'll look at her a little closer here in a moment.
Winning the heavyweight pen of steers is entry number 4, exhibited by Simpson Cattle, Colfax, Illinois. Crossbreds averaging 649. Congratulations. Winning Class 32 in the Junior Kianga Show is entry number 6. That's HIGG Dirty Diana ET, exhibited by Allison Higgins of Watertown, Tennessee. Congratulations.
I know I mentioned it a little bit ago, but this is some of the most fun I ever had down here exhibiting cattle when we showed these pens. And again, as a breeder, my hat's off to you guys. It's hard to raise a bunch of them that are real nice, and it's hard to raise 3 that look like this, and it's hard to put 3 together that are the same of everything to make up a good pen. And I think there's one pen of cattle out here in particular has a big advantage in terms of the kind of cattle that they are, the presentation that's been applied to them, the way that those things are built, the way they project forward. I think there's 3 really, really good steers, and to be truthful with you, we've showed pens of feeder cattle at a lot of different levels. That's a pen that could be competitive in a lot of places. Those are 3 very nice individuals. They're 3 cattle that sure read with some future ahead of them. I think they're 3 that'll be very low maintenance. Once again, your opportunity here in a little bit to go sort them how you like them. I know how I'd place that pen and which one my favorite is, but I'm not the one that's going to have to feed them this next year. So y'all give them a good look and sort them. The pen that I've got in mind for reserve, I think a little bit different kind of cattle. Their maturity's a little bit different as well, and you might have a different endpoint. And I can remember when we sold them down here, we'd have cattle go to all corners of the United States. So, and that's the one thing that's awesome about this event, is it gives you all a chance to shop, and we can get all here together and we can look at them. And I think depending on when your endpoint or your show is, maybe you want to pull out of that pen, maybe that maturity pattern, that kind of calf fits you better. But again, I think 3 nice individuals, as far as their build and their kind and the kind of future they represent, they too are a very consistent pen with regard to their body type and their kind. So with that, I'll go show you how I like them. As I do, please congratulate these breeders and exhibitors on a very nice pen of 3 prospect show.
Well, we got old Baylor over here. He's from Georgia. He told me him and his granddaddy raised this heifer, and one that he ought to be awfully proud of, other than maybe her attitude right now. But he tells me he's had her out 5 times, and other than this, she's behaved pretty good. This female is smooth-shouldered, deep-sided, long-muscled. She's got some real performance about her, and I like her pretty well. She's a female that maybe not the most attractive in terms just the way she relaxes and sets off of her hind leg, but an awfully productive female for this young man.
In the Junior Kianga show, first in the class is entry number 8, JRBF Precious, exhibited by Baylor Johnson of Rome, Georgia. Congratulations. Congratulations to the grand champion in the Pinup Steers in the feeder show, entry number 4, Simpson Cattle of Colfax, Illinois. Crossbreds averaging 649. And congratulations to the reserve grand champion, entry number 1, exhibited by Jack Severs, Randolph, Nebraska. Crossbreds averaging 605. Those lightweight single heifers should be ready to show.
We've got a couple of Octobers and a September in this go, and honestly, these three are very different and so different in regards to how you set your priorities. You could scramble these three any direction you wanted to. I wouldn't argue a whole bunch. I'll just tell you what I see. The female that starts the class, and we've got them set up, although she could draw a little longer across the plane of her stifle and maybe have a bit more angle to her hock. I think she puts her lines together as good as any in terms of just levelness and consistency. Her chest to flank, she's very uniform. She blends good up into her front end. In terms of structure, I think she reads pretty sound out of her front end. She just needs to use that hind leg probably a little better, but she still covers her stride. The heifer we've got there in second, the young lady has a female that's really cowy. She's got a lot of mid-rib about her. She's got the most depth to the base of her skeleton. A female that has a little extra set built into her hind leg. I'd like to intensify her a bit in terms of foot size and spread. Maybe like to see her just lay in a little neater into her chest floor and shoulder and bring her a little stronger across her loin. But a nice cowy female there for the young lady. The heifer in third, kind of the stout performance female. If you want to prioritize that, and her look is still pretty nice up to her front end in terms of neck attachment, strength at top. She just comes a little extra shoulder and throat. A female I'm probably the most critical of skeletally. I think she could go back in her shoulder and her knee just a bit truer and guide her off her hind leg, probably just a touch looser.
Placings in Class 5, Junior Key Angus. First is entry number 11, HIGG Composure 596 CET, exhibited by Brianna Wall, Columbia City, Indiana. Second in the class is entry number 13, KBIC Yancey's Jewel, exhibited by Sophia Royer, West Point, Indiana. In third place is entry number 12, exhibited by Allison Higgins, Watertown, Tennessee. Congratulations.
Well, here in our fall Key Angus division, we had Baylor's single entry female that could be a bit more attractive and stouter there in the use to her hind leg, but that female's got a lot of quality and depth about her. Really like the young man on the end of that halter. Seems like he's going to be a good stick here for a long time to come. The young lady that then won the next class, a female, could be intensified in terms of just total stoutness, but standing still, I like that one in terms of lines and depth and symmetry. That's the one I'm going to choose for her to be our division champion. Give this young lady a nice round of applause and pull her heifer out. The other little young lady back here is second, and this female, very cowy, you know, real moderate. She just gets a little more relaxed in terms of her lines and the way she carries her hind leg, but I do like the overall capacity. A female that I still think has some longevity built into her skeleton. We're going to keep those two heifers together. Young lady, you'll be reserved. Congratulations.
Congratulations to the division champion in the Key Angus Show, entry number 11, HIGG Composure 596 CET, exhibited by Brianna Wall, Columbia City, Indiana. And congratulations to the Reserve Division champion, entry number 13, KBIC Yahtzee's Jewel, exhibited by Sophia Royer of West Point, Indiana. Ready now for those lightweight single heifers. Bring them on in, please. Lightweight single heifers. Charlet exhibitors, we anticipate your show to begin around 4 p.m.
Really nice pair of heifer calves to start our prospect female show, and a top pair of cattle that are a little bit different in terms of their type and their kind. And once again, that's your opportunity this afternoon to sort them how you like them. For me, the heifer that I'm the most comfortable with is the one that we lead. When she'll finally settle down and act right out here, that heifer is really, really nice in terms of her build and her kind. She's one that's very youthful through the front third of her body, very maternal in her muscle system, very long in her hip and wide in her pin placement. I think a heifer that's sure got plenty of body. And once again, when she'll just relax and let herself go there, she pulls herself together really nice. When you set her in motion, very comfortable on her feet and legs once she relaxes. The heifer that comes next, boy, oh boy, that thing give you a look through the front third of her body now. Very up-headed, very, very, very feminine and refined through her neck and her head. Built a little stouter in her kind, built a little harder in her muscle system than the heifer that stands just ahead, but one that you can sure appreciate for the amount of mass and power that she's got. One that's very good in terms of her look. Again, built just a little different than the heifer that stands ahead, and if that's the kind that you're searching for, a very, very good female in her own right. The one that's built the most like her is the one that comes next. She's the other big, stout, massive, bold construction type of female. For me, maybe doesn't have quite the mass and the power as the two that stand ahead. Maybe not quite as far along today, but I think a heifer that's sure got enough quality and enough future in her. The one heifer that's maybe in a league of her own is the one we conclude with. She's the most conventional in terms of her build, and I think projecting one forward to go ahead and be a big, soft-centered, flexible type of cow, I think the heifer that we end with sure does that. I love her depth of body. I love her mobility. One that maybe, again, doesn't balance some of those things up quite as nicely as the three that stand ahead, but a very good female in her own right.
Well, a group of 3 marches here and 3 really good cattle. This one up top, though, probably stands alone in this group. This young man does a really nice job, and I compliment you because you've got a very fresh heifer in this set. She can get out, she can travel partially because of it, and she's a female that just balances to a T, and from behind, very genuine in terms of her shape. She looks very refined in terms of her udder design. Telling Cody here in second, I like this female quite a bit in terms of her level of longevity, her cowiness, her rib, her fleshing ability. A female that's even starting to put down a little udder already. A female that I just said that just needs to be leaner. Around her tail head, she's caked up a bit more and just kind of detracts from overall level of balance versus that real fresh female in front of you. Tanner, your heifer here in third, like I said, just such a powerhouse. When you move in behind her, there's more real dimension all the way through her skeleton. She just gets a bit more wound up there in her top line, maybe a touch bolder in her chest floor and at the edge of her shoulder, but still a female could probably generate. She's way on the edge. A nice set of cattle here.
Placings in Class 38, Junior Key Angus, entry number 16 placed first, and that's BMW Y Not 328C, exhibited by David Smith, Boulder, Colorado. Second in the class is entry number 18, KQM Hope, exhibited by Cody Von Glenn of Vale, Iowa. Third in the class, entry number 17, exhibited by Tanner Hoffman, Culver, Indiana. Congratulations. Placings in the lightweight single heifer class. First was entry number 20, exhibited by Dwayne Bates, North Branch, Michigan, a Key Simmental cross weighing 598. Second in the class, entry number 26, exhibited by Jeff Miller Show Cattle of Cutler, Indiana, a Key cross weighing 520. Placing third was number 27, exhibited by Stebbins Show Cattle of Farmersville, Ohio, crossbred weighing 527. Fourth in the class was entry number 28 and was exhibited by Hidden Ridge Livestock, Hastings, Michigan, a Maine cross weighing 600, or a Maine, that's a Maine weighing 601 pounds. Congratulations.
Well, just one entry. Wish we had more competition for this heifer. She's pretty strong. She's just big-bellied and easy doing. Got a great big hoof on her and really gets about the ring, pretty comfortable in her joint work. maybe could say just a nickel more collected in her top line and level her out in her pin set just a shot if I had to pick on her, maybe freshen her a little in her chest, but being very critical of one that's pretty progressive and very functional.
Winning Class 39 in the Junior Key Show is entry number 20, LLW card Caroline Chanel 36C, exhibited by Lucas Weisfinski of Wyoming, Illinois. Congratulations.
Again, very nice pair of heifers on the front of this class, and two cattle a little bit different in their general body makeup, but similar in terms of the amount of mass and body density that they have. Now, it's shaped a little different in that pair. The heifer that we start with is great, big, and bold, and soft in her center, and very maternal in her general appearance with regard to her rib and the way that her vulva is shaped. Both these cattle, when they'll just relax and go ahead and cooperate, and I know we've probably never been to town yet in our life, so this is all new to them, and we all need to understand that. Both those cattle are really, really good on their feet in terms of the design to their foot and their joint work and their bone column. I guess it's hard to get around that much mass and that much power and density of the one that wins. The heifer in second probably has an advantage in terms of her length of neck, maybe just a little bit more up-headed, maybe a little bit more refined about her head. And again, that's some of the differences. She's a little longer bodied. The heifer that stands just ahead, there's a little more of her. The Baldy that comes next, one that I sure like with regard to just her rib and the amount of mass and power that she's got. Sure like this female's build in terms of her skeletal width and the way that she gets out and goes. Maybe doesn't balance up quite as nicely as those two that stand ahead. Maybe she comes to you in just a couple more parts and pieces than the two heifers that are just in front, but one that I sure appreciate for the amount of softness and the maternal look that she gives you. The heifer that comes next, I think honestly maturity is on her side. Now today she's just a little bit more green, maybe not quite as far as along as those cattle just in front, but I think when you get that one parked and you get a stick in her, she's got a really, really good look from the side. That one's very up-headed, very angular through the front third of her body, still feminine and refined in her muscle system. Again, just not quite as far along. The heifer we conclude with, very fundamental and basic in her design. That heifer's very easy in terms of her fleshing ability and the amount of body that she's got. Maybe just doesn't balance up quite as nicely, maybe doesn't have that presence as some of those cattle that stand ahead, but sure good from a practical standpoint.
Well, we've got another single entry here, January female that's due to calve there, I think in February, the young man told me. This female is probably most progressive piece just when you step in behind her. She is a really powerful female all the way through. She's still refined and square in her teat structure here and just huge in her center skeleton. Pretty good necked. I would like to tone her back a touch in condition so she's not maybe quite as prominent there in her chest. Maybe dial her back just a touch in terms of the angle of her shoulder and hock, but collectively a pretty big time female. Congratulations to you.
Winning Class 40 Junior Key Angus is entry number 21, VBS Renee 305C PCA, exhibited by Matthew Wallace, Williamstown, Kentucky. Congratulations. Placing in the middleweight single heifers class in the Peters Show, first is entry number 22, exhibited by Kaiser Cattle, Needham, Indiana, a crossbred weighing 657. Second in the class, entry number 23, exhibited by Jeff Miller Show Cattle of Cutler, Indiana, a maintainer weighing 627. Third in the class, entry number 30, shown by B&D Cattle of Bucyrus, Ohio, a crossbred weighing 657. Fourth in the class is entry number 21, exhibited by Simpson Cattle, Colfax, Illinois, a maintainer weighing 604. Fifth in the class is entry number 29, exhibited by Hidden Ridge Livestock, Hastings, Michigan, a Chianina weighing 604. Congratulations.
Well, we've had a really nice division here. Not a whole lot of cattle, but some females that certainly can set up and look the part and look like they're going to make great cows. We do have some structural differences between them. The female out front, the young man has, I do think, sets a standard in terms of being the soundest, the squarest, moving the best in terms of how she holds her top line. I like the way she just comes together, very fresh in her chest, pretty uniform throughout. She's maybe not just the deepest at the base of her flank, but collectively, part for part, very complete. The heifer in the middle of the group, I think she was a March female that's on schedule reproductively, and from the ground up, she is very sound. She's probably a bit more prominent in her chest, and maybe doesn't pull her top line or pin bone together quite as level at times, but being very picky of one that's put together and equipped to make a great cow. And then our last heifer, she's the real powerhouse. If you want a little more shape down their top and thickness from behind and really blow them apart to the center of their body, that female's awfully good to the upper half of her skeleton. Just need to lay her back and see her move just a little easier, and I think you can see that in her top line. For me, I like this heifer that came out of the first class. So let's give this young man here a nice round of applause. Congratulate him on his division winner. I think the young man back there in the red shirt was second in that group, and that was a female that's very cowy and pretty practical, pretty longevity-oriented, one that as well just needs a little less fat around her tail head, probably relative to her width of pin bone. I like the heifer then that we had out of the second class in this division, the young lady here in the middle of the lineup. Let's give her and her competitors here a nice round of applause.
Four really nice heifers here in this class of females, and four cattle, all just a little bit different in their kind. Once again, that's your opportunity here in a little bit. And all these heifers bring something forward as far as how you incorporate them into a breeding program or the kind of cattle you might want to show. The one that I can get the most comfortable with is the stripe-faced heifer that we start with. I think this heifer from a belly and a body standpoint is incredible. Very, very good in the undercarriage of her body from her armpit to her flank. That one is extremely good. Soft-made, very maternal, very, very pronounced in terms of the way that her vulva and her pin placement is. I think that's one that's got some future. She maybe don't get off her front end quite as nicely as a couple other ones. I think it's acceptable, and when you're that long-necked and you're that soft-centered and you're that mature in terms of your body as a baby heifer calf, I think that's being pretty critical. I do think that one's really, really good, though, to project her forward with that kind of body shape. The two heifers that come next are the two that are similar in class. Both very up-headed, both a little longer bodied, and if that's your kind, I think you need to spend some time sorting that pair. I think the heifer in second's the other big-bodied, bold-sprung one. She, too, is one that can get out and reach. The heifer that stands just behind her, sure like that one from the side, and when he gets her parked, she can give you a good look. The heifer we conclude with, if you're into mass and power, boy, that one's got plenty of it. She's got enough for two of them, really. That heifer's wide and through the center part of her body. Sure got enough muscularity. Really big boned. Maybe not quite as long necked as some, but it's one that I think you sure got to appreciate for the amount of her that there is.
The junior yearling Key Angus heifer division champion is entry number 16. That's BMW Why Not 328C, exhibited by David Smith, Boulder, Colorado. And the reserve is entry number 20. That's LLWCAR card, Caroline's Channel at 36C, exhibited by Lucas Weissenfesky of Wyoming, Illinois. Congratulations. Now showing for grand champion in the Key Angus side. Placings in the heavyweight single heifers in the feeder show. First is entry number 24, Jeff Miller show cattle, exhibited from Cutler, Indiana. Key Simmental cross weighing 678. Second in the class is entry number 31, exhibited by B&D Cattle Company of Bucyrus, Ohio, a crossbred weighing 661. Third in the class is entry number 25 and is exhibited by Jeff Miller show cattle of Cutler, Indiana, a key weighing 718. Fourth in the class is entry number 32, exhibited by Maya Hetrick of Fremont, Ohio, a maintainer weighing 682. Congratulations. Now showing for champion single heifer in the feeder show.
As we get our class winners and seconds back out here to pick you a champion and reserve prospect heifer from, I think the one thing that we should all look at and study here as a prospective buyer is how much quality is in the ring. I think there's 6 heifers out here that are all very, very good. And it just kind of depends on what you're going to do when you take them home. There's cattle that offer some really, really unique parts and pieces. I think as breeding pieces or prospect show heifers, they're cattle with some future. I think they're cattle with some value, and they're the kind that you can drive a lot of miles and not find many this good, straightforward from one end of the class to the next. I think they all offer something very positive. There's one female out here for me that suits me really, really well. I don't know that she's the most of any one thing, but she has one incredible look from the side. She has some unique parts and pieces. I wouldn't say the most of any of them, but she puts it together really, really well. And I think her future's big as far as going out and taking that one and being a commercial show heifer. She's sure the kind that we've showed. She's sure the kind that we try to sell. And I think, once again, that one's future's really good. From there, there's 2-3 other heifers that are in contention for reserve, and once again, it's a matter of how you'd buy these cattle and go home and incorporate them into what you're wanting to do. I'm not going to sit here and talk on this side of the ring, maybe quite like some of the other guys that have a task at hand. Ultimately, my job is to help determine a sale order, show you kind of what I think generally how I would line them up is. So I'm not going to get real super critical on anything. The one thing I will tell you is from a quality standpoint, there's plenty for you guys to sort here in a little bit, and I think there's some opportunity for you as a young exhibitor for a prospect or as a breeder for a replacement female. I'll go show you how I like them. As I do, please congratulate these breeders and exhibitors on a really nice set of prospect heifers.
We're going to pick our champion and reserve, Key Angus over here on this side of the white fence. We had a nice show, maybe not as many fireworks as the Key show, but this is a strong set of Key Angus cattle. You look through these divisions, these first two, we had a pair of really nice skeletally correct heifer calves that are still a little green, the heifer out front in terms of her base width, and this female in her forerib. But man, I like the future in those cattle. A nice third representative. And then that last division, David does a nice job here at the end of the halter of that heifer. And so all I'd ask is that you put your hands together, congratulate our exhibitors that won our divisions and reserves here, and we'll get you a champion and reserve.
Shorthorn exhibitors, we need your classes across the scales, please, and specifically we need entry number 6, Shorthorn plus entry number 6 to the scales, please. Congratulations to the grand champion in the 2016 North American International Livestock Exposition Key Angus Show, entry number 16. BMW Y Not 328C, exhibited by David Smith, Boulder, Colorado. Congratulations to the grand champion light single heifer, entry number 22, Kaiser Cattle of Needham, Indiana, crossbred weighing 657. And congratulations to the reserve grand champion, entry number 23, Jeff Miller Show Cattle of Cutler, Indiana, a maintainer weighing 627. Congratulations to the reserve grand champion of the 2016 North American International Livestock Exposition Key Angus Show, entry number 20, LLW card, Caroline's Channel 36, exhibited by Lucas Weissenfesky of Wyoming, Illinois. Now showing for champion bred and owned in the Key Angus Show. And the reserve grand champion in the Key Angus Show was the best bred and owned, and that's LLW card, Caroline's Channel 36C, exhibited by Lucas Weissenfesky of Wyoming, Illinois.
Final call, entry number 6,
Shorthorn plus entry number 6, Shorthorn plus entry number 6, last call. Judging our Shorthorn Plus show this afternoon is Dr. Blake Bloomberg of Stillwater, Oklahoma. Ready now for the lightweight pen of heifers, please. Lightweight pen of heifers. Bring me in, please. Ready to begin our Shorthorn Plus show. If you'll bring that first class in, please, we'll get underway.
Just a single entry here to start your pen of three prospect female show with, but three heifer calves that sure balance up nicely as a pen of three, and three cattle that are very similar in their kind. These are all females that got some quality to the front third of their body. They're all cattle that have plenty of mass and plenty of rib to cover their skeleton. As you watch them get out and go, they're cattle too. Fundamentally, they're good from a skeletal standpoint. Their cattle can get out and reach. And three prospects, again, that when you get them all together and you try to make them look the same, we might have just a little bit of difference, maybe in weight and maturity in one of the three, but in general, those cattle are all really bold sprung. They got a good look to them. When you ask them to get out and go, they do that. Once again, your opportunity to pull you one or two out of that pen and take them home and ask them to go to work for you. Nice pen of three there that'll be competitive out here in the drive.
Winning the lightweight pen of heifers in the feeder show is entry number 20. That's Dwayne Bates, North Branch, Michigan, with an average weight of 560.
Entry number 8, Shorthorn Plus.
We need Shorthorn Plus entry number 8. Shorthorn Plus entry number 8 to the scales, please. Last call.
Nice class of females here to start off our Shorthorn Plus show with, and get some genetic tabulations to kind of work through here as we sort the Shorthorn Plus. And again, our first cut will be on quality, and then if something's close, we can kind of use the EPDs as a tiebreaker. But as it works in this class, you got a heifer that charts the highest at both weigh periods. Then you look at the cattle visually, and I think she's one that sure fits the bill, has some natural performance in her, some spread down her top and out through her hip. That composure right there is where I think she needs to win this class. So good in her line, so nice down her top and out through her hip. Set her in motion, and you watch her go right away from you. I'd clear her a bit just at her hock, but I think that'll come with time. She's still pretty green in terms of her design. She's a nice female that I think finds herself to the front of the class. Another very attractive heifer to come in too. Very sleek in her makeup as well. I like the angularity up and through her front end. A female that as you study her, probably not quite the natural sweep in her underline that you find in the heifer that leads off the class, but still nice down her top. A little steeper out through her hip. You might stretch her out, raise her up in her pin bones just a bit, but another good female that moves pretty well. She too, like the heifer that wins the class, could be changed just a little bit on her hind leg. This heifer comes to us without the EPDs, and that's not why she's third. She's still a good heifer that balances well. She's very attractive. She's one that just gets out horsed a little bit. Not as much to her in terms of dimension and stoutness, not quite as pulled apart as the top two females, but still a nice look to her, very refined and feminine in her makeup.
Placings in Class 1 Junior Shorthorn Plus show. First is entry number 5, an automatic division champion, SS Black Dixie 6106, exhibited by Samantha Scragg of Marion, South Dakota. Second, an automatic reserve division champion, entry number 4, WLTZ Rose 616D, exhibited by Lily Haberly of Morristown, Indiana. And placing third, and the division's best bred and owned, entry number 1, Lay's Lucille L43, exhibited by Aaron Lay, Madisonville, Tennessee. Congratulations.
Really a nice heifer to lead off this class. Just an April female, but boy, one that you sure like to look at in terms of her symmetry of her lines. So much utility in the middle part of her body, and just cowy and roomy in terms of her look. Still really nice at the ground. Then she's got an EPD profile where she's negative on birth. She's got some spread to birth to yearling. I think that female puts a lot of nice things together. She's the kind that I tell my judging team, if you miss her, we probably need to go decide we're going to do something else. That's a nice one that puts lots of good things together in one package. This heifer that comes out second, really attractive up front. Like the way her neck sits up at the top of her shoulder. A little more tubular in her rib design. She just could soften her up a little bit in her flank. Probably not quite as good in the construction of her hind leg as the heifer that leads off the class, but she kind of ran into a buzzsaw in this group. She's still a nice female, just need to soften her up a bit.
Placings in Class 4 in the Junior Shorthorn Plus show. First is entry number 10. That's Colt Blue, the Rue 940, exhibited by Kane Agatry of Seward, Nebraska. And second in the class, entry number 9, DKSN MUHL Solution Girl 4, exhibited by Taylor Muhlenkamp of Salina, Ohio. Congratulations.
From a competition standpoint, this is probably the most challenging pen class that we've seen all day, and the reason I would call it that way, there's a lot of quality in these cattle in all three pens, folks. There is. Now, my task at hand today, and once again, I'm not going to break them down like we would in different shows that'll happen here the next few days, and it's not my job to be real critical on them. I'm just going to kind of point some differences out for you. Maybe lead you to what I believe is more my kind of cattle, and just help set a sale order. Now, in a pen show, I do have a task, and I do need to keep them to look the same, and I do need some consistency. So I'll just tell you what I look for. I want as much uniform quality from front to back as I can get. Now, there's some individuals out here that I maybe prefer. And if I could put all the individuals together and make a pen out of them, then I think we got one really, really, really good set of females that we could talk a lot about. I think the pen that balances up the nicest and has the most quality from front to rear, cattle that are all about the same maturity, about the same look, about the same skeleton, and generally the same kind, is the pen that we start with. There's three females in there that are really elegant in their design. They sure give you a good look from the side. They're cattle that have plenty of reach and mobility from the ground forward. I think they're cattle that sure got a lot of future in them. Now, they're not as mature and maybe not as advanced as some of the other cattle in this class, but I think consistent quality that looks the same from front to back, this is the pen that needs to win this class. All three of those heifers are extremely close in their kind. They're extremely close in their build. The pen that comes next, there's two really, really good heifers in that pen, and there's one heifer that's a good individual in her own right. She maybe brings the pen down when you want to look at them as a set of three. Now, I'm not saying she's bad cattle. She just doesn't fit the other two. She's more of her own individual. She maybe has her own unique build when you compare her to her pen mates, but that's a nice pen as well. And I think there's one particular individual in there that's really, really good. So it's a logical second for me. The pen we conclude with, your champion female is the lead heifer in this pen. She's pretty well in the league all of her own, and you guys brought three really nice heifers to town to show and sell, but none of them look alike. And that's a good thing for the buyer. You guys have a lot of diversity in your pen. You present the buyer an opportunity to go ahead and shop your cattle. As far as a pen show, if we could get them all a little more similar in their build and kind, I think you've got a good enough lead individual. We could have got you more competitive. But three really nice heifers to conclude with, three different kinds of heifers though, and once again in a pen setting, consistency matters, so we got to conclude with them, but a really nice lead heifer.
Placings in the middleweight pen of heifers in the feeder show. First is entry number 21, exhibited by Simpson Cattle, Colfax, Illinois. The average weight of 586. Second in the class, entry number 23, exhibited by Jeff Miller Show Cattle of Cutler, Indiana. Average weight of 594. Third in the class, entry number 22, exhibited by Kaiser Cattle of Needham, Indiana, weighing an average of 594. Congratulations. Shorthorn Plus exhibitors, we need classes 13 through 17 to the scales, please. Shorthorn Plus classes 13 through 17 to the scales, please.
It's a nice class. I think there's 5 good heifers in this group, and you know, I think this top pair, you bring that roan heifer around, this is a nice duo of cattle. Some differences in them for sure. This one's just a chunk in terms of her center body. Love the sweep that she has to her cage, yet still nice. And the turn there to the upper part of her rib. She's really good in terms of just that utility look that she gives us. You know, she's not as long and not as stretched out as the heifer in second. It's easier to look a little deeper when you're not as long-bodied. And I would extend her out a notch, but she's still sleek up through her front end. I still think the right rig as far as condition, and has a nice set of her hind leg and still moves pretty well. I like this roan heifer too from her hooks forward. I think this female puts a lot of nice things together. She's a little sharper at the top of her neck than the heifer that wins the class. I like the extra length of body that she has as you study her from the side. I'd raise her up in her pins, and when you get right on top of the cattle, she'll funnel on you just a bit more as you compare to the heifer that starts off the class. But those are two very good females. Both of them, as you look at them on paper, very acceptable in terms of their genetic profile. I like the extension and the pattern of this third place heifer. Got a nice running gear as you watch her go in terms of movement. I'd probably just intensify her a bit at the ground in terms of her foot size and her bone work. She's a little more juvenile in her look than those two cattle that go out ahead of her. So you call her later maturing, or is she going to be just a little harder doing? I think she toes that line. This one is long-necked and really extended from the profile. I like those things about her really well. She's too rigid up in her shoulder for me. There's a little too much daylight underneath as you study her in the middle part of her body. You could peel some of the birth weight out of her too. That's a management issue, and you can breed around that. The black and white heifer is one that's got some body, more drop to her flank than the heifer that goes right out ahead of her. She's a little more disappointing as you watch her go away, wants to pull those hocks together, and we need to assemble her a little differently at the ground. Good class.
Two really nice pens of heifers here to conclude our last division of our pen heifer show. I think the Baldy pen that starts with, there's a lot of quality in these three females. From the front side of this, from the lead heifer clear back to the heifer that rounds the pen out, I think there's cattle in there, depending again on your preference, you get an opportunity to shop them. They're big-bodied and soft-centered cattle that are really practical. They give you some look and some quality in terms of their build and kind. Cattle, too, that sure have some future ahead of them. They're a little longer bodied. They're a little more feminine in their muscle system. Cattle that breed with some future, and you can project them into being show heifers and cows both. And as far as uniformity, boy, they're all about the same kind. Once again, all big-bodied, all got a really good look and build to them, and then baldy heads sure set them apart. The pen that comes next, there's some really good cattle in that pen as well, and once again, you have some opportunity to pick out of those three just a little more variance in frame score, maybe a little bit more variance in terms of the way those cattle put their parts and pieces together and their level of maturity, but a nice set of three, just maybe not quite as consistent across the board as a group as what that pen of Baldy's is, but two really nice pens of three here for this last division.
Nice set of these shorthorn pluses here in our Division II selection. Heifer out of the first class. Again, I really like her movement. I like her body type. Female that's got a lot of performance to her as well, both on and off paper. You know, female that some would pick on her. They say she's got a little more skin up underneath of her chin, and you know, ever since I went to college, I had a little more skin up underneath my chin too, and it sure hadn't affected me. I think she'll be a really good cow. She'll grow right into that. You know, I think you go to picking on these calves, wanting them to just be really freaky necked, and to me, they'll grow right into that. I grew up showing Simmentals, and you know, they got to have a little of that as a calf. And I think this female's sound. She's good-bodied, yet she's got a genetic profile of relevance, that she's got some multi-trait excellence as you study her on paper as well. So does the heifer out of the second class. If you want to just look at them in terms of EPD profiles, both of them very acceptable, and you can sure utilize those as you progress to the next generation. She is really soft-middled. I love the just internal capacity that she has, the cow-like presence that she gives us from the side. She's probably not as long-bodied as the heifer that was second to her or the heifer that won the first class, but You know, again, I think she's got plenty of length. She, too, is very good at the ground and the way that she gets out and travels. She's probably a little sweeter up through her front end and the heifer that wins the first class, but I still think really good in terms of type and kind. 2 good seconds, specifically that roan heifer, I think has a lot of good in there. I'd like to just raise her up in her pins a bit, but I like her length. I like her extension. I think she travels really well. We got a real powerful heifer that was second in the first class that just needs a little more body. So a good set of females. I'll show you my preference in this division. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Placings in Class 5 Junior Shorthorn Plus. First is entry number 15, Soul Crystal Style 6998 ET, exhibited by Taylor Morbitzer of Grove City, Ohio. Second in the class, entry number 12, CSF Strawberry 667 ET, exhibited by Ryland Jester of Moreland, Indiana. Third in the class is entry number 14, exhibited by Molly Hunt, Lynn, Indiana. Placing fourth was number 11 and was exhibited by Peyton Vogel, Hartley, Iowa. Fifth in the class, entry number 13, exhibited by Kyla Fogg of Rushville, Indiana. Congratulations. And the division champion in the Junior Shorthorn Plus show is entry number 10, Colt Blue the Roo 940, exhibited by Kane B. Agerter of Seward, Nebraska. And the reserve is entry number 15, Soul Crystal Style 6998 ET, exhibited by Taylor Morbitzer of Grove City, Ohio. Congratulations. Placings in the heavyweight pen of heifers. First is entry number 24, exhibited by Jeff Miller Show Cattle of Cutler, Indiana, average weight of 653. Second in the class was entry number 25, also exhibited by Jeff Miller Show Cattle of Cutler, Indiana, average weight of 702. Congratulations. Now selecting grand champion pen of heifers. Congratulations to the division bred and owned champion, entry number 10. That's Colt Blue the Roo 940, exhibited by Kane Agerter of Seward, Nebraska.
As we get our pens back out here to pick you a champion and reserve prospect heifer pen from, I think 3 very good pens of cattle, 3 individuals per pen that are sure quality enough to consider for your consideration later this afternoon. And I think cattle that are all very usable in their kind. And once again, that is basically the gist of one of these shows, is as much quality and as many consistent times in a row as you can get it. And that equates to frame score and body condition and getting them all the same length and generally the same kind of cattle. And I think there's one pen out here that's really, really good. Those heifers are all just about the same in terms of their quality. They're all just about the same in terms of their build and the kind of cattle that they are, the way that their skeleton's put together, and the kind of look that they give you. From there, there's another pen that I think gets awful competitive with them. I think they're all really, really good cattle as well. Maybe just a little bit more variance in terms of maturity as you would compare them back to the pen that we're going to go ahead and use today. But I think a really nice set of cattle for you folks to select from. And once again, you'd line them up just how you'd take them home and ask them to go to work for you. I'll show you how I like them. As I do, please congratulate these breeders and exhibitors on a really nice pen show. Folks, it's sure been my honor. One of my favorite things in the world to do is be able to come out and sort cattle at the North American. I promise you, there's no place else on earth like judging in Louisville, Kentucky. It's been very humbling and flattering. Tim, thank you for the invitation. My ring crew's been great today, and thanks again, folks. I'll go show you how I like them.
We need Charlie entries 5 and 7. Charlie entries 5 and 7 to the scales, please. Congratulations to the grand champion. It's entry number 21 of the middleweight pen, Simpson Cattle Company of Colfax, Illinois. Average weight of 586.
Really a good class here in this Shorthorn Plus show, but a female that I sure like a lot of things about to lead off with. Extremely feminine, really like the way this heifer ties together as you study her from the side. She has got a llama neck in her, a great big body. You know, she's not the most powerful heifer in this class, but I said earlier in the AOBs, cow paths aren't extremely wide, and she'll sure stay within one. I love the set of her hind leg, the scope she has. Then you look at her on paper and you're, again, really like the high indexing profile that she gives you. But that look right there, along with her movement. Now, she rolls a little on her front feet, and, again, that's a huge pet peeve of mine. She's a little pigeon-toed, but I don't think you can get too critical of that one. Her smoothness, her flexibility, her pliability, I think puts her right to the front of this class. This one on the stand is really stout. I like the dimension that she's got, big down her top and out through her hip. She wants to kind of work to the outside of her hoof wall, and I'd like to square her up off both ends of her framework. I like the dimension. I like the substance that she has. We just need to square her up on her feet. She wants to play out a little more on the outside of her feet, and then I think as she gets older, I don't know if that will get better, but she's stout, dimensional, a lot of width to her, just maybe not as smooth in her makeup as the heifer we have that leads off the class. That's a killer on the stand in third. You look at her in terms of look up front, nice down her top and out through her hip. Set her in motion, she needs a different set of feet and legs for me. Just too tight and tentative in the way she consumes the ground, and she's too tight in her hock. But boy, on the stand, she's got a great, great look about her. She just needs to move a little better. The red and white heifer's a lot like her. Real powerful, really dimensional, really big-footed and heavy structured. She comes apart a bit more on the move even than the heifers right ahead of her. She wants to pull those hocks together, and she just doesn't have quite the elongation to her stride. Here's a moderate frame, going to be a sensibly sized cow when you get her into production. I like those things about her extremely well. With that, though, she's just a little shorter all the way through and a little plainer as you study her. I probably prefer her movement, maybe even over the two heifers right ahead of her, but there's just not enough extra pizzazz and style in her to get her up in this class. But those are 5 very good females.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the feeder sale in Newmarket Hall between 5:15 and 5:30. Feeder sale, Newmarket Hall between 5:15 and 5:30. And congratulations to the reserve grand champion in the feeder show, entry number 24, the heavyweight pen of heifers, exhibited by Jeff Miller Show Cattle of Cutler, Indiana, average weight of 653. And our thanks to Brad Havovich from Rensselaer, Indiana, for judging our feeder show here at the 2016 North American International Livestock Exposition. I've been asked to remind the Shorthorn exhibitors that the American Junior Shorthorn Association Deck the Stalls fundraiser will immediately follow the Junior Shorthorn Plus show. Again, that's the American Junior Shorthorn Association Deck the Stalls fundraiser will be immediately following the Junior Shorthorn Plus show.
Two very nice females here in this January class, and heifer that wins, I just think has more to her in terms of uniformity of depth. I like the way she runs from her chest into her flank a little better than the female we have that comes in 2. This female really pulls herself together good as you get her on the side view profile. Still moves pretty well as you ask her to get out and travel. Big-footed, heavy-structured kind of a female. It's got a nice maternal look about her. Heifer in second's really stretchy as you study her from the side. Probably a little more elevated up through her front end even than the heifer that leads off the class. She wants to duck her pins a bit and just gets a little awkward in the way she hits her hind leg as you watch her go from behind. But this female, I think, has a lot of good in her. There's still a lot of gas left in her tank. She's sure not cooked in terms of condition, which I like. I just like to make her a little more stable from hock to ground as you watch her go away. But another good female there in second.
Placings in Class 9 Junior Shorthorn Plus is first is entry number 22. That's Sol Tamale 2 6000D, exhibited by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Second in the class is entry number 23, CF Proud Blue 625 ET, exhibited by Scott Hesser of Leesburg, Indiana. Congratulations. We need Charley entries 17, 20, and 21 to the scales, please. Charley entries 17, 20, and 21 to the scales, please.
It's a really nice grouping here in these early spring heifer calves. Four very, very nice females that I'd be proud to have any of the four of them in my show string, because I think all four of them have things that you sure like and you can build around. And again, they'll get swapped around, I'm sure. If you lay your priorities a little different. I really like this heifer out of the first class in terms of her cleanliness of front, her length and her extension. And by no means am I a front end freak, but when you get it with that kind of body and that kind of look and presence, with that kind of running gear, I think everything fits together on that heifer. We talked about in class, she rolls in a little on her front feet. And if you're a bone fanatic, you would say maybe she's a little frailer boned. But again, I think good bone to me is bone you don't really notice. She's just adequate in terms of her bone. I think just a real solid female in terms of type and kind. Competitive class there in class 2 in this division. I thought maybe just a little more substance and strength in the heifer that ends up winning the class. We talked about maybe you could elevate her up and through her front end, but you sure like the foot size, the bone work underneath of her. I think she's sure adequate in terms of the way she gets around the ring. On the stand, you really like the second place heifer out of class 1, striking from the profile, nice down her top and out through her hip, good in her underpinning as well. Wants to roll to the outside of her feet, and I'd like to square her up in that regard, but still a female that's got a very, very captivating look. I think there's a lot of future in the heifer that was second in that second class. Really attractive, really sleek in her design. Just her hip and her hind leg maybe doesn't work quite as nicely, but I think she starts to just relax a little bit and it starts to look better. I really like that female in terms of the way she's made up through her front end and still the right rig as far as condition. Heifer that suits me best comes out of class 1. Congratulations, this young lady. We'll follow up with the heifer that was first in class 2, be our reserve.
First class of the day in the Charolais show, and a heifer that we begin the show with is just really complete in terms of her makeup or just overall type and kind. Here's a heifer that's very, very fresh in terms of her condition. And in comparison to the heifer in second, she's the one that I like as you project her on down the road and her eventual frame size and where she's going to end up. She just seems to me like a heifer that's going to just grow right along how she should and kind of stay in that ideal frame size, not too big, not too small, just a really nice, complete, well-made heifer to begin the class with. Here we come with the heifer here in second that's probably got a bit more to offer in terms of length of body and extension. She's just more extended maybe everywhere. In relation to her frame size, you wonder if this heifer is going to need a little bit more middle in her as she gets a bit older, but I think a female has certainly got enough to her at this stage of the game. She's one that certainly, like I said before, got all that extra length of body and extension. You just wonder if she's going to have enough middle in her as she progresses and gets older. And you're comparing her to cattle on either side of her that don't maybe have as much performance and weight per day of age. And then we come with a couple heifers here next that are very similar in terms of their type and kind. These are two more moderate-sized sort of females that are built a little different at the ground. They're a little bolder-ribbed heifers, a touch more depth of body. Are they going to be big enough? I don't know. But they're both heifers that are very sound, very cowy in terms of their makeup, and I like that about them. Then we come with a little more extended kind of female here next. She's very correct in terms of her top line. I like that about her. I like her added extension. She's one that just wants to get a little straighter for me up in her front end. And when I study her in terms of her shape, I'd like to just pull her apart quite a bit up in her chest floor and give her a touch more dimension as I watch that heifer go away from me.
Congratulations to the division champion in the Junior Shorthorn Plus Show, entry number 21, Saul Crystals Judy, 6997 DET, exhibited by Katie Mize of North Manchester, Indiana. And congratulations to the reserve division champion, entry number 22, and that is also the best bred and owned, Saul Tamale 2, 6000D, exhibited by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. And over in our Charlet show, we welcome back to the show ring our judge, Kyle Collier from Bruno, Idaho. And the placings in Class 1 Junior Charlet. First is entry number 11, RJB PZC Stella Sable, exhibited by David Smith, Boulder, Colorado. Second in the class, entry number 9, EOTT5 Miss Pearly 2, exhibited by Kellyanne Knott of Laoda, Indiana. Third in the class, entry number 5, exhibited by Michaela Barron, Broadhead, Kentucky. Fourth in the class is entry number 7, exhibited by Michaela Barron, Broadhead, Kentucky. Fifth in the class, entry number 2, shown by Aaron Thompson, White College, Ohio. Congratulations.
A nice single entry December heifer here that I think puts a lot of good things together in terms of balance and symmetry from the side. She's nice up through her front end, a female that's got some rib and some volume in her, really fresh in terms of her condition, which I like. She's adequate in terms of her movement. We'll see how she stacks up as we get her out here with the rest of the cattle in this division. Nice female.
Winning Class 12 Shorthorn Plus is entry number 4, CFNNN Caroline 5141ET, exhibited by Mark Inskeep of Lafayette, Indiana. Congratulations. We need Shorthorn Plus entries 30 and 34 to the scales, please. Shorthorn Plus entries 30 and 34 to the scales, please. Over in our Shorthorn ring, assisting us today is our National Shorthorn Lassie Queen. That's Macy Backenhaus of Columbus, Nebraska. She attends college at Central Community College, and she is majoring in agricultural education. The National Alternate Shorthorn Lassie Queen is Riley Francis from Fordville, North Dakota. She attends North Dakota State University. The Nebraska Shorthorn Lassie Queen is Taylor Straup of O'Neill, Nebraska. She attends O'Neill High School in agricultural education and communication. The Texas Shorthorn Lassie Queen is Shelby Armstrong of Damon, Texas. She attends Blinn College of Chiropractics, and we're pleased to have these ladies with us here today. We need Charlet entries 31 and 33, please. Charlet entries 31 and 33 to the scales.
Well, a nice pair of these September heifers. We'll leave them the way they came in. This black heifer lead off the class. I think just in terms of the way she's made at the ground, to me, suits the type that I like a bit better. I like the set of this female's hind leg. She's really good in terms of the shape of her feet. She's really good in terms of her depth of heel. Really fresh in terms of the amount of condition she's got on her. Nice up through her front end. She's a little more manageable in terms of her birth weight as you compare to the heifer in second. But I think just in terms of her build and her athleticism, finds herself to the front. There's a lot to the heifer in second. Really wide in her pin set, big-bodied, very powerful down her top. She gets just a little tighter in terms of her movement when you ask her to get out and travel. There's a lot of things to like in that heifer, though, in terms of horsepower and substance. I I'd just like to make her a little more agile on the move, but two very nice females here in this September class.
Shorthorn Plus classes 16 and 17. Shorthorn classes 16 and 17. Final call for the scales, please. Bring them on now. Placing first in Class 13 Junior Shorthorn Plus is entry number 28, Boy Scouts Corpus Christi, exhibited by Clayton Boyert of Saluki, Ohio. And second in the class, entry number 29, OLY Goose and Around 01CE ET, exhibited by Carrie Birkenheimer of Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania. Congratulations. The 2016-2017 American Junior Shorthorn Association Board consists of President Mitchell Smith from Pendleton, Indiana, Vice President Kendra Davis from Glenville, Minnesota, Secretary Megan Dragstrom from Amboy, Indiana, Public Relations Kayla Williams from Duncan, Oklahoma, Director Damon Hadron of Papke, or that's Damon Handron Papke from Eau Claire, Wisconsin, Director Zach Fannin from Chestnut, Illinois, Director Danielle Thompson from Grandview, Texas, Director Josh Lawrence from Grand Park, Illinois, and Director Jake Nickel from McPherson, Kansas.
A nice trio of these fall-born Shorthorn Plus females, and there's some variation in them in terms of type and kind. The female out of the first class, we talked about her stretch and her length in that particular group. A female, again, very fresh in terms of her condition, still proportional in her body depth. I think a female that's adequate in terms of her movement, but I think a female that's got some nice things about her. Good heifer out of that second class in terms of just body and mass and build. I love the organization of her skeleton and the way she gets out and travels. Got a really nice set of her hind legs, still good in terms of her depth of heel, and she walks and travels with comfort and ease, still looks good on the side. And the heifer that was second to her in class, really powerful, really three-dimensional, and really wide up in through her chest and big and bold down her top and out through her hip. You know, with that extra power, she doesn't move quite as nicely maybe as the heifer that beat her in the class, but I still think a female, a lot of substance, a lot of strength in her, certainly appreciate what she brings to the table. Pretty easy for me to find the heifer that was wins the second class right here. This number 28 heifer will be our champion in this division.
Okay, over in the Charlotte show, heifer that wins this class for me just came out, and when she first hit the ring, I really liked her, and I still like her. The more she's out here, I'd probably like her even more. I mean, this heifer's put together extremely well. I love the way she's made up in through her shoulder and up in her head and neck. She's very, very correct in her top line, and at the same time, she's a heifer that's got as much power and dimension to her as well as any of the heifers in the class. So when you put that all together, I think she comes to the top for me fairly handily. The next heifer that comes in here is one that I really like in terms of a balance and eye appeal standpoint. Here's a heifer that's built really, really well, and the heifer I liked an awful lot from the start, and I still like her. And where she beats the next two heifers for me when we had them on the standstill over there, she just maintains her integrity through her top line a touch better for me, especially right in the middle of her back. She wants to just hold herself together a touch better for me than these next two heifers do. And that's not taking anything away from these two cattle, because these next two heifers are really nice in terms of their type and kind. This is a good class all the way through. And I think these top four heifers are very, very good, and I can see you doing them a number of ways, because when you put this heifer on the move and she gets her top back together, she could definitely compete with this heifer that's just leaving the ring. I think really good cattle. They're very, very sound. You know, if you want to talk about structure and really any of these four top-end cattle, you're going to be pretty nitpicky and probably calling things that I don't even know if they would be right, because I think all 4 of those cattle are very, very good in terms of their structure. Then we come with the heifer next. It's maybe a little bit harder in terms of her look. She's certainly shaped right in terms of her muscle. I just wish she had a touch more depth of rib and body as I compare it to the heifers that just left the ring. That's where the advantages are of this one. Here's one that's very deep, and I like her through her rear rib and flank. She's real soft. She's real cowy looking. For me, you know, that's one that just doesn't have as much balance and eye appeal up in her front end, and I realize that's getting pretty picky, but heifer that's just got some extra skin as you compare to the cattle above her, but I like her in terms of her doability and her overall soundness. Then we run into some cattle here that complete this class that just don't quite have the balance and style, maybe quite the eye appeal, but they're certainly useful, very functional cattle that are down here at this end of the class. I think a really good class from top to bottom, and the heifer that wins the class I thought was exceptional when you get her out here and compare her to these.
Got a single entry summer-born heifer here, born right around the 4th of July, and nice female, real attractive. Again, I like the freshness as she comes to us in. She's got some dimension as you get up on top for a good shape to the upper part of her body, out through her hip. And I still think a female that's adequate in terms of her soundness. This young man knew where this judge was from. I like that orange shirt that you're sporting there, buddy. That looks good. You need to think about that when you get ready to come to school. But this is a nice heifer, balances well. Again, nobody has to know how many were in the class. You got yourself a class winner at the North American. Congratulations to you. Good female.
Division champion in the Junior Shorthorn Plus show is entry number 28, Boy Skiles Corpus Christi. AR is exhibited by Clayton Boyd of Seville, Ohio. Second in the class, entry number 29, or that's the reserve division champion.
Here is entry 24.
Is entry number 24, and that is CF Indian Caroline 5141 ET, exhibited by Mark Inskeep of Lafayette, Indiana. Congratulations. Winning Class 16 Junior Shorthorn Plus is entry number 31, DMW Black Cherry, exhibited by Robert Rogers of Kendallvale, Indiana. Congratulations.
Last call, entry number 41, Shorthorn Plus.
Entry number 41 Shorthorn Plus, entry number 41 Shorthorn Plus, last call. We need Charlet entries number 36. Charlet entry number 36 to the scales, please. Placings in the Class 2 Junior Charlet show. First is entry number 12, Boy BSMT Montella Marie, exhibited by Jamie Moore, Piazza, Illinois. Second in the class, entry number 15, TRMS Danica 6718 DET, exhibited by Sarah Barron, Broadhead, Kentucky. Third in the class is entry number 16, was exhibited by Caroline Davis, Iowa, South Carolina. Placing fourth was entry number 13, exhibited by Ashley Moore, Piazza, Illinois. Fifth in the class, entry number 17, shown by Taylor Geralds of Tompkinsville, Kentucky. Placing sixth was entry number 18 and was exhibited by Jenna Harrod, Frankfort, Kentucky. Seventh in the class, number 21, shown by Laurel Clark, Fowler, Indiana. Placing eighth, entry number 19, exhibited by Jacob Harrod, Frankfort, Kentucky. Ninth in the class was entry number 20 and was exhibited by Michael Malone, Cynthiana, Kentucky. Congratulations.
A little more variation in this class and type and kind, but still I think a female that finds herself to the front. She's the boldest sprung, biggest bodied heifer we got in the group, and I think you got to call her adequate in this group in terms of the way she moves. A little extra curl to her hind leg, and you might want to make that just a little better, but I still think her volume, her capacity propels her to the top of this class. Again, she's the boldest and got the easiest keep and look about her. I think when these enter lactation, she's the one you're probably going to still like in terms of her body condition score the best. Heifer that comes in second's really nice up through her front. She's tucked up nice in her chest. She's a female that's just too up on her toes and too rigid in the way that she drives off both ends of her framework. I'd like to body her down just a bit, make her a little softer all the way through, and just give her a bit more of a look of utility as you study her from the side. But nice up front, nice down her top. Just need to make her better moving and give her a little more belly. And the heifer that closes the class is the most refined in terms of her makeup. She's good at the ground. I like the shape of her feet. I like the way she travels. There's just not quite enough lead in her pencil for her to compete with those other two heifers on up the line.
Placings in Class 17, Junior Shorthorn Plus. First is entry number 34, Roan Queen 832C, exhibited by Will Shelby of Maydale, Oklahoma. Second in the class, entry number 35, FF Isabel, exhibited by Casey Wilkerson of Defiance, Ohio. Third, entry number 32, exhibited by Ori Williams, Elizabethtown, Kentucky. Congratulations.
Come to our intermediate selection here in the Plus show, and not a lot of numbers, but I still think some nice females as they come back out here. The heifer that wins that first class doesn't come to us with any EPDs, but you know, again, that just comes down to maybe you need to get something turned in or in the registry base. She's a nice female in terms of power and substance, and again, I like the look she gives you from the side. She's got some capacity to her, some volume, and it looks to me like she's going to make a good cow. And the red heifer that was, won that last class we just had, big body, deep ribbed, a lot of capacity to her, a little extra set of her hind leg, but I think a female that's still pretty mobile as you have to get out and travel. And then a good looking female that's strong down her top that needs to move a little better that was second to her in class. So nice division. I think there's some difference and a little more variation perhaps in this group, but still three excellent females. Let's give them a nice round of applause and I'll show you my preference in this division.
Charlotte show over here. I think we got two heifers up on the top end of this class to do so just from a quality and balance standpoint. When you start picking these two heifers apart and studying the little things, the heifer that comes to the top for me just does so with the least amount of problems. There's a female that's very feminine in terms of her head and neck and her overall design and structure. I like the way that she goes. She hits her track extremely well. I like how flexible she is on both ends of her skeleton. And at the same time, when you compare to the heifer just behind her, I see a touch more youthfulness maybe in her, especially up in through her head and neck. Just a heifer that I see having a touch more future, and I really like the soundness of that one. This is a big, stout, high-performance heifer that we have here coming in second. But as you can see, as she's wanting to go here, she's just too tight in her movement. She wants to get real short-strided. But you're not going to take much away from that one in terms of her overall performance and just size and mass and scale. That one's extremely good in that regard. Then we come with two heifers in here that do so just because they have more power than the cattle below them. Here's two cattle that are very cowy in terms of their design. They got some more shape and some more, definitely some more dimension to them than the cattle just behind them. Yes, I'll agree with you. They're maybe not quite as pretty as the cattle below them, but they do have enough more to them for me to go ahead and place them up in the class where they are. Then we come with three cattle here that I think fit together a lot alike. Here's some females that are maybe just a touch more behind in terms of their condition. They're not quite ready here today to compete with the cattle above them, but heifers that are certainly nice in terms of their type and kind just need a little bit more time. And I think the balance and the overall eye appeals there. The cattle just need some more time to grow, and they'll be really nice. Good set of cattle, really nice heifer that's very complete to win this class.
Division champion in the Shorthorn Plus show is entry number 31, DMW Black Sherry, exhibited by Robert Rogers of Kendallville, Indiana. And the reserve is entry number 34, Roan Queen 832C, exhibited by Will Shelby of Maydale, Oklahoma. Congratulations. Placings in Class 3 in the Junior Charolais Show. First in the class is entry number 27, CRG Miss Canada 15D, exhibited by Nash Hensley, Markville, Indiana. Second in the class, entry number 31, WIA MS Sugar Fire PLD ET, exhibited by Gary Geralds of Tompkinsville, Kentucky. Placing third was entry number 30 and was exhibited by Caroline Davis of Ivor, South Carolina. Fourth, entry number 24, exhibited by Cole Harris of Hepler, Kansas. Placing fifth in the class was entry number 29 and was exhibited by Nathan Alexander, Bremen, Alabama. Sixth, number 28, shown by Laurel Clark of Fowler, Indiana. Seventh in the class was entry number 1 and it was exhibited by Maynard of Danville, Indiana. Congratulations.
Well, another good trio of females here in this class. Really a moderately framed, big-bodied heifer that leads off. Again, I still think pretty fresh in terms of the amount of condition that she's got on her. A female that's good in the shape of her lower underline and still wide as you get in behind her. Watch her go away from you. I think a heifer that's adequate in terms of her soundness, gets out and moves with some flex and some freedom off both ends. She come at you maybe just a nickel wide up front, but I still think good enough to win this class. Still nice in the way she's made up and through her shoulder. Big, stout, performance-oriented heifer to come in two. A lot of stature and size in this female. She gets just a little more cumbersome on the move. I didn't think she was quite as good in terms of her fluidity of movement as the heifer that starts off the class. Wants to throw out that front foot a little more and just doesn't stay quite as nice inside of herself. But a good heifer in terms of stoutness and dimension and horsepower. There's a nice female on the stand that gives you a real cowy look, deep centered, a lot of softness in her flank. When you set this heifer in motion, she wants to disassemble a little more up and through her shoulder, tightens a bit more in her hock, and just doesn't stay as comfortable at the ground. But a nice look from the side, good down her top, nice out through her hip, just needs to move a little better to get up any higher in this group. Good set of females.
We need Charolais entry 40 to the scales, please. Charolais entry number 40 to the scales. Placings in Class 20 Junior Shorthorn Plus Show. First is entry number 37, Saul Tamales Right ET, exhibited by Kane Agerter of Seward, Nebraska. Second in the class, entry number 36, ST Beauty 591C ET, exhibited by Bailey Harvey, Franklin, Indiana. Placing third was entry number 40 and was exhibited by Wade Burris, Lagodi, Indiana. Congratulations.
We got three heifers over here that I think are really good. I think all three of these heifers are really good. And when you get them back out here, these three are pretty hard to poke holes in. I tell you, I think what it boils down for to me is just the ones that are more ready today. But I tell you, when you start down here and you start looking at this heifer calf, and she's young still, she's got a lot of future in front of her. This heifer's made extremely well. Really, really nice in the center part of her rib and just real fresh in terms of her appearance. I think a heifer that's structured fairly nice, just pretty hard to poke a hole in. Now, I will say, I think the cattle behind her are a little bit more ready today, and they should be. They're older. I think that heifer's got a pile of future. I think that one there has got enough to her by nature that she's going to be extremely good someday. Today, she probably gets outpowered by the cattle behind her just a little bit, especially when you get up on the top side of this one and just study the overall shape and extra dimension, and I realize a lot of that is just condition and some of it's age for sure too. But this heifer behind her, I think, is extremely good. I mean, this heifer When she first came out, and when you really want to study this one and talk about the overall dimension, the shape, and the muscle that she's got up over her top, she's ready, but yet she's not too fat. I mean, this heifer's definitely not one that's overdone at this stage of her life. So that's the comparison. And then you come with the heifer here next. It's kind of along those lines too. She's a bit more ready for today. But she's a heifer that maybe doesn't have quite the balance and quite the eye appeal of the heifer that's up here on the other end. So when it comes down to it for me, it's a pretty challenging decision. There's no question. But for me, the combination heifer in this division and this heifer that's standing right in front of me, she'll be your division champion here today. And then for reserve, it gets really tight. I'm going to go with the heifer that I see just having a touch more future and one that I think we're going to like on down the road. That'll be this heifer here. She'll be your reserve in this division. Congratulations to both of you.
Congratulations to the division champion in the Junior Charolais show, entry number 12, boy BSMT Montella Marie, exhibited by Jamie Moore, Piazza, Illinois. And congratulations to the reserve division champion, entry number 11, RJB PZC Stella Sable, exhibited by David Smith, Boulder, Colorado. We need Charolais entry number 40 to the scales, please. Charolais entry 40 to the scales. Again, Shorthorn exhibitors, I would remind you that the American Junior Shorthorn Association Deck the Stalls fundraiser will immediately follow the Shorthorn Plus show here at this afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, the schedule for tomorrow's show is as follows. Showing in Freedom Hall at 8 a.m. will be Angus and Shorthorn. Then steer show will be held at 1 p.m. in Freedom Hall. Herefords will show at approximately 2 p.m. in Freedom Hall. Here in Broadbent, the show schedule for tomorrow. Maintainers at 9 a.m., Sim Angus Sim Solution at 9 a.m., Full Blood Simmental at 1 p.m., and Red Angus at approximately 1 p.m. So exhibitors, please take note.
Here's a really nice class of heifers. They're all very, very useful. When you look at these cattle, and y'all are to be commended on what you're bringing out here, because these cattle are good in terms of their structure and the way they move. That's really not an issue with any of them. So then you can go and start placing things like how much they have to them and how feminine they are and some different things like that when you don't have to worry about that. And that's where this heifer for me comes to the top. Here's a heifer that's built right from the ground up. I like her foot size and the way that she's shaped. Heifer that's real cowy in terms of her type and kind. Nice sized heifer. I just think a female that comes to this top of this class just from her overall balance and look standpoint, a really good one. Then we come with a heifer that's a touch larger in terms of her framework, and I don't mind that for sure, but she also comes to you with just a touch bolder look, especially up in through her front end and her head. She's not quite as fancy up and through her front end as the other heifer. And as you compare to the other female, I don't see quite as much rear rib and flank, just overall softness that I do in the heifer just above her. Then we come with a couple cattle here that are really nice. This heifer is really nice in terms of her frame size. If you like a moderate one, you're going to like this one an extreme amount. I see a lot of cow potential in this heifer for sure. I like her middle and the depth of rib and body that she has. She's just a heifer that wants to get too short and jammed up in her neck. I'd like to extend her just a touch up there if I could. Here's a big, bold sprung one in terms of her shape. I really like this heifer when you get behind her, back up in through her hip. Here's a heifer, though, that just wants to get a little plainer in her design. I'd like to change her up in her neck. And as you compare to the cattle just above her, this heifer could have a bit more rib and a touch more depth as you compare to the cattle just above her as well.
Really a nice class of these yearling Shorthorn Plus females. Lots of differences in type and kind, and I think you can do some different things, and I sure wouldn't argue with you, but to me this is the most functional heifer that finds herself to the front. Deep-bodied, really like the way she moves off both ends. I think she's fresh enough in terms of her condition. If I'm going to pick on her, I'd like to spread her and her teats just a little bit. They're a little closer together, perhaps, than what they need to be, but I think just in terms of balance, symmetry, type, and kind, I think she's the heifer to grab a hold of in this particular group. I swapped second and third, and this one needs to have a little more dimension as you get up on top of her, but she's big-bellied, really soft-made. I think she's a little better on the move as you compare to the heifer that comes in 3. I'd like to peel some of the condition off up around of her pones, but I think that female is still good in terms of her body, soft-middled. I like the flank that she has. I think she'll be an easy keeping cow. This one comes at me just a little wider up front, but she's got more muscle, so you would expect that. She's quite a bit more powerful. I didn't see her being quite as nice in terms of the way her udder was laid into her. It's a little harder to see her teats down underneath there. I don't think she's quite as far along in terms of calf. She just gets a little wider up through her shoulder and a little bolder than what I like, but she's powerful, and you could swap that pair if you like to use the stouter one. This one is a stoutie. I mean, there's no doubt about it. Dimension, substance, strength. For me, probably just a little too much. She's wants to get out up and through her shoulder, doesn't get around the ring with quite the agility that she needs to. Got a pair of these heifers here that have over a 7-pound birth weight. Again, I'm not the EPD police, but you decide where you want to be on that. We could probably manage that just a little bit. With that heifer needs to be changed structurally. No doubt she's got a lot of power and a lot of punch. To me, we got to see her move a little better. This heifer's got a 7.8 birth weight, and again, that's not why she's down here. I just wanted you to know that I saw it, and again, that's your prerogative of how you want to breed about that. This heifer is very nicely presented, very attractive, maybe a little smoother even than the heifer that goes out right ahead of her. She just doesn't have quite the softness of her flank, just doesn't have quite that cow-like presence that we find in some of the other cattle on up the line. This next heifer is a little more feminine, a little more refined. I think she's got a structural advantage over the heifer that closes the class. We need to blow her apart all the way through if she's going to compete with some of the cattle on up the line. But if you want to talk about one that's sound and has a nice look and is not overdone in terms of condition, that heifer would fit the bill. We just need to see a little more of her. This next female is deep-bodied, really got a lot of softness. She's just a little too troublesome when she asks her to get out and travel. She just gets too tied up in her top and just doesn't get out and hinge with quite the flex and reach that she needs to for me to get her up any higher in the class. It's a good set of females, lots of differences in type and kind.
Placings in Class 6 Junior Charolais Show. First is entry number 35, BFSC Cotton 402C, exhibited by Olivia Caldwell, Elmwood, Illinois. Second in the class is entry number 38, CTD Missy Marie, exhibited by Jenna Harrod of Frankfort. Placing third, entry number 36, exhibited by Caroline Davis of Ivy, South Carolina. Fourth in the class is entry number 37. It is shown by Emma Hankins of Springfield, Missouri. Congratulations.
This is a fairly easy class for me to place. The heifer that comes in and wins this class just does so fairly handily for me just because of her overall mass and dimension and the way that she puts everything together. I don't mind a big one as long as they're made good, and this one is made good, especially in relationship to the other heifers. I definitely agree with you, and you can plainly see here she outweighs everything by about 100 pounds, but she's good on top of that. Here's a heifer that's got a lot of boldness and stoutness underneath. I like the sweep and shape to her rib. She's still very cowy in her overall look. If you were going to pick on this one just a little bit, and I think a lot of it is just because she's not as relaxed out here. She wants to get up in her top just a little bit, but the heifer that comes here in second does the same thing, so I think it's a trade-off. This heifer that comes here in second is extremely nice as well, but she's one that wants to get up just a little bit in her spine, just right up in her tail head and back in through her hip, and she just runs into a heifer that's got a touch more power to her today. But I think a really nice heifer. Until that one come in, I would have been plumb good using that one to win this class. I think she's a really nice heifer as well. Then we come with the heifer that's going to complete this class. I like her length of body and extension. I like the way she holds her top line when she's on the move. Heifer just needs a lot more to her in relationship to the other cattle, especially in her lower rib.
Select our junior champion female here in the Shorehorn Plus. And again, 4 nice females in this grouping. Heifer out of that first class, really like the moderation of frame, very sensibly sized as you study her. Really good in terms of her presentation and her outline, big-bodied, high-volume kind of a female, going to have a real easy keeping time, I think, as she enters production. A female that just puts a lot of really nice things together. Heifer out of that second class, we just talked about another female that I think balances well, good in terms of the shape of her body, still nice as you study her from behind. A female we talked about gets a little closed up there, or gathered in her teats, but still I think a female that's fresh in her condition, still moves very well and balances up very good from the side. Then 2 nice seconds. This heifer that was second in the first class, if she moved a little better, I think changes the complexion. She's a good female, very nice in terms of her top line. She's nice out through her hip and up front, just a little tighter in terms of the way that she moved. I'd like to see maybe just a little more udder development in that heifer, but again, I understand that's a management and that's a decision that they made. Just for me, I'd like to see a little more udder development. Then a nice, easy keeping kind of a female that was second, a little frailer in terms of her bone work. Gets just a little narrow as you get right in behind her, but deep and soggy, lots of utility, and still pretty nice up through her front end. Good division. I like this heifer out of class 1 in this group to be our champion, the young man, the cowboy hat. Congratulations.
Placing first in Class 21 Junior Shorthorn Plus is entry number 50, CFCSF Monopoly Queen 551, exhibited by Scott Hesser of Leesburg, Indiana. Second in the class is entry number 52, Saul Demas Style 5369 ET, exhibited by Abby Collins, New Paris, Ohio. Placing third was entry 48, exhibited by Molly Hunt of Lynn, Indiana. Fourth in the class, entry 53, exhibited by Allison Davis, Carrollton, Ohio. Fifth in the class, entry number 47, shown by Hayden Fox, Kanawani, Iowa. Sixth, entry number 44, shown by Madison Daniel of Morgantown, Indiana. Seventh in the class is entry number 49 and is exhibited by Everett Wilkerson of Defiance, Ohio. Congratulations.
That's the division champion.
And congratulations to the division champion in the Junior Shorthorn Plus show, entry number 37, that's Saul Tamales Right ET, exhibited by Kane Egerter of Seward, Nebraska. And the reserve is entry number 50, that's CSF Monopoly Queen 551, exhibited by Scott Hesser, Leesburg, Indiana. Placings in Class 7 Junior Charolais. First is entry number 44, RFMS Stealth 557, exhibited by Whitney Walker, Prairie Grove, Arkansas. Second in the class, entry 41, DD Miss Legend 1520, shown by Maynard of Danville, Indiana. Third in the class, entry 42, exhibited by Michael Malone, Cynthiana, Kentucky. Congratulations. Class 11 Charolais to the scales, please.
As we come down to place this division of cattle, I really don't think there's just a runaway easy thing to do here in this division. I mean, you can look at these heifers a number of different ways and catch them at different angles. And I'll tell you, the first thing is I bet both these girls wish they were showing something else, because these two heifers are not the easiest cattle in the world to show. And I know neither one of them are happy with the way that they've got them looking out here for sure. But they're definitely cattle that are good. And when you really study the way they're made, I like both the heifers a lot. The heifer that won that first class, she's a bit more moderate in terms of her frame size for sure. I like her depth of rib and her body. As you compare to the heifer behind her, she's a little shorter in her hip and wants to drop her pins just a touch. She's also a heifer that's got a touch more brisket sticking out there, so it throws her off balance quite a bit. But as these two heifers get stopped and stood still, the heifer that's just behind her, here's a bigger one, but this heifer's got a lot to her, and she's also still very feminine. I like the bone work that this heifer has. I like her foot size. She's got a big square foot underneath of her. And like we talked about her in class, when she gets her parked, if she does stop and she gets her loin down, this heifer's extremely good. But when she's on the move and she wants to get up in her top, and she can throw herself off balance quite a bit too. So I think there's some give and take in these two cattle. For me, I'm just going to go with the heifer that has enough more to her, enough more mass and dimension, with the heifer that won this last class, and you'll be reserved. Congratulations to both of you. Nice heifers. Congratulations. Thank you. I'm done.
Just a single entry here in this division and this class, but a nice female. Just love the sweep of her belly, yet still fresh in terms of her condition. Big stout hind leg in her, and I think gets around the ring with some coordination and some flex. A lot to her from the end to end as you study her. Wide-chested, nice down her top. Just a real useful kind of a female here in a single entry in this class, and ends up being a single entry in this division. Congratulations.
Winning Class 24 in the Shorthorn Plus show is entry number 54, Saul Tamales Tail 5186C, exhibited by Stuart Skiles of Dalhart, Texas, and that's automatic division, senior division champion. Senior calf champion in the Charolais show was entry number 44, RFMS Stealth 557, exhibited by Whitney Walker, Prairie Grove, Arkansas. Congratulations. And congratulations to the reserve champion in the Charolais show, entry number 35, BFSC Cotton 402C, exhibited by Olivia Caldwell, Elmwood, Illinois. Now showing for grand champion in the Shorthorn Plus show.
Jimmy, we need entry 60 for Charlotte.
Charlotte entry 60. Charlotte entry 60 to the scales, please.
This heifer that wins this class in the Charlet show is, I mean, this one is unique. And that's the best word I can use for her. I mean, this heifer is shaped unbelievable. You look at the way that she sweeps in her rib, and you get behind this heifer, and she is impressive. I mean, very impressive. I love her hip. I really like the way that she comes to you from her hooks to her pins. Heifer that travels really well. She looks like she's going to have a nice udder. She's not too big bone, but she's got enough. If I was to change her, I guess I'd like to see her just a touch less conditioned, because I'd like to see what she'd look like in her neck with just a little less up in her chin. But man, that's getting pretty picky. An awful unique, really, really good heifer here to win this class. I like this heifer a tremendous amount. Then we come with a heifer here in second that certainly got a lot to her as well, and a heifer that when she first walked in, I thought, hey, this is a good one, you know. She could certainly win a class. And when you look at her in her own individual merit, this heifer's got a lot to her. She's long, she's level, she's very correct in her top, and she too is really nice from her hooks to her pins. But when she runs into this heifer here today, there's just not quite enough balance and eye appeal, just overall dimension, especially back in through her hip as I compare to the class winner. But I think two really, really nice, high-quality females in this class.
Placings in Class 10, Junior Charolais. First is entry number 51, SULL Impressive Fire, exhibited by Kathy Lehman of Shelby, Ohio. And second, entry number 50, Circle K Jackie O, exhibited by Emma Hankins of Springfield, Missouri. Congratulations.
Let's give these Shorthorn Plus exhibitors a nice round of applause, if you would. Just tremendous quality as we get them back out here. Not a lot of numbers, but again, I think lots of good in each one of these 6 division champions and our respective deserves. There's a little bit of variation in type and kind out here, but again, when you have a base of cattle, that there's some different genetics in these, you're going to get a little of that, just like we saw in the AOB show earlier today. I like all 6 of them, actually 7 of them that are out here. I'm very complimentary of each one of them. I think to me it comes down to about 4 head, and not to take anything away from the front 2, I like both of them, but they'll have their day sometime. And I think we get into a contender in Division 3 Again, I really like the sweep of her belly. I think a female that moves well. We talked about in her class, even for some, she could be stoutened up a bit at the ground, but I just love her look. The set of her neck is so nice. She's so good in the sweep of her belly. You know, she's not the most powerful one out here, and again, I think it's hard to get a calf into the champion or reserve spot if you have good big bred heifers, and we'll talk about that in a minute. But I like this female, and I think she's got a bright future. I like the senior heifer calf as well. I think a female that's really fresh, really organized in her skeleton. I probably like the way she hits her back feet as good as anything we've got out here. She's really, really good in terms of that regard. She's a female that still balances nicely as you study her from the side. When you get her out and watch her walk, at times she'll break just a little bit right behind her shoulder. But I think when you pull her and collect her here on the standstill, a female that balances really nice. I think she's in contention as well. I like both the yearling heifers, and they're a little different in type and kind. You got a more moderate black heifer here out of the next to last division. Like the sweep of her body, again, a very highly presented heifer. She's really good in terms of the utility and softness that she has. The female, we talked about her in class. She'll come just a little wider up in through her shoulder, but I still think moves really well, travels good off of her hind leg, and got lots to her. Then the big red heifer was a lone entrant in that division. Female that's really stout, just a big hind leg in that female. Nice out through her hip as well. Big bodied and still really fresh. You know, she's a longer yearling age heifer that I still think is very, very fresh in terms of condition. Like to see a little more udder development in both those two heifers, but I still think they look to me like they're both bred, but I still think both heifers are very, very good in terms of type and kind. So you decide where you want to be in this grouping of cattle. I'm sure if you have one out here, no doubt it's your favorite, and I understand that. That's part of showing cattle. Again, just my opinion, and I know you get to show these again here in the next couple of days. And best of luck to you. Be very complimentary to these exhibitors and the breeders of these cattle. Let's give them a nice round of applause. I'll go show you my preference here for Champion and Reserve.
Congratulations to the grand champion of the 2016 North American International Livestock Exposition Shorthorn Plus Junior Show, entry number 54, Saul Tamale's Tail, 5186 CET, exhibited by Stuart Skiles of Dalhart, Texas. And congratulations to the reserve grand champion, entry number 37, Saul Tamales Right, ET, exhibited by Nick Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Correction on the owner. That is exhibited by Kane Agerter. Kane Agerter of Seward, Nebraska. My apologies, Kane. Now showing for best bred and owned, the grand champion bred and owned in the Shorthorn Plus show. Shorthorn breeders and exhibitors, don't forget the American Junior Shorthorn Association Deck the Stalls fundraiser will immediately follow the Shorthorn Plus show.
This is a nice class, and When these heifers first started coming in, you know, and you sit there and you think in your mind, that's a good one, that's a good one, that's a good one, and they just kept coming. And then they got down to about these last 3 heifers, and they were really good. This heifer here that wins this class, I think, is extremely excellent. I mean, this heifer is made good. She's long, she's level, she's great out of her hip, she travels nice. She's good fronted. She looks like she's going to have an excellent udder. She's very sound. I think you can just kind of open the book up on her and talk about how good she is in every dimension. I really like this heifer an extreme amount. And that's saying something to win a class that's this deep, because I really like this heifer that's here in second. I think this heifer is really good. She's made great. She's fundamentally nice. I love her levelness from her hooks to her pins and the way that she holds her top line on the move. As you compare to the heifer just above her, I don't know if she moves quite as well, but she's awful close. I think the difference for me is the heifer that wins is a touch fresher in terms of her appearance. I can see this one as being one that's probably had a really successful show career, and maybe she's just getting a little too stale for me here today as you compare to the heifer that won the class. But I think a really nice heifer that's really shaped right. Then you come with the heifer here next, and again, you got one that's good in her top line. She's good out of her hip. She's got some depth of rib and body. She just doesn't quite have the elegance and look, especially up through her front third. I'd like to just clean her up in her neck a touch if I could, give her a touch more balance and eye appeal through her front third, and I think that she can compete a little better. This female here is one that can give you a lot of different looks, and she's one that when she's on the move, she holds her top line fairly well. Sometimes when this heifer gets stopped and she was over there on the side view profile, she just wants to drop her pins and doesn't balance up quite as nice. I'd like to change her and maybe refine her just a touch back in through her tail head if I could as well. Wants to stick up in the air sometimes and throws her off balance. Here's a really deep-ribbed one that's very cowy. I'd like to trim this one down in terms of her condition just a touch. I see a lot of extra flesh underneath of this female that I'd like to trim up, and I think it'd help her appearance up in through her front third as well. But you like this one from whatever angle you look at. You like her shape and her overall dimension, and that's the thing that I like about that heifer and what gets her over this heifer that's coming next. I just see a touch more rib shape, a touch more volume. This is a long-bodied sort of heifer, but she wants to get a little rougher up around her tail head. I like to deepen her up and maintain some more depth of rib back through this heifer's rear rib and flank. I think that would change her quite a bit. Then we come with a couple of heifers here that just don't quite have the balance and eye appeal of the cattle just above them. They're both stout. They both have a lot of shape to them. Just heifers that I'd like to balance up a touch from the profile as I look at them compared to the cattle just above them.
We need Class 14 Charolais to the scales, please. Class 14 Charolais heifers to the scales, please. Congratulations to the grand champion bred and owned in the 2016 Shorthorn Plus show. Entry number 10, that's Colt Blue the Rue 940, exhibited by Kane Agerter of Seward, Nebraska. Placings in Class 11 Junior Charolais. First is entry number 62, TRMS Katie 5766 CET, exhibited by Maddie Drew Jorsler of Greensfork, Indiana. Second in the class, entry number 63, DDMS Cover Girl 1516 PLD, exhibited by Clayton Boyert of Seville, Ohio. Third in the class is entry number 65, exhibited by Richard DeMoss, Bowie, Texas. Placing fourth, entry number 56, shown by Derek Humphrey, Dixon, Illinois. Placing fifth is entry number 57 and is shown by Kayla Coldiron, Eminence, Kentucky. Sixth in the class, number 61, shown by Laurel Clark, Fowler, Indiana. Placing seventh is 59 and is exhibited by Jonah West of Barberville, Kentucky. Eighth in the class, entry number 60, exhibited by Austin Alexander, Bremen, Alabama. Congratulations.
I'd like to call everybody's attention over here and study these two heifers that we have out in the ring to pick from in this division. And I knew this was going to be a dogfight when these two got back out here, and I hate to place them, I really do. Because they are different in terms of their type and kind, but these are both extremely high quality heifers that are changers in my mind. They're cattle that are different, they're unique for this breed of cattle, and I like that a tremendous amount about them. This heifer that won that first class is one that I just, like we described her in class, she's unique, she's different. I mean, you just don't see a lot of Charolais females built like this one. Well, maybe you do. I mean, I live clear out in Bruno, Idaho, so what the heck do I know? I don't see a whole lot of them, but I know this one's different. I know she's different for me. I haven't seen a whole lot of heifers that have that much to them, with that much shape to them, but yet still travel well and still very feminine in terms of their overall makeup, and they look like cows. Both these heifers look like they're going to make tremendous cows. The heifer just behind her probably has an advantage in terms of length of body. And I can plainly see that she's a bit longer from her hooks to her pins than the heifer that's just in front of her. That's an advantage. However, when you look at her through her rear, rib, and flank, she doesn't have quite as much as the heifer that's just in front of her. And like I said, this is a dogfight. I hate to place these cattle because honestly it could mean the difference between winning this show and being reserve unless something else comes in these next couple classes that are extremely good. I mean, it's no secret. You guys all know that I like these two an awful lot, so it's going to take a good one to beat them. But when it comes right down to it, I like this heifer that's standing right in front of me to win this division. She's different, she's unique, and you're going to be reserved today. And I think it's really close. But congratulations to both you guys. That's a very, very good pair of cattle that have been brought out for you here to evaluate today.
Congratulations to the Junior Division Champion, entry number 51, SULL Impressive Fire, exhibited by Kathy Lehman of Shelby, Ohio. And congratulations to the Reserve Charolais Junior Champion, entry number 62, TRMS Katie 5766 CET, exhibited by Maddie Drew Drostler of Greens Fork, Indiana.
Well, I just got done talking about those two heifers, how good they were, and then he come out with this one, and she'll run with them. I think this one's awful good. Here's a heifer that's really, really nice in her rib shape and design, but she's very, very good in her front end as well. I mean, this heifer's really good up in her neck and her head, and just how she's designed. This heifer's got a ton of middle, and get behind her, she's got a lot to her. This is a really up-headed, just fancy heifer. Gets around the ring. She's way alert, and I like that about her a lot. That's a really nice heifer to win this class. For me, then it becomes a little more challenging. I think we got a couple heifers here that are coming next in 2 and 3 that are probably fairly similar in my mind in terms of their type and kind and the way they're made. I think this heifer's just got enough more balance, a little bit more look than the heifer just behind her. This is a real cowy looking female. It's real deep in terms of her rib. Just like to renovate her a touch up in her front end if I could, give her a touch more balance. Here's a real shapy kind of heifer. It's got a lot of muscle expression to her, and I like that about her. She's got a ton of shape and dimension to her. When you get right behind her, a heifer that just wants to get a little bit different up into her top line. She wants to get a little different up there and goes ahead and pinches in her loin, and I'd just like to smooth her up quite a bit if I could. And that's the advantage of the heifer that completes the class. I like her in her top line just a bit more. She just doesn't have quite as much dimension to compete with the heifer just in front of her.
Placings in Class 14 in the Junior Charolais Show. First is entry number 66, Soul Impressive Stones, exhibited by Stuart Skiles of Dalhart, Texas. Second in the class, entry number 72, BCC Miss White Lightning ET, exhibited by Cody Lane, Rensselaer, Indiana. Third in the class, entry number 67, exhibited by Michaela Barron, Broadhead, Kentucky. Fourth in the class is entry number 71 and is exhibited by Nathan Alexander, Bremen, Alabama. Fifth in the class, entry number 70, shown by Tyler Hannon of Rensselaer, Indiana. Congratulations.
Here's a big stout heifer that's real free moving. Like the angles that this heifer has, the angle that she has to her shoulder, she really gets out and reaches, covers her stride. Heifer that certainly got some balance and dimension to her as well. I think just a really nice single entry in this class.
Winning Class 15 in the Junior Charolais Show is entry number 73, MJC Glimmer B295G TW, exhibited by Micah Malone, Cynthiana, Kentucky. Congratulations. Now showing for Charolais Senior Champion.
Heifer that won that first class in this division, like we just got done talking about her, she's extremely good. She's one that'll certainly be in contention later on. I think a heifer that's just, she's got a lot of good to her. She's really good, nice up and through her front end. And when you compare her to the cattle behind her, she just excels this class in terms of her overall quality. She'll win this division, and then we'll go with this heifer that was second to her in class for reserve. I think two really nice cattle to end the day with.
Congratulations to the senior champion in the Junior Charolais Show, entry number 66, Soul Impressive Stones, exhibited by Stuart Skiles of Dalhart, Texas. And congratulations to the reserve senior champion, entry number 72, BCC Miss White Lightning ET, exhibited by Cody Lane, Rensselaer, Indiana. Now ready to show for grand champion in the Charlet Junior Show.
Well, as we come down to the end of this Charlet show, I got to tell you, I've enjoyed this. I really have. This has been a tremendous junior show, and you breeders and feeders and juniors that have these heifers have to be really proud of where they're at right now. I mean, these heifers are nice all the way from this calf and all the way to the end, and your reserves that you got out here. I mean, this is extreme amount of competition, and like I said before, I've really enjoyed this because you get down to the end of the day and you can sort through some things and you can't go wrong. You can't go wrong when you got 3 heifers out here like this. And I'm talking about this female here, this heifer here, and this heifer right in here that was reserved to this female. Those 3 are awfully good. And at the beginning of the day, I'll be honest with you, I'd have been happy using any one of them and could have stood by that decision all day long and been happy with it, because they're very, very high quality cattle, and they're different and they're unique, and they've got a lot of style and balance and eye appeal to them, yet they're still stout and they're very, very sound. And that's one thing that I haven't seen a lot of today in this show, is ones that are just unsound. I mean, that you just weed to the bottom because they can't walk. And I just haven't seen that yet today. So when it comes right down to it, I don't think that we need to talk about all these individuals. I'm going to talk about these 2 because this is what it comes down to for me in the decision-making process between these 2 cattle. And I'll be honest with you, I've struggled with this. I've battled back and forth in my mind which one of these 2 heifers I like the best. And if you catch them at different angles and different times, you could go either way. I'll be honest with you, you could. I'll tell you the differences that I see, and it's pretty simple, to tell you the truth. I love this heifer's mid-rib. I like the way that she's shaped in her mid-rib and how she does that. And it's unique and it's different for sure, for not only this breed of cattle, but a lot of breeds of cattle. This heifer is different in her design. I love the way this heifer's shaped in her rib and then her back in through her hip. And you get behind this heifer and she's so square. And I like that about her a tremendous amount. Now, when you compare to the heifer behind her, she runs into some trouble in her neck and her head. She's a little shorter in her neck and just a little plainer up there as you compare to the heifer just behind her. That's the major difference. The heifer behind her is a touch longer too. She's a little longer in through her hip, especially right from her hook bone back to her pin bone. That's the differences that I see. I see a touch more length of body and extension. I see a touch more femininity and a little nicer front end in terms of her head and neck. But that heifer in front of her is a unique individual and one that I like an extreme amount. Like I say, you can battle back and forth this in your mind a lot, whether you take this heifer and you like her mid-rib, but then you find some holes in her with her front end and a bit shorter in her hip as you compare to the heifer just behind her. So when it comes down to it, it's challenging. Congratulations to both of you. I like these heifers an awful lot. But when it comes right down to it, the most fault-free one in here is this heifer in front of me. She's going to win this show, and you're going to be reserved here today. And those are 2 really, really nice, high-quality heifers. Congratulations to both of you.
Congratulations to the 2016 North American International Livestock Exposition Junior Charolais Champion, entry number 66, Sull Impressive Stones, exhibited by Stuart Skiles of Dalhart, Texas. And congratulations to the Reserve Grand Champion, entry number 51, Sull Impressive Fire, exhibited by Kathy Lehman of Shelby, Ohio. Now ready to show for the best animal bred and owned.
This bred and owned show is a bit challenging because there's not one that you just jump out and grabs you, but there's not a bad one in here either. These heifers are nice, and like we said before in the Simmental Junior show, you take these heifers and you mate them up to the right bull, and you could end up with something. Any one of them, they've got a lot of quality from end to end. And I think when it comes right down to it, there's a lot of differences in terms of type and kind, and I think when it comes down to it for me, if I could gamble and I'm taking one home and I'm looking on down the line in the future, I like this heifer right here in front of me. She's going to win your bred and owned show here today. Congratulations, young lady, and good luck with her.
Congratulations to the champion bred and owned in the Junior Charolais Show, entry number 5, Barron's Piper D104, exhibited by Michaela Barron, Broadhead, Kentucky. And our thanks and appreciation to all you junior exhibitors here today for very fine shows. And don't forget, the remaining breeds will be shown tomorrow with the culmination of the weekend junior show with the selection of the Supreme Champion following all the other shows to be completed.